We have quorum, yeah. Good morning, everybody. I hope everyone is feeling well. It was a very nice evening for those of you who were in Maynooth last night. I'll just bring things to order. We are going to kick off with our first panel this morning on education, research and science. I think there's a couple of people filming their glasses outside, so panel people will be filing in for the first few minutes of your interventions. This panel will be chaired by Professor Linda Connolly from Maynooth. Good morning, Linda. And our three panellists will be Professor Ellen Hazelcorn from TU Dublin, Professor Philip Nolan, Director General of the Science Foundation Ireland and formerly of this parish, and Dr. Ed Walsh, Founding President of the University of Limerick. We have until past, and I'll be joined by Commissioner Mairead McGuinness. So, Professor Connolly, I'll hand over to you. Thank you.
Can you hear me okay? Yeah. Thank you, Can. Okay, so good morning, everybody. You're very welcome to the second day of this conference to mark Ireland and the EU at 50. As it's just been said, I'm based here in Maynooth University in the Social Science Institute, which is on the top floor of this very lovely building that we're in here today. John asked me just to say a few words about what we do here, and these are very brief words. So the Maynooth University Social Sciences Institute is a large institute with a number of projects and centres and institutes within its umbrella structure. It currently oversees the governance and activities of over 12 million euros in active research projects, the majority of which, I have to say, are funded by European research funding. So we have a lot to discuss in that context today. And really, what we do here is research that is driven, I suppose, to address a range of the major societal challenges of the 21st century. So the Institute is engaged with national, international, transnational research networks on a range of subjects, and we're especially, I suppose, proud of the fact that most of our research is very heavily policy engaged with hundreds of stakeholders, including many government departments. So the theme of this conference, politics, policy and transformation, is actually very pertinent, I think, not just to the high political questions we were talking about yesterday, but also perhaps, which we might discuss today, to the lived reality of the broad range of research that we're all conducting as well, and which we're conducting here in Maynooth University. So I'm especially delighted to chair this panel and want to commend as well my colleague Professor John O'Brennan for all the hard work he's done on this really fascinating and brilliant conference, actually, John. So thank you again for all your work, and of course all the team involved right across the university. So just to get in, I think, to, I suppose, some of the themes then, picking up on yesterday, I think what I found interesting was that the panels yesterday provoked a lot of memories of Ireland's relationship with the EU. Many people were interestingly referring to their age yesterday as being as old as the European Union. Yeah, I'm slightly older than the Ireland's membership in the European Union. Sorry, not the European Union itself. But I think it was very interesting talking about those memories. Now, we've been banned from discussing Eurovision, isn't that right, John? But things like, certainly, if you grew up in the 70s and the 80s, I suppose. So I'm from a rural background, from a dairy farm, so we spent a lot of time talking about milk quotas and such like. But later, I suppose in the early 90s, as I began my research journey in education as a student and then as an academic, I was just reflecting last night on how important the European Union was for all of my generation in terms of the kind of trajectory we have had, the funding of the research, but also the questions we were asking. So I started to look very early at the relationship between feminism and the women's movement and women's rights in Ireland. And of course, the European Union was critical in terms of questions around equal pay. So those kinds of issues I think we're going to discuss. And in that sense, the European Union has been an important dynamic in, I suppose, our biographies, really is what I'm saying, our memories, but also in the broader sociological transformation of Irish society, and what might be termed a closer convergence with Northern European values in terms of what we might call, I know you're interested in talking about this, Ed, in a moment, the shift in social and religious attitudes, secularisation, human and political rights, changes in family and personal life, all these things. And what we might term, I suppose, in sociology, a so-called shift from tradition to modernity. So with that in mind, then, I think we'll turn to the panel this morning and to our specific theme, education, research and science. And I'm delighted to welcome our three distinguished guests and to unpack some of these questions. And as I said, this is a conversation style, so we can have an explorative approach. So I'm going to start with social transformation in the Irish education system within the context of the EU, and in particular the question of policy and participation. So obviously when Ireland entered the EU, there was low rates of completion of Leaving Cert, for instance. Previous generations many would not have completed secondary school or even went to secondary school. So we've rather, I suppose, witnessed the massification and transformation and expansion of education at all levels. So the first question I suppose I'm going to ask each of you, we might start with you, Ellen, is a kind of a big interlinked question, but perhaps we can confine to a few examples. What do you think have been the most important changes in terms of policy and participation in Irish education, influenced by EU membership in the last 50 years?
It's a tall order. Well, first of all, I expect a friend suggested if you go to that Life of Brian quote, what did the EU ever do for us? I would say, as an outsider, I came to Ireland in the mid-70s, and I'd say everything, really. It's really is to be part of the EU has been fantastic. I think in terms of education specifically, you might begin to look, even beginning in the 1970s, the whole transformation of what was the RTCs, the ESF funding, often forgotten. We often think about from the university side and the research side, and we can talk about that. But it was also the whole transformation of what are now the technological universities, but came through the whole IoT sector and so on in terms of the European Social Fund and that whole development and focus on middle skills and so on. And as you then say, which has been responsible to a large extent, like its colleague institutions, for the massification of higher ed. I mean, now we've got 45% of the student population is in the TU sector, but at that stage, so it was that whole opening up, and I think that's hugely significant. We also then obviously have the impact, the whole growth of the European higher education area, the Bologna framework. Ireland was not one of the original signatories of it in terms of the Sorbonne Declaration and so on. But the whole transformation of the higher education system through the IIEA, Bologna, arguably you could say the formation of the EUA, the European University Association, was tied at the same time. There was what was called the Confederation of European Rectors that became the EUA. All the universities and in fact, the institutes are members of the EUA, huge lobbying organization, but I think it is one of the, and we often spend a lot of time, or there's a lot of criticism about the EU and it's all this and it's all that. It is a hugely participative group, and the EUA, on behalf of the European universities, have a seat at the table. And through the EU process, we've all had a seat at the table, part and parcel of decision-making about research, the kinds of issues that are driving research nowadays, not just framework, and we tend to look at framework in terms of money,
Yes.
but it's the seat at the table. I could go on and on in terms of the types of importance, and indeed just yesterday the European Research Council announced that it was now widening the terms of reference for reviewing proposals, moving away from citations, which is an incredibly narrow conception. And hopefully that will have an impact not just on other research agencies, noticeably here, but also in terms of academic recruitment and promotions, the kinds of very narrow criteria that are used to measure academic excellence.
So having a seat at the table.
Having a seat at the table is hugely, and I think our neighbouring country, who spends a lot of time focused on money, ignores the fact that you don't have a seat at the table in policy making. And a key member of that table are always students.
Yes.
And that has been a huge transformation in the way in which students are now seen as an obligatory member, partner in education.
Ed, do you want to? Thank you, Ella.
Yeah, well, I'm so old. I came back to Ireland in 1970 to get the Limerick project going.
Yes.
When we weren't a member of the EU. And the first time I annoyed people was in 1971 when the European Association of Teachers asked me to speak.
Okay.
And I proclaimed that the IRA were cranking up their operation for spilling over from the north into the south. That if you found a nice community and you wished to disrupt it, what would you do? You would separate the students, Group A and Group B, and teach them slightly different truths, and maybe encourage them not to be very enthusiastic about the other group. And I suggested that in terms of education, the great challenge was to remove segregation. We segregated our students, male and female.
Yes, yeah.
At that time. Mm-hmm. We've made progress in that. Only 70% of our schools are co-educational now.
Yes.
We separate them by class. Either you don't get any or you get very little. That's been transformed as a result of the World Bank and the European Investment Bank and Social Fund, et cetera, et cetera. So everyone across the class spectrum, with the exception of the very deprived, have a good chance to get a decent education. Mm. The third element remains unchanged. We are segregating in the north. We have made some progress on integrated education. Mm. About 15% north and 15% south is integrated. Mm. But the other 85% is controlled by the church, influenced hugely by the churches. Used to be hugely less now. But the influence of the church on education, especially on primary education, is highlighted by the fact I was chairman of the National Council for Curriculum and Assessment. I was the founding chairman for 7 years. And I had an insight into the influence on education of two groups: the unions, who didn't want to make any changes if it disrupted their lifestyle, and the church. And the National Council for Curriculum and Assessment is about to bring forward a very innovative change to the primary curriculum. Mm-hmm. Fantastic. After 50 years in the European Union, what are we going to do? We're going to introduce 1 hour in foreign languages into the primary curriculum. 50 years ago, I was suggesting that should be happening. 1 hour. And how many hours do we have related to other things? We have 3 hours, 40 minutes of religion, and 2 hours of well-being, which adds up to approximately about 60% of that kind of topic. But the innovative thing is, of the almost 4 hours of religion, it's suggested that 2 should be associated with mixed faith education, so the kids would know that there were more than Catholics and Protestants in the world. The church has been, in 2016, they backed away from that because of pressure from the church in introducing this. So it's unfair. The whole social, religious structure of the country has changed. Before COVID, 24% of Catholics were practicing weekly. After COVID, it's 14%. And 10% in the census proclaim no religion. So what a transformation in those 50 years. Yet, the same old thing, we're expecting teachers who probably are either atheists or non-practicing to be teaching, in Catholic schools, teaching Catholic religion. And what I am suggesting strongly is that we should revisit the arrangements proposed in 1831 when the Schools Board was set up to set up the model schools, where very simply they said, various religions can teach religion, but not as a core subject. So there was a little thing that was flicked in each of the 1,000 model schools to say when religion. So religion was taught by the representatives of religion at the end of the school system. So I am suggesting that we've come a long way, but the remaining thing to be done is to say very clearly to religious denominations, you can have all of the facilities as a school system, but not expect teachers who probably don't believe to be teaching your religion. It's not good for you and it's not good for the school system. So make it, as it was in 1831, an appendix for those who wished it to the school system.
Okay, so religion is still an important...
It is, and I'm kind of hesitant to say it here in Maynooth, because when I started saying these things, the Limerick leader, after I made that statement, had a headline, "Doctor, you're in trouble." And I was told that I was innocent and I'd just come back from the States and I didn't know what a belt I would get from the crozier. And shortly afterwards, it was decided that the good president of Maynooth, one Jeremiah Newman, should be sent as rapidly as possible to Limerick to sort me out. And we had interesting discussions over the 28 years I was involved. Anyway, sorry.
We could have a lot of discussions about Maynooth in the 80s and the 90s. Anyway, we'll leave that for later. Philip, it's lovely to see you back.
But in the 21st century, actually one of the interesting things about Maynooth is sometimes proximity to centres of power gives you additional insights into how to navigate them. I think the impact on education, I mean, you could think about this instrumentally, and I don't want to dismiss the importance of instruments. And I have to say, I accept part of, or the kind of underlying thesis in Ed's comments, that perhaps it has been easier for European Union influence to transform third level compared to second level, compared to primary.
Yes. Yep.
Absolutely.
You know, I mean, it's a national competence. Education's a national competence. Let's be clear. But there are simply higher levels of autonomy and flexibility as you go up the system to change the way things operate. So the instrumental things were vitally important. Investment, Erasmus, mutual recognition of qualifications, all of those things were hard. I mean, one of the extraordinary things about Brexit is to watch our colleagues in the UK suddenly realise we didn't notice that we had negotiated all of these sophisticated things which gave us enormous influence, power and freedom, and now they're gone. Yeah. And, you know, something that was built up over 40 years can't be renegotiated in a different format in anything less than another 40 years. So there's an extraordinary set of instrumental activities that influenced our education system very much for the better. And then there was the things like our own national framework for qualifications, for instance. Again, all of these things, now that they've institutionalized themselves so that they're barely visible, we understandably forget the huge amount of work that had to be done. And something like the National Framework for Qualifications is derived from a European necessity under recognition of qualifications to understand, well, where do your qualifications fit in a sort of developmental framework? But of course, mapping our system of qualifications then transformed our worldview and began to realise that we paid insufficient attention to further education, that there were gaps in our higher education system. So the influence of the EU was kind of instrumentally transformative, influentially transformative, but I think the fundamental point is, leaving aside the instruments, it was the cultural change that mattered. We joined this diverse union of nations every country had its own approach, practices, path dependencies, where it came from. And I can't resist, you gave me permission. And you joined us. Everybody has their own way of doing it. We're trying to harmonise it, but not lose the diversity and respect the different cultures. Then you expand it and find you've even more diversity to embrace. And paradoxically, what I think that did for us as a country was gave us confidence. It actually gave us, I don't like calling it cultural sovereignty, but I just want to use that word because of the sense of loss of sovereignty elsewhere. I think we gained sovereignty, we gained confidence in our own culture to say, we can bring something to the table here. And then I just have to give you two very quick examples.
Okay.
Like, my parents were scholarship students. They were pre-free second level education. They met as young civil servants. They got married. And the rules at the time, for kind of social reasons, were my mother had to resign her job.
Yes.
You couldn't have two public service jobs in one family, and of course the woman had to go. Then of course there was the European Court of Justice action. So in about 1982, just as we were all leaving school, the government had to offer her job back.
Yes.
So she, that was a really significant impact on our family of the European Union being the conscience of our nation. That kind of approaches. The other anecdote, I have to say, my father continued in the civil service. Wasn't a particular senior civil servant, but he was an influential one. And my first time outside the country was to Florence for a meeting of the European Council of Ministers. Again, the other Brexit myth. How does Brexit make its laws? It gets the ministers together to sign off on the legislation. And there was a huge row about minority languages. And at dinner, my father stood up because Ireland held the presidency, and he said, "B'áilm cúpla focail ará as mé hanga féin." And the problem was my father liked to have a drink. Okay. And the entire European audience went, "Oh my God, he's hammered." And there was this frisson of anxiety. And then he opened up, and I just thought I'd say a few opening words in my own language to prove the point that minority languages are vibrant and have something to say in the conversation. The UK representative was, there's this huge cheer. Then the Danes, the UK representative was Welsh. So I guess my fundamental point is one of the things it empowered us educationally to do was to say, within our unique culture and our unique system with its flaws, there's something we can do with our people that brings them to that transnational table in a uniquely equipped way. So there were the instrumental piece, but the cultural piece, where we had that confidence to design a system, build a system, slowly change a system, was for me huge.
Yeah, I would probably just, if I added to Philip's comment there, it's also the important role that the Irish have had in the EU in regard to these positions ourselves. I mean, Morgaghan Quinn's role there when she was commissioner, on research, expanded the whole Horizon. The framework program, Horizon is just one name for it, but that whole area. Michael Murphy has just stepped down from being president of the EUA. Pádraig Walsh was president of ENQA. We've been in at all these places of decision making and have had a huge impact. And I think that's, following on Philip's point, hugely important for a small country. And indeed, Ireland has done exceptionally well.
Yes.
I mean, it would not have done so well had we not been.
I'd agree with Helen. I've seen over the years, and internationally, in fact, that Irish people very often surface to the top and are elected president, chairman, or whatever. Two reasons. One, we speak English, despite... and the other, because we are a small, insignificant country in terms of military or political terms.
Sure.
And we've availed of that opportunity very well in Europe and globally, indeed. Yeah. And what we have as a result of these activities, we have discovered that we're as good as the best and sometimes better.
Sure.
And a lot of self-confidence coming back home.
And we talked about that yesterday. I think it was John Bruton talked about that, the kind of intellectual confidence that arises from the transformative impact of education. I think Mary Murphy made a very, I can't see if Mary, there you are, you made a very good point as well about how, I suppose, enabling, brave conversations to be had that perhaps couldn't be had, and that education has a transformative role in that sense. So overall, I think it's very interesting, isn't it, to work through the success, and we talk a lot about internationalisation in universities, but this is exactly what I think is a very good example, isn't it, of internationalisation in practice, is the whole transformative impact of EU membership. Being a sociologist, I have to ask about the deficits as well, and the challenges, I suppose, in the sense that So, and I'll move on to research. Maybe that's a good way of doing this. So obviously in the period since Ireland joined the EU, we've seen a rapid expansion in student numbers, in staff in universities, in the infrastructure of education. But I think we have we're at a very critical juncture, I think, not least in terms of the reorganisation of the Irish Research Council and Science Foundation Ireland, which Philip has been heading up in recent times. And one of the areas, I think, where we might have more critical things to say might be in relation to research. Because I know in my own field, pretty much every funded project, apart from one Irish Research Council grant, have been funded, going back to LEADER, Interreg, FP6, Eurocore, and then into the H2020 programme, and those who are lucky enough to be successful in European Research Council. So a lot of success there, but also, in terms of of other EU members, I know from being around the table and boards of North Face, etc. Some of the other countries come away with the vast proportion of the research funding. Germany, formerly the UK, and the Northern European countries. So we also, I suppose, have a lot of work to do. There are a lot of challenges in terms of research. So I suppose I wondered, had you any thoughts on that? Because as our president was saying yesterday, as Eva was saying yesterday, we need to look at the next 50 years, not just look back at the last 50. So in terms of futuristic Irish research policy, if I can use that term, including the reorganisation of the funding agencies, do you think, this is a difficult question, do you think Ireland has the capacity nationally, I suppose, to do as well in terms of drawing down research funding? And I don't mean just for money's sake. I just mean in terms of the research culture and the opportunities we have. What are the challenges there, and how can we address them? Do you want to, will I start with you, Philip?
It's always slightly intimidating when an academic says this is a difficult question.
Well, maybe it's not. I think it's a difficult question.
So the short answer is no.
Yeah.
The short answer is no. We don't have the capacity.
Yeah, okay.
And we don't have the capacity for several reasons. One is a path dependency. Like, we have only been seriously investing in research for 2 decades.
Yes.
Let's start with that.
Okay.
So on the one hand, we should be really critical of ourselves so that we do the right thing next, but we shouldn't be too hard on ourselves. So that's the first thing. And of those 2 decades, one of them was a response to the global financial crisis. So I think we have been building insufficient capacity, imbalanced capacity, and capacity for the wrong reasons. So I'd even challenge you on the use of the word drawdown. And I mean,
yes.
it's a common, we use it all the time.
Yes.
But like, what we should be thinking of is what capacity. We are a wealthy, successful, progressive European nation. What capacity should we be building in order to contribute? And the drawdown will follow. I mean, in material terms, we get our just retour and more. But the thing is, let's be ambitious. We have so much to offer that we should be building the capacity. And where have we gone wrong? We haven't had the confidence to make the argument that really we shouldn't be investing in research solely for the short-term economic gain. And I find All sorts of people are willing to make the argument that public investment in research should be for the long term, as yet uncertain benefits. And this includes kind of people who design semiconductors for a living, to people who are trying to understand public health inequalities. They all have the same view.
Yes.
And the other thing is, in the balance between science and engineering, social science and the humanities, I think everybody's also beginning to accept technology is not the issue here. It's the impact of technology in society, how society adapts the use of technology, and it's what kind of creative and cultured lives do we want to live with our...
The human impact.
Exactly. So I think for the future, we face an inflection point now as a country to accept we're contributors and to accept that we need to build that broad, deep capacity in fundamental scholarship upon which we can build all of the other things. It's not to negate them, but without the foundation, the rest is thin.
Sure.
Yeah. I had the pleasure of chairing the precursor to Science Foundation in Ireland. And when I got the job, the funding for research in Ireland was $2 million a year, which was less than the physics department in Queen's had. Mary Harney was minister, and the executive in Wilton House were saying, we've got to increase that to 50 million. Fortunately, I had a deputy chair, Brian Sweeney, who was chairman of Siemens. And Brian said to me, do you know what Siemens are spending this year in research? It's 3 billion. We've got to be talking in terms of billions. Why? Because if we don't crank up our research capabilities in Ireland, companies are going to unbolt their plant from the floor and go to Puerto Rico or somewhere else. We have got to demonstrate that Ireland is a place in which to do research. So anyway, we went into Mary Harney without any documents and said, Minister, all we're going to say to you is a very simple thing, that if you don't start talking about research funding in terms of billions rather than millions, we're going to lose the excellent investment we have in Ireland. And Brian Sweeney did it. I was there. And she said, you've convinced me. How do I write a note for Cabinet to go from 2 million to, we said the national plan is coming up. You want $500 million for the academic side and $500 million for enterprise. She said, if I can manage it, would the two of you come to the Cabinet meeting? So we went to the Cabinet meeting and made our speech. And Mary said to McCreevy, he said, Charlie, you haven't fallen off the chair talking about $1 billion. He says, oh, I haven't, Mary. He says, but I want to know what you're going to do with the money. So we left with a decision in principle, and that's what gave us the opportunity then to say we need a superb body when the money flowed to ensure that it's focused. And we did a foresight exercise, and we annoyed everyone by just picking 3 areas and insisted that you can't be good at everything. Now, in chairing that each year, I had the opportunity to meet with counterpart chairmen internationally, and I was with the chairman of the Israeli counterpart, and they had 5 world-class research centres, no doubt about it, the best in the world. And I said, how does a small country manage that? We're a small country. We would love to have that. Well, he says, it's very simple. First of all, we think of what's of vital strategic to Israel's future. A lot of it was military, of course. And we identify that topic. And then we identify the best 20 researchers in the world. And we say to ourselves, we want 5 of them with their teams in Israel. And the government say, it doesn't matter what it costs, you got to get them. And you buy these people in, and 5 years later, these centres are self-sufficient. They're bringing in, the government is no longer funding them. They're self-sufficient because they have the world's best present. Again, we convinced Mary Harney that you should not have salary scales inhibiting the recruitment of the very best people.
Yes, and that's
And
still
so
a very
the Israeli gentleman said
question.
to me, pursuing mediocrity is a very expensive strategy. It's cheaper to pursue excellence. And we got down that road fairly well. But the clawing presence of the public service has constantly mentioned salary scales. You're not going to be excellent. And Ireland is not going to be excellent unless you have the world's best.
and you've got to pay them.
So,
I'm not sure I agree with all that,
Yes.
but I take the point nonetheless.
I think we're all. I'll let Ellen in the.
Yeah, well,
her
I'm
turn.
not quite sure I agree with all of that either. I think I think we've learned also over the past years about concentrated excellence and increasing
Yes.
regional disparities
That's
and
right.
inequalities.
And gender.
And well, gender is another feature, but all kinds of issues and also, and so, you know, going back to the EU, their whole strategy around smart specialization and regional development is something that has a concept which is about trying to ensure that here we've got a country which is over 40% of our activity is around Dublin. So we really do need to look at rebalancing how we look at things. But certainly a lot of the stuff that I have to say, call out the HEA with the PRTLI stuff
Yes.
that came out, and a big focus on collaboration and coherence and those kinds of issues. And indeed, I know you were talking about Finland and other countries, but collaboration and how we build strength across the country, I think, is a big issue. The other praise, again, I expect for the EU is in fact on the arts, humanities, and social sciences, which have been underfunded.
Absolutely.
I remember setting up a support thing for the humanities and social sciences, but I mean, it's hugely underfunded at a national level here, and the only place you could get funding was in fact from the EU.
Yes.
And looking at a lot of those projects. So I think there is a lot that we need to be doing in terms of looking at what is the research policy going forward. What do we mean by research and innovation? And increasingly, it's about our graduates and innovative ability to absorptive capacity, taking what we've learned and being able and looking at social innovation, not just technological innovation.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's interesting listening to the three of you. You know, I think the political aspect of research is something that there are a lot of very different perspectives and views on, and I think it's very good to be discussing this. I think, Philip, do you want to come in quickly before I just move on to the next?
Yeah, because having kind of saying I disagree, I need to be clear where I agree and disagree. So I think a real challenge that this country has right now is that its fundamental base, which is producing a talent pipeline for a very wide variety of human and social needs, is uneven and incomplete. Yeah. So I really think we need to invest in a diversity of disciplines, the full range of disciplines at an appropriate level. Yeah. But Ed is, in my view, right on another issue. If you're investing in applied research at scale, if you want to do something in advanced manufacturing or semiconductors, you do have to do that on a world-class basis, and you have to pick some areas you're going to invest in. But they're two different propositions, and the second can't erode the first. Yeah. You pay a really high long-term price if you don't have that ongoing kind of fundamental talent engine in everything from medieval Irish out to veterinary epidemiology. Yes. If it's gone, it's gone.
And we have such strengths on that.
Absolutely.
I would just also go back to that issue of how we. I agree completely. We need both. We can't be excellent at everything. So it's that sort of. But I'd go back to the issue of how we assess. What is excellent?
Absolutely.
What's the criteria? And narrow strips of criteria has an impact also then on the academic community. And we are looking at wider understandings of what exactly we're supposed to be. Yeah.
Fascinating. I have a lot of thoughts on this myself, but I'm being a good chair and not intervening and listening.
Can I say something about
quickly? Yeah.
It's a sensitive topic about a disturbing development.
Is this the academic freedom point? Because I'm just going to come on to that briefly. Can I just, I'll come to you first. So we actually started about 10 to 15 minutes late, but I do want to try and keep within time because Marie McGuinness is arriving. But I'm going to move on, and if we could have brief responses, and then we might just take one or two quick questions. But you had raised, we had some discussions before this panel, or certainly some ideas, and were shared. And I wanted to move on, again, getting back to the European-wide question, the global question. If you think about it, 1973, the moment when Ireland joined, you think about the kind of the climate, the public culture, the public climate, liberalisation, the rising tide, all this terminology, social mobility, these were the kinds of terms, the social movements of the 1970s. And yet, I suppose what we have seen in more recent years has been the far right, the rise of the far right, Trump, the war in Ukraine, and I suppose what I want to ask you is if we could round off on this final question of academic expression and freedom, scientific inquiry and debate in universities, in that wider context of the times, in the very different times we are living in now than when we joined the EU. I read an article recently in the newspaper. So it's interesting, the HEA bill of 2022 is also more or less 50 years old. 1971, I think, was the first bill, the first HEA bill, and the headline was that the new bill amounts essentially to a government takeover of academia. So a bit dramatic. So and I'm sorry to rush you now, but can you briefly maybe give us some thoughts on what role does education, research and science have in terms of those questions, academic expression, scientific inquiry and debate in the EU? Is there a threat to this currently?
There's a big threat.
Yeah.
I retired from UL after 28 years, 25 years ago.
Yeah.
And at that time, it was assumed that academic freedom existed and people could say what they wished. I had only one incident where people tried to stop it, where a film called Hail Mary was banned in UCG, and the press were contemplating, was I going to ban it? And I asked one question, is it legal that it should be shown? And the answer was, if it was shown to the Film Society, which provoked the good bishop, busloads of people who knelt on the avenue in 1986 with their rosary beads.
Yes.
A building bomb scare, and including a message to my wife at home that the house was going to be burnt down if the film went ahead.
Okay.
The film went ahead. Now, I'm absolutely horrified by this development of censorship and the cancellation, the disinviting of people because they might provoke some thoughts which are uncomfortable for those in the audience. And I would have thought a university was absolutely about provoking uncomfortable feelings, exposing narrow-minded people to other ideas. Let them debate it if they disagree.
Okay.
And, yeah?
Go on, finish, yeah, just finish.
So, the last of this was the George Berkeley building.
Yeah.
And it is absolutely infantile in terms of intellectual activity to suggest that you impose the moral standards of the day on someone who was around a couple of hundred years ago. I checked that, yes, any landowner in New England had slaves. They were the people who worked the land. Jefferson had 600 slaves. Washington had 200. And all 15 presidents, with the exception of Adams, had slaves. And if the title brings discomfort to some members, I wonder what the title of the United Trinity of Queen Elizabeth brings. Are they going to dename the institution itself? Because it could bring offense to Republicans and to non-Christians.
Ellen, do you want to?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with a lot of what you said, but anyways, I better go on to a different phase, and that is to talk, in fact, about the importance of scientific inquiry. I think it came under quite a lot of challenge, actually, during COVID, the understanding of what is the scientific, what is effectively the scientific method. You put out ideas, you have counter ideas, you debate it and discuss it, and a lot of this was arguably used then by deniers and so on of science and so on. And that's a really important thing. So it has a key part, our understanding of putting forward ideas and debate and so on. And I want to go back to the EU and talk about and just mention, which got very little coverage, was in fact the strategy for European universities that the EU put out in January of 22, along with the Council communication on transnational cooperation. Not just for the sake that they put out these documents, but at a time when academic integrity of debate and universities are under attack, the EU came out and said higher education, universities are at the heart of Europe. No other country or region has said anything like it. We haven't said anything like it. And in fact have done very little to actually do much with those European statements. And in fact, there was a really bold statement for the Commission to make. And it goes back to the theme of this, what has Europe ever done for us?
Yes.
Well, it's done a lot for us,
yes,
and recognized all those basic principles. And I think in terms of it standing up to a lot of these issues, I think we should be very proud to be members of the European Commission. The European Union, rather, sorry.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
So 3 very quick comments.
Yeah.
1, the European Union has modelled how we can translate scholarly inquiry into policy action. And we witnessed that in a whole range of things, like most recently renewable energy, the pandemic. That's thing number 1. Thing number 2, I'm really optimistic, actually, about I think we're witnessing a growing body of expertise in the country, and without flattering them, like I met Bridget Laffin the night before last, John O'Brennan is here. When we had all of our angst about the changing of the European Union, the Nice and Maastricht treaties, we had people that the public respected that we would listen to that said, look, I am giving you a scholarly analysis of what's going on here. Here's the evidence. And it took us time to make up our minds, but we made up our minds. And I don't feel the same threat, frankly, to academic freedom. I'm not going to get into the denaming debate because I can see that's a complicated one. But it's a different thing for a scholarly community to say we're going to tackle disinformation. There's a difference between a contested idea and an organised campaign of disinformation. And if an institution wants to say we are not going to give a platform to this active disinformer, that's a different thing from saying academic freedoms carry responsibilities.
Yes.
What you express under the umbrella and protection of academic freedom, you have a duty, for instance, to be speaking within your field, to have an honest synthesis of the evidence or the scholarship behind what you're saying. It's not the same as freedom of speech. That's a different different right. So my experience is there's a really vibrant, expertise-driven contribution from the academic community into key debates, which is respected by our population and was modelled for us, modelled for our legislators within the European Union context. I was very interested as a young man watching how much the European legislators listened to what they call technocrats. It's not a technocracy, but it is a democracy advised by people with deep technical knowledge.
And the Commission regularly organises expert groups and expert panels. I've chaired two myself. We don't do that.
Though we did make the Citizens' Assembly contribution.
Yes, we
that was
did
an
do
idea
that.
invented here that
right.
other countries are now going,
recently,
oh, I wonder.
And many of us have contributed.
Now you're about to conclude, and you haven't mentioned the two letters that are going to disrupt the whole academic community
I know what you're
and
going
our
to say.
world,
Yeah.
AI.
Artificial insemination.
And
AI.
AI, yeah. Unfair to bulls, but no, this is another one. And it's coming down the tracks. And I had the opportunity, as a result of my son who's in the software, of using ChatGPT to prepare some thoughts for this.
For this, yeah.
And I asked these are computers, programming computers, not human, absorb the whole knowledge on the internet, everything. And I said to it, could you write a poem for me? And I said, I could. What kind of a poem do you need? I said, I want you to write a sonnet about Europe 50 years in the EU. And it went beep, beep, beep. And this is what it produced.
We'll.
Can I read it?
Of course, yeah, quickly.
Oh, Ireland,
yes.
once... Now, iambic pentameter, 14 lines, and the final 2 lines a rhyming couplet. Oh, Ireland, once an island on its own, now 50 years have passed in union's hold. With Europe, ties of kinship we have sown, and trade and travel freely we behold. In Brussels, we have found our rightful place, a nation strong with values to defend, our voice now heard in this great shared place. With open arms, we welcome every friend. Our fields are green, our cities full of life, our culture rich with tales from days of yore. In Europe, we have found a partner rife with shared ideals that we so much adore. Final rhyming couplet. So let us toast to 50 years gone by. With Europe, we'll go forward, side by side. And finally, a limerick. I asked, could you write a limerick about Maynooth? Here. In Kildare, there is a great school where students learn and teachers rule. Maynooth is the name of this place of great fame where knowledge is king and it's cool.
Oh my God, I'm looking at the professor of poetry up here. We'll talk about it over coffee, maybe.
I think one reaction, I think, to artificial intelligence could be from Alexander Pope, which would be be not the last to set the old aside, nor yet the first by which the new is tried. so that's.
I'm obviously a terrible chair because we're descending further and further into but that. Thank you so much, Ed. And again, we couldn't more demonstrate the transformative technological discourse.
It's frightening.
Yeah, it is,
it's
isn't it? Yeah. So thank you for that. We have, I think, 5 minutes. So what I propose is we take 3 questions together. Is that okay? And if
and
cover
I
can only ever remember the first one, but we'll and have a quick roundup. Yes. So I'm just going to randomly this one, and this one. Yeah. So here. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. There have been threats to. I'm 76 years old. There have been threats to academic freedom, as long as I can remember. Back in the 60s, 70s, students sometimes wanted to block a particular speaker, sometimes with good reasons, sometimes not. I think there has been a positive expansion of academic freedom on balance. I'm not disputing that there's a debit and a credit side. And I'll give you a simple example. I'm deputy chair of the expert advisory group on commemorations. Now, the frontiers have been pushed out. The last year we've been commemorating the Civil War. All sorts of things have been discussed freely, which perhaps it was not easy to discuss freely sort of 20, 30 years ago. Back, say, 1966, time of the Easter Rising, the parameters of discussion were pretty limited. And even if you were a Jesuit priest writing for studies, your article wasn't fully in line with the national narrative on Easter 1916. It might have been put away in a drawer for 6 years. So I think we shouldn't be too sort of negative about. There will always be a battle about ideas and freedom and so on. But I think the frontiers have expanded, not contracted.
Agreed. We have somebody. Can we get the microphone here? Thank you. Thank you.
Very quickly, the question was raised yesterday by Alex White about competence, maybe extending European competence into healthcare. I've been a reviewer of the European Commission's framework programs since '93. In fact, my introduction to Europe was through Ed Walsh when I was at Limerick. And I'm struck by the fact over the years that the question of competence is so sensitive, and no member state seems to have any interest in the competence on the education sphere going to the Commission. So it's kind of a yes or no answer. Should it or should it not be extended to education?
Great, thank you. And we have, I think, one up here in the corner, and we shall give you a chance to respond. Yeah. Hi.
Thank you, Linda. Kevin O'Kelly is my name, member of the Institute. And I was prompted to intervene when Dr. Walsh raised the issue of AI, because I tried to raise it yesterday, and I think there was a misunderstanding as to what AI was, because the discussion got on to automation and robotics, which is quite different. AI is quite frightening. I've just finished a European Commission-funded project which involved some of issues around AI, and it's quite frightening what's happening. And I'm delighted that the debate now has exploded into the media, because it's been ignored too much up until now. The second point I'd like to make is one of the tragedies, I suppose, for the European Union with Brexit is the loss of really terrific colleagues in the universities across the UK. I've been involved in social policy research for over 30 years. I was research manager in Eurofound. We had terrific colleagues in Warwick, in Oxford, in Royal Holloway, and all of that has been lost to the European Union, that pool of really excellent researchers and academics.
Okay, thank you. I have been given the red card. One point each, please, very quickly. Ellen,
On the
30 seconds, yeah.
On the competency, I mean, the EU actually has driven change in Irish higher education through research and through funding.
Okay.
That's where that change has come, and I'm not sure about extending it further. I think politically it would be dynamite.
Okay, very quickly.
AI is the most horrifying development since the bomb, and its impact is going to be greater than the printing press. And you better have a conference, one topic, AI, because it's going to transform everything.
Philip, last word.
Horribly.
Not quite. It's somewhere between the pandemic and the bomb in terms of risk. But two things. Right now, AI produces pretty much the average of what we think we know. And I think it doesn't take a lot of scrutiny, actually, to distinguish the product of AI from the product of the radio. It doesn't mean there aren't huge risks. And the positive thing, I would say...
Philip is going to undermine democracy.
No, I don't think so. I think Donald Trump can do that without the assistance of AI, actually.
Unfortunately.
No.
Yeah.
If we look at what the EU has done in areas of privacy, security and trust in digital, I do think, again, if we say, what has the EU ever done for us? Of all of the instruments we have available, the thing that's most likely to be able to develop the regulatory framework in which the positive developments of AI can exist is the European Union, and they will export that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't diminish the threat, but I equally amplify where we should focus our efforts: collective regulation, collective understanding, and regulation.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Collective response.
No, I'm sorry, we're out of time. The commissioner is waiting outside. Thank you so much. I think this has been actually quite a provocative panel and very interesting. I would love to do this again, perhaps another time. But the Commissioner McGuinness, has arrived. So I just want to thank our three speakers and the audience. Thank you so much. That was great. Thank you very much.
in the European Parliament, where she became a vice president, and I have no doubt might have become president in time, but for taking on the hugely important role that she has in the European Commission. I should say also that she's been an outstanding friend to the university over many, many years. We would bring groups of students to Brussels, visit the European Parliament, and Mairead was always unfailingly kind in meeting us and giving students the benefit of her experience and her knowledge. So it's great to be able to welcome her back to Maynooth, and I call on her now to deliver her address.
Well, thank you very much, John, for that lovely, warm welcome. And while I adjust my set here, you'll realise that if you take heels off, you're closer to the script. And I suppose that's the flexibility you learn when you go to university. I had the great pleasure of coming in for the last pieces of that earlier conversation, which were fantastic. And I've said this a few times, so why not say it live on air, that I have an agricultural background. So when we use the term AI, it wasn't quite artificial intelligence. You know what it was. Okay. Now to maybe just a few reflections and remarks, and to say a huge thank you, John, because of what you've done in pulling this together, and indeed the entire College of Maynooth. Thank you to the President of the College, Eva Leinonin. Also to acknowledge her excellent Irish, which I listened to yesterday in the car to the airport. And that was the beauty of yesterday, that I could actually get involved in the conversations that we're taking here, including a really profound conversation with two former Taoiseach, who might not often have seen, you know, eye to eye, but there was a very good conversation about Europe and the future, which I really welcome. So happy to be here, and also, of course, to acknowledge the role of the IIEA and Alex. I know I had a good chat with Alex as I came in. I wasn't old enough to vote in the election to Ireland joining the European Union, but I recall the campaign, and I recall that my parents, farmers, would have supported joining the European Economic Community. And I said thank you to those who are no longer with us, who actually took that leap of faith and also had a sense of hope for Ireland in the European Union. And I'm not sure what they would think of us now today, 50 years on, but I'm sure they would relish the progress we've made. But maybe also to reflect that Ireland's links with Europe are very deep and go back way beyond 50 years, because this town of Maynooth, the very history was shaped by its links with Europe. The university, as we know it today, traces its origins to the Royal College of St. Patrick. St. Patrick's was founded after the French Revolution closed Irish colleges in France, because Irish colleges were present across Europe. In France, of course, but also in where today we call Spain, Portugal, Italy, the Netherlands, Czechia, and Belgium, indeed not far from where I work in Brussels. So Ireland was part of an international network of learning and education from the very early times. I think sometimes we perhaps see ourselves as on the periphery of Europe, but the story of Maynooth would tell us that we've already been very intertwined with Europe, and we've seen that very clearly over the past 50 years of EU membership, and that is reflected in the two-day conference here. 83% of people voted to join, and indeed some of those who are very opposed change their minds on reflection, and that is always the beauty of knowledge and awareness. The 70s, they weren't great. I know I'm usually the master of the understatement. I suppose it's only when you look back, really, you realise what we have today and how it was in the past. It was a very different Ireland. Our economy was relatively underdeveloped. Yes, agriculture and food were strong parts of the economy, not many other industries, and we were very dependent on trade with the United Kingdom. I mean, it's also worth recalling, because I lived through it, as many of us did on this island, that the Troubles in Northern Ireland were at their very height then. So things were not easy. On the social side, divorce, contraception, homosexuality were illegal. We still had the marriage bar, and that excluded many women from working after they got married. Look to education, and I would like to come back to college. Just being in this room, you get a sense of learning. And look at the figures. There were around 20,000 students in higher education in the early 1970s. Many people, children, school leavers, left early And jobs were not easy to come by, and indeed there was a lot of emigration, as we know. In 1973, we had the UK, Denmark and Ireland holding hands and joining together. If I look at Denmark and what Denmark did since then, they were, I suppose, the wise ones in terms of the energy transition. They didn't waste the oil crisis of the 70s, but they invested heavily in alternatives, and they're ahead of us. And I wish we'd all done what they did. And then we look to our neighbours, the United Kingdom. It's 7 years since the referendum, which is quite extraordinary when you reflect on that. And they haven't been easy years. But it's good that I can say today that we have managed to re-establish a good relationship. We can build on it with the United Kingdom. I think we delivered, through my colleague Maros Šefčovič, his incredible work to make sure there was an agreement, the Windsor Framework, that would insist that Northern Ireland remain part of the single market with all of the benefits and not interfering at all with its place in the United Kingdom. And it goes to show that we do need people who are willing and able to find solutions to problems rather than those who find problems in solutions. One of the things that struck me very forcibly when I was in the Parliament during Brexit was not what the Irish MEP said, because it was kind of anticipated what we would say. But I got a profound sense of being in Europe and part of something when a German MEP, when a Portuguese colleague, a Croatian colleague stood up and spoke about the island of Ireland, the complexities of it, and offered their full support to us. And I think that was really a light bulb moment for me, because it really struck me that's what Europe is about. And I think we need much more of it. And if I were still in the European Parliament, which I left with a great sense of fondness, and indeed I think it has helped me in my job in the Commission, I would get colleagues to look beyond their own country and engage with issues that cross countries, so that I would speak for a French colleague and they would speak for me. And I think that's what European integration will eventually be, that we're not national just in the European Parliament, we're broader. And I think Brexit was a very defining moment to allow that happen. So we still have work to do in that relationship with the United Kingdom, but as I say, we are in a good place to do that. If you look back in Ireland in terms of the budget, I mean, I think one of the big draws of joining was the potential, which we got from joining, support, money, investments to make our country, our economy stronger, and indeed our society stronger. We were net beneficiaries of the European Union budget for a very long period of time, and today we are net recipients. Funny though, I remember speaking to some groups and explaining that today we were so developed and we're now contributing more to the budget than we get back. And there was a little surprise and kind of a little shock to say, oh. And then you say, but actually we benefited so much. Isn't it great that we have grown so significantly that we can now help others to achieve what we have achieved through European Union membership? And it's something we should really talk about. You know, Europe was one thing, the European Union, but actually the single market, I think, was the most significant creation, if you like, because that was to get rid of barriers and borders to goods and services, to trade. It's 30 years this year. It's not quite complete in capital and finance, but I'll come to that. But in those years of us being part of the single market, and I see Alan Dukes, and he knows much more about what it took to establish the single market, and I'd be interested in your comments on it. But it did allow our economy to grow and develop, to have a strong economic model, and also inward investment to come into this country to get access to the single market. So very, very positive. I mentioned some of the social norms in the 70s and how that has changed utterly, and utterly for the good. The EU law on gender equality helped bring an end to the marriage bar. Equal pay, parental leave, all of this really, really important. And indeed, we may have some way to go there too. Look at third level education. It expanded hugely over our 50 years of membership. You'll recall the figure I mentioned earlier about students. Today, we have over 200,000 students in higher education, 10 times the number 50 years ago. Research funding was mentioned by the previous panel, European Union funding, and that was introduced in the 1980s, and it supported universities and research in Europe and, of course, here in Ireland. the Erasmus programme, which was the brainchild of the late Peter Sutherland when he was commissioner. And that was introduced in 1987. And I think Peter really understood that our sense of Europe and belonging starts with our young people. And more than 88,000 Irish students have participated in Erasmus exchange programmes, and that's thanks to the efforts, and it's nice to recall that. And as numbers have flourished, the Irish higher education sector has also really actively engaged with other European counterparts, building very strong relationships across academic communities in Europe. The European University Initiative builds partnerships between groups of European universities. And Irish universities, I'm really happy to say, are involved in 7 of these partnerships. The Commission has just launched a 3rd call for participants, so we can hope that that number will actually grow. So much for today and the past. What about our future? I think we're in a very decisive phase, and this will probably come up in our conversations. I think the war, the illegal invasion by Russia in Ukraine, has changed many things, and indeed it has changed the lives of so many Ukrainian citizens that have died and indeed that have fled their own country. And it's sad to recall that that war is still ongoing. We showed in the European Union, along with our partners in the G7, very strong solidarity. We did the very right thing by acknowledging that we supported the Ukrainian citizens, their country, in their struggles. Sanctions was our instrument, if you like, to make sure that we remove the capacity of Russia to get access to dual-use goods and also its access to the financial system. Our big issue today is to track down and root out circumvention, because the more pressure we put on Russia by removing their access to all of these things, the more there will be efforts by those who will try to profit from war to use circumvention. So we will be doing a great deal more in this area. I mean, there is a change in the whole balance of power across Europe. Some players are emerging and they're asserting themselves. And I think we're reminded more than ever, and I say this to small and large gatherings, that those of us who enjoy freedom and democracy should not look at this as the norm. It is not actually the norm. It's certainly something we value and defend, but it isn't the norm globally. And that's rather a wake-up call for us all to realise. The discussion around security and defence is now centre stage because of what has happened on European soil. I do think that Ireland needs to have and will have, and this came up, John, in your conversations yesterday, a debate about European security, including our own security. And we need to talk about defence policy, because the worst thing we could do is have no conversation. We need a very thorough, enlightened conversation without saying what the outcome will be. But debate is really, really important. And lest I forget, we tend to think of security and defence in terms of traditional armies and weaponry and, the physical infrastructure. I mean, the real threat, in my view, is cyber insecurity or cyber attacks, because you can pull down a country by pulling the plug, metaphorically, on access to the financial system, for example. It's targeted every single second of every day. So we need strong resilience in a whole range of areas. And for me, resilience in cyber is absolutely huge and hugely, hugely important. So we're an EU of 27. And I think if, my time of Europe, and I see former MEP and Dáil Deputy Marian Harkin just joining us, that, we were in the Parliament together. And I think together is the word, in the sense that where we might disagree across groups on policy, ultimately the only way to find a solution to the problem, whether it was large or small, was to work together, and that nobody left the negotiating table feeling that they were robbed of their position, but rather that they had to concede in part because others did likewise, and we found a way to work together. And look what we've done on energy, because there was a real crisis when Russia used the tap and turned off gas supplies to Europe, because we then realised we were highly reliant on an unreliable partner for a fuel that we actually want to get rid of over time, and indeed more rapidly because of the energy crisis. Russia, did use this weapon. And Europe responded, not sitting back and saying, what are we going to do? But actually saying, we have to now fill the stores with gas, go out across the globe and find reliable partners. Very importantly, we said to citizens and businesses, we have to be much more efficient with energy. And it's extraordinary what we all did, including business. The production was maintained, but there was greater, more efficient use of energy. And that's something that we need to continue. And the third point, ramping up investments in renewables happened. It needs to happen faster. And we need member states to identify where the blockages are, including around planning permissions or planning permits, because we are on a road towards sustainability and we do need to build this infrastructure. The European Green Deal is the backbone of all this conversation about climate and biodiversity loss. We know with what the US has done with the Inflation Reduction Act, we have got to do likewise to look after critical areas of industry, critical raw materials. What do we need to make sure that we have some resilience when it comes to building up our energy infrastructure and our work towards a more sustainable economy and society? We need skills, we need young and old to reskill, and indeed it is quite extraordinary as we mark 50 years that the real challenge for a lot of businesses, not just in Ireland but across Europe, is people. That's good that people are in demand and skills are in demand in this European Year of Skills. I just want to acknowledge that here in Ireland, and I look to just name Dr. Aisling McMahon, in terms of research, was awarded a European Research Council grant worth €1.5 million for the Patents in Humans project. We have the Res for City project, again led by Maynooth University School of Business, funded by Horizon Europe. So what I really, really like, and over the 50 years, is that Ireland is embedded in the entire education, research and innovation work that Europe is leading on. And Ireland is contributing hugely to that and will continue to do so. COVID was another example of where we could have fallen apart. And in fact, frankly, we did in the early days of it. And we recall that COVID seems like a distant past, but for many families will be a forever story because they lost loved ones in that pandemic. We pulled together, again, because we knew that together we would be stronger to deal with something which was an enormous threat. And to say that while health is not a competence of the European Union, public health is now becoming one, because member states realise that viruses don't know they're in France or Germany, and they frankly don't care. They will attack wherever they can, and therefore we need a European response to all of that. Maybe I should mention briefly a few areas where I work on, and to say that the financial system and the money is the backbone of everything. We need vast sums of money to invest in a more sustainable future. We're great savers in Europe. We have deposit accounts and people put money into deposit. We don't invest. We will have a retail investment strategy very soon, encouraging people to make sure their money works for them because they work for their money. I see lots of young faces in this audience. I think it's really important we talk about financial well-being, financial literacy, so that we can all engage with the financial system from a position of knowledge and strength, rather than a position of just takers of advice and information. I make the point frequently that money matters to everyone, but it particularly matters to those who have little of it. And therefore we need to have a societal view of the use and function of our financial system that is increasingly digitalised. I know that many of you will have been at the end of a line for 15 minutes with somebody telling you, your call is important, please hold, and you lose the will to live. Financial services should mean and be about service, and I think it's a message that the financial system needs to understand. Lots of debates in Ireland about cash versus tapping. A really important debate, because this is about choice. We're talking about a central bank digital euro. So we're working in the Commission with the European Central Bank. And this is a medium to long-term project because we want to have a digital alternative to cash in an era where cash is less used. But I want to really underline that the digital euro would be complementing the availability of cash. Was in Sweden recently, and they've been advancing much further. And their view is actually we need to protect the right to hold and use cash, particularly for food and medicine. So interesting how this debate is evolving across our member states. I will mention artificial intelligence now, because I think artificial intelligence is something like crypto, because we've grappled with crypto. There was a while where we it was to decide, we thought, will we ignore it, ban it, or regulate it? And there are things that you cannot ban and cannot ignore. You need to regulate. And artificial intelligence is also in that sphere. And it depends on how it is used. It's the systems and the use they're put to are almost separate. And I do think we should see what the potential benefits are, but also manage the risks involved in this quite incredible development which is happening before our eyes. I'm not sure if artificial intelligence can recreate the being together. I was at a gathering first thing this morning, and I hadn't met many of those people since before COVID. And genuinely, there's nothing like an old body hug, but actually just being in a room with people, in this room, is so much more invigorating than being on a screen, which frankly you turn off the camera sometimes to, somebody said to go out and put the wash on or whatever, but there was that temptation, hands up those who did it. But to come back to this thing about physical presence, about how Ireland, small member state, engages in Europe is really key. And sometimes the smaller member states are more agile. Perhaps we can discuss that as well, because agility does matter. What really matters, though, is look at education, the empowerment of education. I have to pay tribute to my parents who didn't get the education they would have deserved, but they insisted that the 8 of us in our family did. And I perhaps value that more because I come from a background where it was not available. And I think it is important to acknowledge that, a little learning is a great thing and a lot of learning is wonderful. And I was saying to the President that I studied agricultural economics, I know. And what was wonderful was, many decades later, going back then, that was 1980 when I left UCD, and when I first took my seat in the European Parliament in the Agriculture Committee, it actually was great to have had that background. So you never know when learning comes back to support you. So we are transformed. 50 years is actually not that long, but it has been quite incredible how Ireland has changed, and for the better. We have challenges still, of course, but we have full employment in this country. We have contributed hugely to the development of the European Union. John, before I say a final thank you for a fantastic conversation that you led between two former Taoiseach. As I said, John Bruton and Bertie Ahern. We need to study that interview, and I'm sure thesis will be done on it. And it is great to listen to those who've been through the system and all of its struggles. And despite the struggles, and I'm not a very patient person, but the one thing I learned back in 2004, if you're not patient, you'll achieve absolutely nothing at the European level. So, as they say, I learned. I studied, and I hope I learned a little and put it into practice. Thank you for this opportunity, and I look forward to our conversation.
Kindly agreed to take questions, so perhaps those who would like to ask a question, you could just raise your hand and identify yourself and your affiliation. Here with Barry.
Thank you, Aisling. Thank you, Commissioner. I'm Barry Colfer, the Director of Research at the IIEA. Thanks for being with us. We've spent the past day and a bit looking back at the first 50 years of Ireland's membership of the EU, and looking forward to the next 50 years, we may encounter treaty reform. Most treaty reforms have involved a specific thing, whether it's or focused on a specific thing rather than the single market or the currency or enlargement. Is there a specific theme that you think will drive the next round of treaty reform, or will it be many themes? Thanks.
Will I take a few?
Just take the other two, yes. So Alan.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioner. Great to see you again. Could I ask you, how close do you think we are to actually having a common European deposit insurance scheme? It seems to be an essential part of the structure we need to build.
This is probably off topic, but I was wondering, what are your opinion on what's going on in Hungary and Poland at the moment with the challenges that they're facing to the EU and their ability to kind of exist within the EU when they're challenging so many of the tenets of the EU?
Okay, thank you for those questions. On the first question about treaty reform, what I've discovered since I moved house, if you like, is that the Parliament pushes forward and the Council, you know, there's that dynamic, and then the Commission is somewhere in the middle. And indeed, I was a great critic of the Commission when I was in the Parliament, and now I'm feeling the heat of that now. I think there's still a reluctance on treaty change amongst the Member States, but I wouldn't say that it's off the agenda or indeed what topic might be required. I mean, linked almost with some of the other questions that have been asked is this issue of unanimity. So in some areas specifically where you have to have everyone agrees or it doesn't happen, that's a really good tool, if you like, because it gives every Member State the ability to stop something, but also it can be quite the opposite because it might stop progress that one can stop many. So I wouldn't kind of deliberate on which area specifically around treaty change. I mean, we've been through our treaty changes. We've had several referendum. I remember some of them campaigning and being on the losing side, but then turning it around. So Ireland, I think we're well able to do those things. I think we had the Conference on the Future of Europe, which threw up some other ideas as well. We're not politically, I think, yet there with an idea that we'll run and do treaty change, but it's always on the agenda. I would dare say during the European Parliament elections and manifestos of political groups, there may well be a discussion around that and what it should evolve. On Alan's very pertinent question on a common deposit insurance scheme, I mentioned the single market. The one area is not where we don't have a single market is capital. So it's very much national. In fact, since the financial crisis, it's fair to say that banks are more national than they were beforehand. And yet people do want to be able to access financial services throughout the European Union. When I did that sort of little gesture, Alan, it's because we all know that people want banking union, but they don't want to take the steps necessary to achieve it, including, and in particular, a European deposit insurance scheme. So the reality is that I think it's about 7 years ago, before my time, the Commission, in the Commission, we put forward this. It's still on the table, as we say. The Eurogroup, under the leadership of the President, Pascal Donoghue, asked us last June, if I recall correctly, to move a little bit forward around banking union, so crisis management and deposit insurance. It's not the full European deposit insurance scheme, but it's a step towards it. It wasn't easy to get that proposal onto the table because, again, there are some who would dislike the steps forward, but we've made it. Let's see how that goes through Parliament and Council. But I think if we're serious about a single market in capital, if we're serious, which we are, about our work on the Capital Markets Union, and that's going better than banking union in a way, then we do have to face some difficult questions in our member states. And we're just not there yet. But I do think it's positive. I always, grab for the good that we've been asked to move forward and we've taken that step forward. On the third, and I suppose, Alan, so in other words, it's still on the table. We're just not there yet. On the third point about specific countries, and it's not off topic at all because this is about Europe and how we function together, and some member states take particular views. I referenced the unanimity issue, which can be problematic. I suppose there's always issues that might be difficult in member states. I think the President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, has been very strong about how we deal with those issues, including access to European funding. And I think her approach has been absolutely correct. It doesn't mean that there's change overnight, but I think we do indicate very strongly when there are concerns about what specific countries might be doing, that it's not in the European interest. So it just requires us to be quite tough on that. And if I might say, because the President of the Commission, first female president ever of the European Commission, I benefited from her agenda to have a 50-50 commission. So I obviously appreciate that. But I hope it's not the last time we see a gender-balanced commission. I hope we don't go backwards because, we have in the past. And I think her leadership in awful circumstances, because the takeover of Brexit, which was still difficult, into a global pandemic, into dealing with an illegal invasion, having the strength to encourage member states to do joint borrowing. I mean, this is extraordinary. In order to build and recover, having the vision around our solidarity with Ukraine. I think she has been such a strong face for Europe. And what I really think is important, she is recognised as a face of Europe. So when I'm when I'm in Ireland here, people say Ursula, they use her name, which I think is really key. And it goes to show how much she has led as President of the Commission in quite extraordinarily difficult times.
We have time for one short round. Yes, the gentleman here and back at the back behind the wall. So we'll just take two if we can, please, because the Commissioner is under pressure for time. So
thank you, Chairman. Commissioner Mairead, we go back a long way, particularly in agriculture, but I want to ask you a financial question, in the sense that yesterday Dan O'Brien in the discussion talked about future risks to the euro in debate. We might or might not agree with his synopsis, but however, the real centres of financial services are the City of London and Wall Street. Do you see a focus centre within the euro area, either Frankfurt or somewhere else in the future, as a necessity and a requirement to protect our euro?
And just up at that.
Thank you very much. I have a question about transnational party lists for European elections. What are your views on them, and do you think they are likely to come into force?
Okay, I'll start with the easy one, transnational party lists. I like the idea of it. I think it sits with what I said earlier about the power of German colleagues speaking on Irish issues, or indeed if I were to do the same. Because then I think you have a deeper knowledge of what's happening across Europe, and it's not bound by national borders. Likely or not, I think there's resistance. Some political groups support it. And then there's how would you do it? I think that's more the difficulty. The idea in principle is a good one, but how would you actually campaign? And we'd want to learn languages. And again, I compliment the president of this university for her Gaeilge, and I'm studying a few languages, but not making as much progress. But I'm the only native English speaker in the room, which is also quite extraordinary because of Brexit. And then to the question of a financial centre. I mean, you're absolutely right about financial centres. London was the financial centre of Europe, but it's not now. And, you know, London has not stayed the same. Parts of the financial system has migrated to Frankfurt, to Paris, to Dublin, and indeed other places. So I don't see Europe having a one centre only. I think it will be specialist services in different areas. That's the first thing. The second thing is, with an eye to financial stability, I have made decisions around granting equivalence, for example, to some services out of London, but also when it comes to clearing, for example, that service is critical to financial stability. We need to build up infrastructure ourselves. So we've taken stock of what matters around financial stability, and we will be improving our own infrastructure. I didn't hear the conversation about the future of the euro and whatever, but risks to the euro. We do want to strengthen the role of the euro. I think the Russian invasion, there is certainly a reconfiguration, and some would call it a fragmentation in the financial system. I think digital central bank currencies, it will be interesting to see how they evolve, because there's lots of countries around the world looking at these, and that's why we're looking at it as well, to prepare for a future that might be more digitalized. And yes, the dollar is there, but we're there too. And you know, I think when it comes to London and its financial centre, it's the financial centre, obviously, of the United Kingdom, but it's no longer the financial heart of the European Union, and that means it's different. And there was, I think, some expectations that it would remain the same even with Brexit, but clearly that's not the case, because we have to, and maybe it's part of this issue of building resilience and becoming aware of where we are strategically vulnerable, so open strategic autonomy. We don't just look at it in terms of the critical raw materials, but also in finance. And I mentioned how today with digitalization you can have instant social media messages, true or false, that can impact the entire financial system because you can move money very quickly. So all of that requires us to look at our vulnerabilities post-Brexit. Now, we've had a good few years to do it, and we're doing an awful lot in that space. So I'll have a look at what Dan was saying, but, you know, in everything that I've mentioned around crisis in Europe and how it's been dealt with, okay, you could probably say we shouldn't have walked into a crisis, but there's no doubt when we hit the wall, we get up and we battle on because we don't have any other choice. And I think, you know, Alan Duke's question around the deposit insurance scheme this is a key policy area for the Commission, because our view is we will have a much stronger financial system when we get to that place. Our work in the meantime is to put even more stability on the path towards that. So mindful of what London had and what Europe is today, I suppose the one thing that strikes me is that when the Brexit vote happened and people pulled their duvet over their head on that very morning, and what were the implications, there was a real sense of fear. But actually now Brexit isn't really a point of discussion. It's certainly a chapter in the development of the European Union, but it's not quite the Armageddon, or hasn't been, that perhaps we might have anticipated.
Okay, thanks very much indeed. We're going to bring this session to a conclusion. The Commissioner has a very busy schedule, so we're even more appreciative that you've come to Maynooth this morning, given us the benefit of your insight, and particularly because it's such a changing, rapidly changing space and portfolio that you have. So thanks very much indeed again, Maria.
Thank you for the opportunity. It's a pleasure.
Look, okay, good. Thank you very much. And thank you everyone for your patience. Very happy to hand over to Dr. Mary C. Murphy from UCC to chair this next panel on the ministerial experience. We're very fortunate to be joined by Barry Andrews, MEP, former Fianna Fáil Minister of State for Children, current MEP for Dublin, Alan Dukes, former Fine Gael Minister for Finance, Alex White, Director General of the IIEA, but also in a past life, former Minister for Communications, Energy and Natural Resources for the Labour Party, and Lucinda Creighton, former Fine Gael Minister for Europe. Thanks all for being here. Over to you, Mary.
Thanks very much, Barry, and good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for bearing with us. Well, it's a real pleasure to be here, and I'm in tremendous company this afternoon. But before I start, let me just thank Barry and the IIEA team, and also, of course, Professor John O'Brennan and everyone here at Maynooth for what really has been a fascinating day and a half so far of discussions. So I'm here with the ministerial part of the programme. And I thought just before we would start, I'll just give you a sense of the type of policy portfolios that each of these ministers had during their periods in office. And I'll start with Alan Dukes, who was Minister for Agriculture, Finance, Justice, Transport, Energy and Communications at various different times. Barry Andrews, currently an MEP, but was previously Minister of State for Children. Alex White, who was the Communications, Energy and Natural Resource Minister, and also a Minister of State at the Department of Health. And all three men were also Directors General of the IIEA. Alex is currently in the position.
That's the collective term.
It'd be too rude to say.
Polite.
Lucinda Creighton then was Minister for European Affairs previous to her current role as a consultant, and is not yet a Director General of the IIEA. Any day now, I'm sure. So the previous panels have focused quite extensively in some cases on policy issues. So we're taking a slightly different focus here in that we're going to concentrate on institutions, the institution of being a minister, of government departments, of the various different institutions in Brussels itself. So I thought I might start with Lucinda. If you could perhaps talk us through the kind of engagement that you had with Brussels in particular during your period as Minister of State.
Oh God, where to begin? I suppose we came into government obviously at a time when to say the country was in turmoil would probably be a great understatement. So, reputationally Ireland was in a very difficult position. We were trying to renegotiate the terms of our EU IMF bailout, so I suppose we made a very conscious decision from the very outset that a big part of our agenda in government across all departments was reputation building, rebuilding trust in Ireland, and trying to, I suppose, redevelop our relationships with the institutions and with bilaterally with other member states as well. So obviously, as Minister for European Affairs, I suppose, led that and tried to lead the coordination as well between government departments, because it needs to be a whole of government effort. And we were talking before we started the panel, I suppose the biggest reform that I introduced, and I did it after consulting with a lot of former ministers, people who I respected who had been in government before, and a lot of academics, the likes of Bridget Laffan and others, who had written extensively about Ireland's relationship with the EU for many years, and so one of the things that I spearheaded, which I think made a huge difference in terms of how we managed our relationships, was moving the EU affairs function from the Department of Foreign Affairs to the Department of the Taoiseach. To me, it's the single most important thing we did. It was hugely effective. So we were also beginning to prepare for the presidency of the council. So that obviously was a big opportunity for us. And I actually met Angela O'Donoghue last night, who's going to Brussels as our Perm Rep in a couple of months' time. And at the time of our presidency, she led our interinstitutional relationships from the Perm Rep. So I would have spent far too much time in Strasbourg at meetings with MEPs and plenary sessions and so on for the 2 years really leading up to our presidency, and of course during the presidency. And we were reminiscing on the fact that the objective for that presidency was rebuilding Ireland's reputation. That was the mission of the government for that 2.5 year period. And so putting it at the heart of government was absolutely critical to that. So I chaired an interdepartmental group with Secretaries General of all government departments on implementing EU regulation and legislation, because we couldn't afford to have fines, we couldn't afford the reputational damage of being seen to drag our heels on the implementation of regulation. And of course I also chaired the interdepartmental group preparing for the presidency for those 2 years that run up to the 2013 presidency. So that's how we set about it, and we created a new position of Second Secretary General in the Department of the Taoiseach, which was a diplomat. It was originally Geraldine Byrne-Nason, who some of you might have heard of, and then it was Rory Montgomery, who had been Perm Rep in Brussels as well, so really EU expertise in the Department of the Taoiseach. Sadly, that was subsequently all changed, but if I were to be making a recommendation to the government today on coordinating and effectively managing our EU relationships with the institutions and with other member states, it would be to do that, to do it again. I think it's essential.
And do you have a sense of why that happened? Why that change was made subsequent?
These things are usually driven by personality. So I wasn't there, but obviously I have insight into how and why it happened. But I think it was a big regressive move, and I definitely think that, like, if you look at like the smaller member states, I'm sure we'll talk about being a small member state. The smaller member states that are have been over the years most effective in their EU engagement, the likes of Finland, the likes of Sweden, obviously coming from a more sceptical position, but still very effective in terms of their influence on decision making at EU level. They had centralised. The Germans, I mean, the Chancellery really runs EU affairs, especially under Angela Merkel. I mean, it was very heavily influenced by the Chancellor herself and the key people around her, and that's how they did it. And it's very effective, and it's how it should be, because EU affairs isn't just a foreign affairs issue. It is a whole of government issue. Every aspect, as we know, of the legislation that passes through the Dáil is, heavily influenced, if not directly led by Brussels. So it's essential, and that was, I think, a big achievement of that government, and it's something that if I were advising a current government, it's what I'd be telling them to do.
Alan, Lucinda talks about working across institutions. You would have spent a lot of time at the table of the Council of Ministers. Can you talk us through your experience of that?
Yeah, well, the first one was agriculture, which was a bit of a shock for me, really. I hadn't expected to be appointed on my first day in the Dáil. But I'd known a lot about agriculture before that. My first job was with what was then the National Farmers Association, and I'd worked for the IFA for 9 years, so I knew at least the parameters of the field I was getting into. But it was important to develop relationships with other members of the council, which proved to be difficult in some cases, easier in others. I remember having a meeting with Edith Cresson, who was later a commissioner and Prime Minister of France. She had a difficult time in the Commission. But I arranged to meet her in the margin of an FAO meeting in Brussels because I thought it was important. I can't remember, it was some milk issue we were talking about. But we got the message back that she had arranged a meeting room in FAO headquarters. I arrived into the room with the Secretary General of the department and a senior official to find it was a very big room with a dais, a low dais at one end, and in the centre, a little bit higher dais. One chair on the higher dais and one chair each side of that for her and her officials, and 3 chairs at floor level in front for me and my officials. And it was just a naked attempt on the French part to say, we're more important than you are. We had a very difficult discussion. We ended up agreeing on what we were going to do, and that was the whole object of the exercise. Again, knowing who you're talking to turned out to be quite important. I remember having a long discussion with the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Nigel Lawson, when the UK was having difficulty with the exchange rate mechanism. And they'd had a very bad experience on the currency. And currency problems were there from the time I went in as Minister for Agriculture to the time I left as Minister for Finance. This is pre the euro. But Lawson was having a great deal of difficulty in finding a way of keeping British exceptionalism when we talked about currency. And I said to him one day, you know, Nigel, really this is a system that could work, you should join us. And he said to me, well, I think you might find us to be rather inconvenient bedfellows. And I leered at him, I said, it might be interesting to find out. It didn't work. And then, again, to see the development of the institutions, during my time in finance, it was sometime in the mid-1980s, I can't remember which particular commission it was, an English commissioner, Lord Cofield, began the process of preparing for the single market. And he was meeting a lot of resistance from the UK particularly, although they wanted it done their way. It was Margaret Thatcher who was really pushing it. They wanted it done their way, and others weren't so keen. And I was able to say, and to build a bit of understanding around the table, I was able to say how many things will be simplified by what he was proposing. Francis Ruan mentioned yesterday the example of the non-tariff barrier to trade that the French had for controlling the import of VCRs. I had spent a good deal of my time in a cabinet in the Commission reading documents about approximation of legislation. And it was incredible to see it. I mean, one example, briefly. It had to do with the kind of plate that was put on the engine block of cars to identify the car. One member state required it to be rectangular, another one required it to be square, a third required it to be oval, a fourth required it to be triangular, and it took years of argument to get them to agree on one single, because they were using it to kind of slow down imports from other member states. But it meant that there was somebody there who was able to say, well, I've seen the kinds of things that the single market will do away with, and the advantages of it, and it helped, I think, to build the consensus. It took a long time to get the single market thing established. And then lastly, you get the opportunity sometimes to follow up on your own predilections. When I was working in the cabinet, I had produced with a Danish colleague in the Transport Directorate the first draft of a commission paper on liberalising air transport, and that was in 1979. And I was finally able, at the end of 1996, to get a council decision made to make the first steps in liberalising air transport. But again, it showed how long the institutional process can take to get through. We also did, at the end of that year, the first steps in liberalising the telecoms market. And it was because there were people around the table who were able to bring their own personal experiences of the development of policies together and convince others.
Yeah, it's interesting the way you talk about the policy process, because you didn't actually talk much about the table of the Council of Ministers. You talked extensively about bilateral relationships and cultivating those kinds of
Well, there were some multilateral ones too. In fact, in that presidency, the Irish presidency, at the end of 1996, I found myself coming into government in November of that year, and I thought, the presidency is over, I'll have an easy ride. But no, we had a Transport Council meeting and a Telecoms Council meeting. And on each occasion, there was a difficulty about an issue. Once on transport with the Italian minister and with the Belgian minister on telecommunications. And it got to the point where, as president of the council, I could see everybody but these two had agreed. And I said, right, this is an issue that we can decide by qualified majority vote. Well, the Irish Perm Rep and the council secretary said, oh, for God's sake, don't do that. We never do that. I said, but it's there to be done. So I said, we're going ahead, we're going to decide. In the Belgian case, the minister took off, great indignation. He said he was going to leave the council. And I said, well, you can leave if you like, but there's still enough of us here to decide. He stormed out. We took the vote. And he came back in and sat down and said nothing else. On the other one with the Italian minister, he again said, oh, this is terrible, I can't do this. It was about the number of truck licenses that were allowed to cross Switzerland. And he said, I'll have to consult Rome. I said, fine, go and consult Rome, but we're deciding it now. And he went out, he consulted Rome, he came back, I told him the decision had been made, and he said, okay. Anyway, quite apart from being a drama, they both accepted in the end that the institution had a rule that allowed us to do that, and it was about time we did it. Now, I was a bit surprised, I have to say, that the administrators, the civil servants, were so reluctant to do it. I would have thought that they would be kind of pushing, but they were, for once, a minister was less careful than the civil servants that had worked, for twice actually.
Alex, on that point, did you, during your experience of Brussels, did you have that frustration in relation to the slowness and the complexity of the policy process?
Yeah, well, my experience, I suppose, was divided in three segments. First, in the first period, the period when, 2011 to 2012, for about a year and a half, I was chair of the Oireachtas Committee on Finance. So I was going to all of the meetings of the finance committees in Brussels, and that was during the period that Lucinda has mentioned, during the crisis, and that was an incredibly fraught period politically. Well, for both parties in government, as it turned out ultimately for both parties, but more so for our party. And we were navigating a lot of issues where we knew that we were in a programme. The programme had to be observed. The programme had to be complied with. But I think as we look back now, we can see that some very, very serious mistakes and misjudgments, I think, were made, which impacted hugely on us. But we were in the middle of it. You didn't. I'm talking about the approach taken by, for example, by the ECB and to some extent by the EU institutions in relation to the programme, the austerity programme. And I think there's a body of work to be done on that period, frankly, that hasn't been done yet, which to address the question of the impact, the undoubted impact that period had on Irish politics. I mean, Irish politics have never been the same since. All the parties that were Fianna Fáil, Green Party, Labour Party, Fine Gael, have all been impacted adversely to some extent, just even in terms of their sheer numbers in the Parliament, by some of the things that happened during that period. But anyway, that's not our subject for today, but that was my first experience, was attending those. And I do agree with Lucinda that there was a reputational issue, but I think it's important as well to recall that not everybody saw, and I know Lucinda's not saying this, but not everybody saw us as a basket case. Do you know what I mean? We weren't running around sort of apologising and tipping, like, please let us back in. And please. It wasn't that. I mean, I think a lot of people in Europe recognised, I mean, we were to some extent the authors of our own downfall in terms of the crash, and decisions that were made domestically were very poor as well, in terms of, as John Fitzgerald was saying last week, I think in the paper, instead of putting the brake on in the period up to the crash, we had the accelerator on, and we saw it. All of that, I agree. So I think there's a body of work to be done there. But one of the things I remember most from that period, and I'll move on to the ministerial experience. It sounds like the ministerial experience. But the experience as chair of the finance committee was, you might remember the Bundestag, the finance committee of the Bundestag got hold of the budget proposals before anybody in Leinster House did. And there was, understandably, murder about this. You know, no one knew what was good. So there was a hastily arranged meeting between our committee and the finance committee of the Bundestag. I mean, so we were going to that. I had a visit from the German ambassador in Leinster House as the chairman of the finance committee. And it was an extraordinary experience, and I thought twice about whether I should relate this, but I am going to relate it. And I mean, it's not going to cause a huge surprise. It'll just probably confirm what people know. He came in, very nice man, came in, sat down in front of me in Leinster House, preparing me for what to expect in Berlin at the parliamentary delegation the following week, and explaining, you know, the approach that the Germans had and the institutions had and so on. And I said something I thought relatively innocently, you know, in Ireland there isn't universal support for this approach in Ireland. I remember putting it quite sort of gently, and I said, you know, a lot of people feel that an austerity, that we do need to comply with the programme, there's no question about that, but austerity on its own is not going to get us, you know, what about investment and what about... And he kind of turned on me and said that, like, this was the way it was going to be, and people needed to understand that the tap could be turned on and the tap could also be turned off. I distinctly remember using that phrase. Now, I wouldn't necessarily describe it as a threat, although we do know later that the term was used by Taoiseach, which was that a bomb would go off if we didn't observe certain requirements that they had in relation to burning bondholders or not burning bondholders. You remember that phrase reported in the banking inquiry? A bomb would go off. He meant a bomb would go off in Dublin. In other words, they would cut the funding. Anyway, so that was that period. I found that actually...
Can I interrupt you for one second?
Yeah.
That business of the information being made available to the Bundestag, that was actually an Irish institutional problem, because the German government had long decided that they didn't need to keep things secret from the Parliament. The Irish government, and may still to this day, think they need to keep things secret from the Parliament until they're publicly in the paper. And there was a very good reason for indignation in the Oireachtas, but it was because the way our government handles these things.
And there's a whole tradition there. But anyway, just to address it. So then I became Minister of State in the Department of Health, which was an incredible experience, most sort of stimulating, interesting time. People say, who would go to the Department of Health? I would go to it again in the morning. I mean, I think, I'm not going to be because I'm not in politics.
There's a declaration.
I mean, this thing about Angola that used to say, Angola, you couldn't... I think the greatest opportunity that any person has is in the Department of Health, in my opinion. But anyway, I had very little involved with the European institutions during that period for obvious reasons. But then when I came into Cabinet as Minister for Communications, Energy and Natural Resources, then I really, because that department had huge, so we were on the Telecoms Council and the Energy Council. And that was a really, really active, and for me, intellectually and politically interesting period, because we had the Energy Union in 2015. Maros Sefcovic, who was mentioned earlier, who's still in the Commission and who was negotiating on the Windsor and related matters. He was then dealing with energy, and it was a terrific convener, and there was a terrific in terms of the Commission side, but on the Council side there was genuinely, you felt that you were part of a progressive move towards it. We've had, as mentioned yesterday, the Lisbon Treaty. Energy was now real shared competence in the European Union, and we had the Energy Union and all of the prospects then around Paris and so on, that was going to actually take us into a genuine progress at the level of Europe. To me, I mean, I'm not misty-eyed about it. I think the achievement of the European Union is historically is a stunning one. Even when you go in personally and stand in the room and realise that there are 27 countries represented, generally all democracies, pretty much, some of them are maybe 90% democracies, but with elected minister, and you're in there actually, collaborating on a policy that will actually ultimately be very much to the advantage of the citizens, all the citizens of the continent, is a truly remarkable thing. And I think it should be said over and over again. And the move to have an energy union, and then subsequently, as we know afterwards, I was gone then, but all of the Green Deal and so forth. I think that's positioning our continent and Europe, in such a positive. There are such positive opportunities in terms of what is done in those rooms. People say these rooms, what happens? Bureaucracy does take so long. Come around to your question. It does take so long, and everything requires weeks and sometimes months and often years of deliberation. That deliberation is typically nowadays, anyway. It might have been different when the union was smaller. It typically doesn't really take place in that room. Most of that work is done in advance. I mean, let's not try and maintain a fiction that it's banging of fists on table by ministers from this country and that country, people popping up and walking out. In my experience, that just tended not to happen. Most of the work had been done in advance. I'm not saying there was no deliberation in the room, but most of it was done outside. Sorry.
And that brings us to a point about the supports that you had as ministers, Barry, particularly in relation to civil servants. And we had a discussion yesterday where there was a distinction made between generalist civil servants, which is the Irish tradition, and the more specialist type of civil service. In your experience of Brussels, how have you found the support from the Irish civil service?
Yeah, I remember Brian Lenihan, the late Brian Lenihan Jr.,
bemoaning the cult of the generalist in the Irish civil service. And you reminded me with that the Trichet point that I was in an ante-room of the cabinet with Brian when he was looking at this letter from Trichet basically saying we're not going to be the last resort. And Brian is a sort of man who was fairly uninsultable in my experience, always a very even mood despite all of the pressures that he was under in every way. And but on that occasion he was absolutely livid. He understood exactly what this meant. This compounded the kind of Merkel-Sarkozy carry-on in Deauville, and there was a sense in which we were, while we had been the architecture, of course, of much of our problems, the architect of many of our problems, these are now being compounded, and he understood exactly what this all meant. So, but to come back to the civil servants, I was a junior minister in 3 departments, the Department of Health, which Alex is anxious to get back into. Obviously, he's never actually been in Hawkins' house where it was located in those days.
I like Hawkins.
And now they've moved. But I was also a junior minister in the Department of Education, which is a fairly high level of collaboration. And I was a junior minister in the Department of Justice, where there was zero collaboration. I had a very small mandate, so I had very little exposure to Brussels at that time. I wasn't involved in any council of ministers meetings. Now, in my role as an MEP, and the European Parliament hasn't been mentioned here. It's interesting that the co-legislator doesn't feature whatsoever in the analysis of what the influence that we have. And we can be, I suppose, resentful in the European Parliament about the degree to which the Council engages with us, particularly on things where it's not co-decision, where there are things where we bring opinions, and we look for engagement, for example, on the electoral law, this idea of transnational lists. The member states don't want to know about any of this, so there's no dialogue going on there. The Perm Rep itself is outstanding, I have to say, and obviously post-Brexit, there was an understanding that we needed to fully resource the Perm Rep, and that's been happening. And you can get information that you need for votes that are taking place within 24 hours. And throughout the Brexit process, obviously all of the concentration of the Perm Rep in the last few years has been on the Brexit issue, and with people like Katrina Inglesby and Tom Hannay, of course, and now Philip Grant and previously Eamon McKay. There were people there that were just a tremendous resource for us as MEPs in our engagement. And I think, in my experience as an MEP, my engagement with Brussels, we really, it has to be said, I think everybody knows this, but we really shaped European Brexit policy at the council level in a way where we sometimes just have to accept the policy that's evolving. In this way, we really shaped Brexit policy. And I think that's a testament to some of the people that were mentioned earlier on, Rory Montgomery and others. So absolutely outstanding. Final thing I will say about Irish civil servants is that the Director General of my department, the Minister for Children, Department of Children, was a lady called Silda Langford. And she was towards the end of her political career. And early in our engagement, she may have done something, given me advice that wasn't 1,000,000% correct. So, but I backed her up 100%, and there was never any question of bringing her into the controversy. And we dealt with it, we moved on. And so there was now, she really wanted to invest in me. And towards the end of her time, she recognised that the budget was shrinking for my department. So I had to hand back €500 million for something called the childcare, so the early childcare supplement, €500 million. And she invested all of her political capital with Brian Lenihan, who had been her minister at one time, to retrieve what became the ECHE scheme. So this universal preschool payment that would be for every child in the country in 2009. So it cost 170 million. We handed back €500 million, and that was down to her vision and her being prepared to leverage your influence, but also I think the relationship we had together. So as far as my biggest political achievement, but I would unreservedly attribute it to her, at least jointly.
Lucinda, Barry talks about the Brexit period and the civil service and their skill and capacity during that period. But it was interesting listening to Mairead McGuinness this morning, the Commissioner, who effectively talked about a post-Brexit period in Brussels now, where Brexit is very much a side issue for most member states. So there are much bigger issues have come on the agenda in recent years. The war in Ukraine, the energy crisis, cost of living, the climate crisis, etc. So there is a new era beckoning in relation to Ireland's relationship with the EU. So do you think that the state is fully equipped to navigate that new period and to meet the challenges in terms of its capacity and resources?
Yeah. I think in short the answer is no. I suppose it's interesting for me because I'm sort of on the other side now. So I work with a lot of multinationals across a range of sectors. Most of them have a very large presence in Ireland. So they're really part of the economic footprint here, but have massive policy priorities at EU level. So it's really interesting. So I see on a weekly basis what's happening up close in the Council, the Commission, the Parliament, etc. But from the other side of the fence, if you like. And I think, I mean, when I was leaving the Department of Foreign Affairs and the Department of the Taoiseach, one of the things that I had initiated was the beginning of a process to create a new white paper on Ireland's relationship with the European Union. My tenure as Minister for European Affairs came to a halt, and I never got to progress that and see it through. But I think at the time it was needed, because at that stage we were we had celebrated 40 years of EU membership. We were not out of the gap in terms of the financial crisis, but you know we could see an end, I suppose, in sight. So the idea was, okay, we need to sit back now and reevaluate and see how we can. And obviously the relationship between the UK and the EU was very fraught, but the referendum hadn't been announced at the time. But it kind of looked, you know, it was certainly on the cards. Fast forward 10 years. I think we desperately need that now. So I would wholeheartedly endorse the view that the whole Irish system, the political system, the political parties, the unity of purpose from opposition and government. I think the government led exceptionally well on the negotiations around Brexit, and our diplomats did a fabulous job. So, I mean, it was an exercise. It was a diplomatic masterclass in a sense, in terms of what we achieved around firstly the Northern Ireland Protocol, and then secondly more recently the Windsor Framework Agreement, which you know, Ireland was obviously instrumental in, even though it's a bilateral negotiation between the UK and the EU. I got eviscerated in the media at one point for writing a column saying, well, actually, the Irish government has clearly got a role in this. No, it's a matter for the EU, and it's a matter, of course, the Irish government was involved. And ultimately, Boris and Leo worked out key elements, if you recall. Anyway, but that is not, like, it is not even a top 10 priority at EU level. Brexit is history. It's irrelevant. Everybody wants peace in Northern Ireland. Everybody wants to support, you know, whatever measures are necessary to preserve peace in Northern Ireland and stability on the island of Ireland. And Ireland is a key EU member state, so it's in everybody's interest for that to happen. But Brexit is not an issue. It's just not a priority. So where are the big policy questions at the moment? The economic model that has underpinned Irish economic success for the last 50 years, but particularly in the last 20, 25 years. You know, the liberal economy, opening up trade, liberalising the different sectors that Alan spoke about so eloquently. You know, that has been the driving force of Ireland's growth, and it is changing. You know, and I don't think that we have, as a country yet, responded to that, or started to anticipate it, or have even framed a strategy around it. So, you know, if you look at the big policy, big legislative package announced last week, the pharmaceutical strategy, This is going to have huge implications for Ireland as a hub for pharmaceutical manufacturing. For example, I'm just giving an example. We've had DMA, DSA, the digital regulatory packages, which impact companies that all have their European headquarters in Ireland. They are all employing huge numbers of people in Ireland. We are seeing the state aid rules being dismantled temporarily, but not quite so temporarily now. You know, COVID was a catalyst for a lot of this, but this was stated intent, particularly from the large member states before COVID, going back to the last mandate in the European election cycle. And the absence of the UK at the table cannot, it's hard to overemphasise how fundamentally it changes decision making at EU level. And I would like to see the Irish government marking our 50 years of membership, but looking to the next 50, which are going to be very different. The next 5 are going to be very different. And actually figuring out, how are we going to change? How are we going to pivot? How are we going to start to leverage our influence? Because we have a fabulous permanent representation, but it's tiny. It actually hasn't increased very much, Barry. About 6 additional headcount in the Irish Perm Rep since the referendum in 2016, the UK referendum. That's not a pivot. That's not a reflection of how existential this is. We have traditionally relied on UK trade associations to do the heavy lifting, UK civil servants in UKREP, UK MEPs on key files in the European Parliament. And their absence is stark to anybody who's in Brussels day to day, seeing how the dynamics are changing. And I don't believe that we have really recognised that yet domestically, and I think it is the challenge now for the Irish government.
Just to add to that, I think it's not just a problem in the council. I think it's also a problem in the Parliament. We have all but 2 of us of the 13 are new first time, and that means you're not in influential positions. You're not a committee chair. You're not and the same is in the Commission. Now I know Commission staff are working for the Commission, not working for their home state. But the Irish government has recognised that there's a massive problem with recruitment. We're ageing out.
Yeah.
I think 10% are under 40 of Irish people in Commission in the European institutions generally. And the government are putting pressure on the EU to see if we can have an Ireland-only recruitment. That's how bad it is. And I think the EU recognises that there's a massive problem there. So across all of the institutions, there are issues too. And the problem about the UK and the alignment is a real issue. And just finally, and we had a UK delegation meeting last week. So now there's a UK delegation in the MEP. And the chair showed up and not another MEP showed up. Now there's about 35 on the delegation.
Wow.
And not a single one turned up. Now, I happened to be in Ireland at the time and I wasn't available to join it online. For, I would consider, very legitimate reasons I wasn't there, but generally I try to get to it. But that's how much it's fallen down the agenda.
That's very telling.
Yeah.
Alan, in terms of you had a range of different portfolios. Can you sort of quantify and give us tangible examples of how important the UK was to Ireland as an ally and how significant the loss of the UK is as we move forward?
Well, I mean, looking back over different portfolios, they weren't really an ally in agriculture when I went there. I mean, the whole point of joining the EU, a large part of the point of joining the EU, the European community, was to get out from under the UK. And both when I worked for the IFA and in the council, relations with the British about agricultural policy were not easy. We had much more in common, of course, with the French. And most of the time I was there, we were either 9 or 12 member states. You know, it was before the big enlargements. On finance, by and large, it was a difficult enough relationship with the UK because, of course, Ireland had an interest in having an expansive approach to the European Community's budget. The UK tended to be, you know, more parsimonious in their approach to the budget, and that part of it was difficult enough. But again, on other issues, on if you like, on trade policy generally, and on finance issues that affected trade, we had a much more open approach, and there was a greater kind of congruence of interests between the UK and Ireland. I found then in the transport issues and telecoms, there was a good kind of a meeting of minds between the UK and Ireland on those issues of liberalising those areas. Although the UK wasn't the only one, there was good support for telecoms and aviation liberalisation from the northern European, the smaller states in the northern part of Europe. France and Germany and Italy were extremely difficult to deal with. And we had our own problems here at home. I mean, it was quite a battle in Cabinet here to get degrees of liberalisation brought in on air transport and in telecommunications. On air transport, Aer Lingus, as the flag carrier, had the ear of the Department of Transport. And the Department of Transport, when I was there, knew that I was not in sympathy with this and pushed. I mean, I remember earlier in government when Ryanair actually had to get a cabinet decision to be allowed to buy jet aircraft. I mean, that infuriated me, but I was the only one in cabinet with that view. On telecoms liberalisation, again, I found that it was very difficult because colleagues in the Labour Party and some colleagues in Fine Gael were absolutely wedded to the trade unions in Telecom Éireann, as it was at the time, and they did not want to change. I mean, Dick Spring invited me to the annual conference of the Communications Workers Union in Tralee in, I think, November or December of 1996, when they knew I was preparing the privatisation of telecom. And it was a hanging party. You know, I was down there.
I'm sure you were grand.
I was, I was kicked from here to there just for fun.
Can I?
And I said to them, look, I know that you don't like this. I know this is a big change. It is perfectly in keeping with the way the world is changing. And I can guarantee you one thing. 5 years after we do this, there will be far more people working in telecommunications in Ireland than there are now. And it happened faster than that. And I had actually, please don't quote this publicly, I had actually, as a minister, conspired in helping telecom startups to push the boundaries of legislation a bit, because I could see no reason why, just to make a state company happy, we should stop innovation happening in the area. And the signs are on it today. We liberalised the telecommunications sector. The experience for telecom and its successors was not good. We had too many bloody asset strippers who got involved in it afterwards. But it opened the door for the kind of creativity that we've seen in telecoms and unicorns and all the rest in that whole sector. Well, and now, as Lucinda has said, some of the major operators in that field now have their headquarters in Ireland. So it was the right thing to do.
I think that the liberalising project that both Alan and Lucinda have mentioned definitely was needed in sectors, in some of the sectors that Alan has mentioned. No question about that.
Could have said it at the time,
but
Alex.
But by no means is it the case that when you look back now that all of those decisions turn out to have been the correct ones. I had responsibility for broadband when I was Minister for Communications, and one of the things that occurred to me really acutely was that the state is now almost completely denuded of the capacity to actually make things happen itself in some of these sectors. So you're completely, and you see with housing, but that's a whole other issue. But in the telecommunications sector, like we didn't have the ability to say or to interact with a state company in respect of the expansion of broadband. And we don't have that today. So, and I think the bigger point, as it were, contextual point that Lucinda was making is a very interesting one about the liberalising, about state aid rules being picked away at and so on. And we see what's happening as between the States and the EU and the sort of, you know, so-called, the perception in relation to China. I mean, there is a big debate happening and is likely to intensify in respect of those questions that Lucinda refers to. And I think it does raise again, for me anyway, I suppose as broadly speaking as a social democrat, is the role of the state, you know, the progressive role of the state. and the progressive role by extension of the European Union as a, call it what you want, not a superstate, but as a great public institution that can intervene in appropriate ways in the economy to actually lift the prospects for its citizens. I mean, the idea that it's entirely to be left or entirely to be a matter for, let's see, can we rescue the neoliberal project? Let's see, no, hold on. Let's see that, let's make sure that, you know, we ensure that, because it does come back to the capacity of institutions, public institutions, and the question is about civil servants and about the prospects for the future in the European Union. There is a real issue in respect of capacity and intellectual capacity in the public service, I think, here and in Europe. And I certainly saw it in the energy sector, not to criticise any individuals at all, because the people who are in these government departments here, and indeed in the Commission, are excellent people, but there aren't enough of them. Look at the whole digital economy issue and the whole question of regulation and all the debates about what regulations are now required in terms of online platforms. The people who are running those platforms and people who own those companies have vastly more knowledge and expertise than anyone in any public sector, anybody in any of the government departments or the Commission has. So even the information and the knowledge about how these platforms work and algorithms work is something that, I'm not saying that civil servants don't understand it, but the intellectual capacity and the ability to take it on isn't always there. And that's why I think Eamon Ryan or somebody said a couple of weeks ago, we need a bigger state. I'm sorry, I agree we need a bigger state. I don't think we'll be able to solve the climate crisis without actually, now I'm speaking personally, by the way, not for the IIEA, in case anybody gets the wrong impression. But I think we will need a bigger state. We will need I nearly said deeper state, that's a whole other. But we will definitely need expertise, and we will need more people, more graduates, more who can understand the way economies are working, the way they are changing, and the way they're changing before our eyes without us understanding it.
The fact remains that there are two state companies that own pieces of key infrastructure, and they have been obstacles to the rolling out of broadband in this country. Coruscant for Ahern and ESB have a nationwide network of ducting, which they have not been able to bring themselves to make available to help in the rollout of broadband.
But they did make it available. They did, ESB did.
It took kicking and pulling and dragging, and they still haven't done it properly.
I hadn't anticipated such an ideological debate, but this is this is great stuff. I love it. No, but I mean the point about expertise. I mean, I remember talking to a very senior official in DG FISMA, which is responsible for financial services regulation. Of course, they're now very much into the fintech space, which is it is a whole other skill set, and trying to meld the knowledge around the technology with the financial, very complex financial services regulation. I mean, that's a huge ask for any civil service, and I suppose what I think the Commission does very well. The Commission doesn't always get it right. A lot of the stuff that comes out of the Commission is just often. I don't want to be rude, but some of the regulation that comes out of the Commission is just too much. It's excessive, all the rest of it. But what they do very well is actually bring in the expertise, engage with industry experts who do have the technical expertise, and they do it in a structured way. They have, fora, they have public consultations, they have industry engagement that's ongoing. It's not just ad hoc. We do it so badly in this country. I mean, the Irish government, I mean, I often find the companies that I work with find this extraordinary, that a public consultation launched by a government department can be announced in April and the closing date is like week 2 in May. And they're saying, we have to bring in our global expertise from the US, from Singapore, from wherever, and we have to pull it. We might be lucky to hear about the consultation in the first place, and then we have 2 weeks to turn it around with all of these very busy global experts. So we need to think about doing it in a more structured way. I think we've done it very well in financial services, for example. The Department of Finance actually is probably the best in the Irish system at those sort of structured engagements and dialogues and bringing in the expertise and listening. And I mean, it's not that they have to agree with all that they hear, but understanding and drawing on that expertise. And I think that there's a lot we can learn actually from the European institutions and how they do it. I think that is an important point. And then, you know, devising this complex regulation, like it is so difficult. Like the European Parliament is a high-functioning parliament, in my view, having served in the Oireachtas for 9 or 10 years, but having spent my whole career back and forth, spending, as I said earlier, far too long often in 12 and 13-hour marathon sessions of plenary in Strasbourg, which I loved, by the way, and it's wonderful to see Prionsias and John and Marian and the former MEPs here. But the ability for MEPs to understand the huge complexity of that of the regulation that they are co-legislating on is so challenging. And you know, they're lay people ultimately. So.
I'll just add one point to that, because Frances Haugen, who was the famous Facebook whistleblower, she made the point that there are maybe 200 people in the world that understand the algorithm behind how they operate. So how do you therefore regulate that? Now we have an AI Act, which we just had a vote on in the IMCO committee earlier this week in Strasbourg, and since that was published by the Commission, the technology has overlapped it, and you know, we're with ChatGPT, so we've had to adjust the legislation and the proposal, and that's typical of, you know, yes, government departments can outsource some of the advice and the consultation, the expertise, but we are now living in an age where you're trying to catch a falling knife, as it were, in relation to the speed of technology and the incapacity of regulation. So it's not just about old traditional methods. It's extremely challenging. And a lot of that, of course, is, well, all of the experts are drawn to huge salaries, and the people who are in our civil service, you can only go so far with the green jersey, essentially.
And it's cross-sectoral as well. You know, it affects every facet of life.
Sorry, just 2 points. I totally agree with Barry, and this is the challenge of policy making globally. Seconding people from the private sector to the public sector works. We did it during the Irish presidency in 2013 because we couldn't afford to run it otherwise, because the country was broke. And it really worked. We had some fabulous people in the Department of the Taoiseach and the Department of Foreign Affairs who came in on 12-month, 18-month contracts, and some companies actually funded that. I don't know how widely that's known, but that did happen, and it was really effective. And in terms of the big gap of Irish young people in the European institutions, which is a connected point, we have the capacity to have far more seconded national experts from Ireland, and we do not use that opportunity. It costs the Irish government money, but I mean, in terms of the medium-term return from that, it's a no-brainer, and we still are not doing it sufficiently. So a big call. We can talk about EU jobs and teaching Irish people French and trying to get them through the concours. It hasn't worked. It's a failed policy. We've been doing it for 15 years and it hasn't worked. But we can send seconded national experts, and they have direct access to the institutions. It's a no-brainer.
Before we move to the audience, just briefly, can I just ask you one quick question? There's been a lot of talk about EU careers and getting young people into the Brussels institutions and Strasbourg and elsewhere. And the big issue, time and time again, is language. So can I ask the four of you, in your capacities as ministers, in your engagements with Brussels, did you use other languages?
Very little. No, not really.
No. Okay. I worked a lot of the time in French. In fact, when I was working for the IFA, I was having an argument with a chairman of a committee in French, and my colleague, Lorcan Blake, stuck up his hand. He said, "Mr. Chairman, I'm the only person here who hasn't a clue what his colleague is saying." I found it was very useful. Although a New Zealand friend of mine who'd been involved in a meeting, we were having an argument with the French, and I had to go back at the French. And my New Zealand friend said to me afterwards, he said, "That was very unwise. You should never let them know that you understand what they're saying before you think out what your answer is."
But Mary, the advantage of English for us is unbelievable. We're in the final stages of settling or negotiating a document, a text, and it's falling down to a particular choice of phrases. You know, Ireland plays an outsized position for obvious reasons as a mother tongue. That happens all the time.
Alex, you're suspiciously quiet on that question.
Yeah, no, well, only because I remember I used to, my French isn't great, but I used to leave off the headphones every now and again, just see could I understand, just to test. And you could, but you couldn't. I don't have enough French to be able to converse, or certainly anything technical. And I don't feel great about that, but that's just sort of school French. I was one time asked, though, by the department, I think probably by Taoiseach or somebody, what was my Irish like? And I said, well, my Irish is actually not bad. So well, would you mind doing an intervention at the council meeting in Irish? And I was suspicious that might have been coming from the translator's end of things, that people might have been, it's a bit unfair to say looking for something to do, I don't mean that, but that, I think it was probably the reason was that they wanted Irish heard in the council chamber, and that's a nice way to do business. But no, the lingua franca, which I know probably comes from the reference to French, but is now English.
Absolutely.
There's no question. All of the meetings are in English. Absolutely everything is in English.
That's interesting. We have about 5 minutes for questions, so I might just ask our contributors to keep their questions as short as possible, please. We've only a few minutes left. Just here, we could have a microphone, and over here, and the lady just there. We'll just take 3, please.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll be very brief. I was a specialist in transport. I was the senior economist, and I was the only economist there. But let's look at the positive side. There's the IGs now, which is the Irish Government Economic and Evaluation Service, and that's a very good thing. And then my second point is, and then who comes as my minister? Only Alan Dukes, that I've done my masters with. But even to confuse things further, my wife was sitting beside him in cabinet as Minister for Education.
I think only in a small state. Just over here, Martin Manser.
Yeah, I'd just like to add very briefly, I was Minister of State at the Department of Finance and represented the country at budget councils 2008, 2010. Now, my experience was very similar to Alan Duke's. My job was to prevent money being diverted from agriculture to sort of other worthwhile things. And of course, I had the full support of officials of the Department of Finance in that. Closest ally, of course, was France, but Poland was good, and we were reasonably successful. My one experience, I worked under Brian Lenihan of ECOFIN councils, was that you had the broader 27, 28, or as I think it was at that time. I can't remember what the exact number, but anyway, the British were there. And then the real business began when those who weren't in the Eurozone vacated the room. And my personal theory is that Britain not being part of the core of the European Union, not being part of the Eurozone group, is a material contributor. They could never be at the heart of the Union because of that. That was a reason for Brexit. And incidentally, at the budget councils, they tended to send the most junior Minister of State they could find, and of course they blocked everything with, I'm afraid, the full support of the Dutch, and sometimes one or two of the Scandinavian countries, and it had to be settled by Cameron, the European Council meeting. On languages, I had good German, and I must say I found that gave me the confidence to go and chat with Per Steinbrück, and then latterly Wolfgang Schäuble.
Thank you. And just a lady there. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Uno Dwyer, former generalist, civil servant, national and European.
Oops.
I've really enjoyed this panel. Thank you very much, all of you. But there is a missing factor here. You're all so very good at EU affairs, and you're also pro-European, and you've all attended all your council meetings, I'm sure, as you should, and kept awake even when the issue wasn't specifically, immediately of interest to Ireland. But I would have liked to have seen somebody from the Boston versus Berlin brigade to liven up the debate, even not that it wasn't already a lively debate. That's one comment. The second one is more of a question. There was a
panel yesterday, which I couldn't attend, on communicating Europe. And I'm sure it was excellent. But again, I looked at the panel and it was all specialists in various aspects. There was no politician on the panel. And here we have a number of politicians all dealing with EU affairs, or who have all dealt with EU affairs in one form or another. And really, in communicating Europe, it's not, we do it in education, we do it through the institutions, we do it quite well in all these, through the institutional offices in the member states and so on. But the politicians, I'm afraid, are falling down on the job. They really have a job as having been representing this country in the councils and in the parliament. They don't really explain, the way they've explained it so fascinatingly here, what they've been doing and what it meant for the Italian and the Belgians who walked out of the meeting. That is really interesting stuff. And there must be some way for politicians to, in some way, engage the citizens in the dynamics of what it really means to be a representative in Europe, and how, you know, to relay it back and to get feedback back from them then.
Well,
Thank
you. Can I just briefly say, Barry and I were involved in the European elections in 2019. Barry vastly more successfully than I. But we were both in that election, and it was one of the, I have to say, least happy experiences of my political life, which wasn't a particularly long one, about 15 years, 12 years or whatever, because the opportunities to do what you've just said should be done were few and far between, including in the real mainstream media, so-called, or the, you know, the quality press and RTE and so on. You know, the opportunities were few, and the length of time afforded to it was so little. And then I mean, I worked in RTE myself years and years ago. It was all about try and just get a gladiator, try and get to an adversarial thing going, get it going for 3.5 minutes and moving on to the next opportunity to pull somebody down or whatever. So the idea of facilitating debate, it's very, very difficult. But I'll just say one last thing, because I know we're coming up on time. And maybe this is going to be a bit counterintuitive, but I say it anyway. Back in 2012, was it? We had the fiscal treaty referendum.
Fiscal compact treaty.
Compact treaty.
Yeah.
Like,
compact, yeah.
What was that about? Like, not what was it about, I know what it was about. Why did we do it?
The referendum?
Yeah.
I think it was really fruitful,
we
actually.
ought not to have done that. I was on television programmes defending it. Now, we're all here to be honest.
Totally
I'll be honest about something that I believe we should not have done. And if you even read, again, I mentioned John Fitzgerald earlier, just read, like, the entire approach taken by the institutions, like the insistence that we would put those rules, I think the rules are fine, but the insistence that we would make them into a constitutional imperative, like, that to me was a credibility point for the European, and made it difficult. I would say made it extremely difficult for people to, I think anyway, to enthuse about a European Union that was really functioning in the way it ought to do.
I was going to come in next, but I want to hear Lucinda's answer.
Okay. Thanks, Barry. I think I was either director of elections for Fine Gael or deputy. Actually, Simon was director of elections, and I was deputy director of elections for that campaign. I think it was one of the most important referenda that we've had. I actually think Ireland is consistently the most positive country in the European Union to the European project. We are the most satisfied with our membership. We are the most satisfied with the whole concept of a European Union across the EU.
I'm not sure we ever test the question of how positive we are towards integration. Yes, membership. Yeah. We never generally test the question of integration. I know the referendums are those.
Well, the referendums are the test of an ever closer union. And the Fiscal Compact Treaty, when you think about it, when you consider how the public was reacting perfectly understandably to austerity and to the cutbacks that were being made by the government at the time, and by all that we have been through and the lack of trust in the political class, it was an outstanding achievement to achieve a 2/3 majority of our citizenry in favour of that referendum. My very strong view is the reason we are so positively, or one of the key reasons why we are so positively disposed to the EU generally, is because we have had so many referenda. They're a pain. I was at the EU Council meeting where the Germans effectively insisted on the break being inserted in the constitution, which was the reason that we had to have a referendum. And the sole objective of the Irish officials there was to prevent a referendum. I'll never forget it. And the legal advice from the legal service and the commission changed overnight to suit the Germans because, you know,
that's my point.
Can I cure one?
No, I agree with that
point.
But the referendum was a hugely important and positive experience in the middle of that financial crisis. It was reaffirming of our place in Europe, and it was essential, and it gave us as a government an opportunity to go out. We went to every corner of the country. We communicated with every household. For the first time ever, we sent a leaflet with a summary of the treaty and its provisions and its meaning to every household in the country. I insisted on that, and it was the right thing to do, and it engaged people in a way that would not
I think for those, we could spend another half an hour on this, but let me just say, for those of us who studied that referendum, the one thing we note about that referendum is that the yes was reluctant, and that it was born out of a degree of fear to some extent.
Well, I want to introduce
we could get
a
into
level
this.
of disagreement here. I mean, Una doesn't like panels that all agree with each other. We had 2 panels yesterday about communicating Europe
and the media.
Explaining Europe. And they didn't come to any conclusion as to how we could do it better. But on that particular fiscal compact, to my mind, that fiscal compact was an absolute, utter, pointless nonsense.
Thank you.
I sat down when I saw the criteria and I worked out what would be required for the various member states to do in order to meet the criteria from that compact. And it was absolutely, utterly impossible to do it within the kind of period. There was absolutely no point in doing that. It was almost as bad and as misjudged as the Maastricht criteria. The only reason for having the Maastricht criteria was to try to get across the notion that we would have some discipline. Now, it didn't succeed particularly well, and I hope that the Commission, in its next set of proposals, is going to be a bit more in tune with the reality. Can I say just one final thing?
Final.
Una thinks, you know, is there something wrong with all people here being positive about Europe? There's a columnist, very respected senator who writes weekly in the Irish Times, and he talks about the IIEA occasionally, and he calls it a Europhile organisation. And a Europhile is a bad thing to be. I don't think he would think being a Hibernophile was a bad thing to be. And I think all the Europhiles on this panel and the ones we've had the other day are among the most well-informed and acerbic critics of the things that the European Union does badly, of which there are many.
It's very fair.
Barry, a very brief final word to you.
I've said this before, but 70% of our laws come from Europe, but 90% of the drama comes from the Dáil. And there's nobody there are no journalists in the European Parliament. They don't cross the road. And don't be surprised then when the European elections come around and people are saying, oh, well, sure, we don't know. We never really, you know, anyway, that's my old gripe.
Well, perhaps like those other panels yesterday, we haven't quite solved everything, but enormous gratitude to our contributors. A fantastic discussion. Thanks very much.
Great. Thanks very much indeed, Mary. There were a few dark clouds, but peace was restored in the end. So thank you. Sign of a good chair, I would say. We're going to break for lunch now. Lunch will be served upstairs in the foyer. So please help yourselves, and we'll resume at 1:45 or just after with the Brussels experience. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. We're just waiting for Professor O'Brien to reappear. So no pressure. So I'll just stall things for a moment. It's been a lovely day. Welcome to colleagues joining from Wesley College and from Holy Family Rathcoole. Sorry, it's great to have you here. We've been speaking about the last 50 years of the EU. So thinking about the next 50 years of the EU, it's great to have you here, seeing that you have such a stake in it. This panel is about the Brussels experience, which I think will be a very nice follow-on from the ding-dong we just had with the ministers. And I don't think any of them will require much introduction, but just to stick to format. Francis Jacobs, the former head of the European Parliament office in Dublin and great supporter of my institute, is going to be in the chair. And our three speakers will be Marian Harkin, TD and former MEP with the then ALDE group, Prionsias de Rossa, former MEP with the S&D group, and John Cushnahan. John is worth mentioning specifically that he's part of a very rare breed of politicians, not just in Ireland, not just in Europe, but indeed in the world, for having served in more than one jurisdiction, having contributed to public life both in Northern Ireland and in the Republic as an MEP from Munster, indeed my old MEP. So thank you all collectively for your contribution to public life, and right on time. I think that was some good stalling. Handing over to you, Francis. John O'Brennan's in the room. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much, Barry. And that last session before lunch is going to be a hard act to follow. But in the course of that session, Barry Andrews said, well, the role of Ireland's MEPs in influencing EU policy and activities hadn't sufficiently come forward. So I hope that this panel will help to redress that. Barry has introduced my background. I was a member of the European Parliament staff from just before direct elections in 1979 right through to 2016. And it's a great honour for me to chair this panel on the Brussels experiences of three very distinguished and long-serving Irish MEPs, all of whom I knew and worked with in different capacities. Just one brief word of introduction. I think in the early days of Irish membership, the European Parliament was generally seen, not least by the Irish government, as less important for Ireland than either the Commission and Council. But I think over time, its significance has been increasingly recognised, not least because of a great increase in the European Parliament's formal and informal powers. So today's panellists each have over 15 years' experience of the European Parliament. They've been in 4 different European Parliament political groups and a range of European Parliament committees and delegations. And they've all made a real mark within the Parliament. So the way I'd like to handle it, I'd like to very briefly introduce them, although Barry has partly done that, but I'll just add 1 or 2 small points, and then to have an informal discussion with them based primarily on some key points that they've submitted to me in advance. And at the end of this, I'd like to have about 15 minutes to open up the panel for your questions. So firstly, Marian Harkin, who's from Sligo. You studied geology, I think, in UCD, did you? Mathematics and geology. And you were a maths teacher and local community worker. And for the whole of her subsequent career in both national and European politics, she's been an independent. She was a TD for the Sligo Leitrim constituency from 2002 to 2007 and was also elected to the European Parliament in 2004 and then remained as an MEP from 2004 to 2019, serving within the ALDE or the Liberal group. And in 2020, after retiring from the European Parliament, she returned to national politics as a TD, again for the Sligo Leitrim constituency. Prionsias de Rossa was first elected to the Dáil in 1982 for Dublin North West, and then was re-elected until 2002. He was a leader of the Workers' Party from 1988 to 92, and then Democratic Left from 1992 to 1999, when it merged with the Labour Party. And he was Minister for Social Welfare in the 94 to 97 Rainbow government, and inter alia introduced the first all-government national anti-poverty strategy. And then he was returned to the European Parliament between 1999 and 2012, when he was in the Socialist group, after having 3 years from 1989 to 1992. And one point which he likes to emphasize is, over the years, his views on Europe have changed dramatically. And in 1973, Prionsias opposed European Union membership for Ireland, but he would now describe himself as a European federalist. And finally, John Cushnan was born in West Belfast, and between 1974 and 1987 was General Secretary, Chief Whip, and leader of the Alliance Party of Northern Ireland. And he later had a 15-year career in the European Parliament from 1989 to 2004, where he was a Fine Gael member in the Munster constituency and was in the European People's Party. So all 3 of our panelists have sent in some points they would like to raise. So I'll raise them in a moment, but one general question of my own. All of you, all 3 of you, have had important political careers, both within and outside the European Parliament, either as party leaders or members of other parliaments. And I'd like you to just give your brief impression of how you judge your own experiences in the European Parliament in comparison with your other political roles. So maybe start with you, Marian.
Well, thank you, Francis, and good afternoon, everybody, and especially to the students who are joining us here. You're all very welcome. In another life, I was a maths teacher, the kind of person you weren't always willing to go into their classroom, but so be it. My experiences as being different, I mean, and I'll try and say this in 3 sentences because we don't want long discussions. At European level, and it took me a while to understand this, it's all about compromise. Nothing happens unless you find agreement. So everybody has their own political perspective and ideological perspectives often. But when you have a dossier in front of you that you're either the rapporteur on, which means you're the person in charge, or you lead for your group, which that means they call you a shadow rapporteur. But when you're looking at that piece of legislation, the only way that you can progress your ideas, your political philosophy, if you look to your country, what's important there, is by negotiating with other MEPs and finding compromises. And perhaps it's my own nature, my own innate nature, but I discovered that suited me, that it was something I could do. Whereas when you're in the Dáil, and this isn't good, bad, right or wrong, it's just different. The Dáil, it's much more political. You have a government, you have an opposition, the government are in charge, that's their business, that's their job to run the country. Prionsias can talk about that. Or you're in opposition. So there isn't that, shall we say, meeting of minds or trying to find solutions. But at European level, in a nutshell, that's what you try and do.
Thank you very much, Marian. John?
Well, obviously, as Francis has mentioned, I spent 15 years in Northern Ireland politics and 15 years in Southern politics, and of course being a member of the European Parliament. I was there at the worst time of the Troubles, the hunger strike, the emergence of Sinn Féin as a political force, and the introduction of the Anglo-Irish Agreement, which initially divided the Alliance Party, not on a religious basis, but because of the way in which it was handled. I persuaded the Alliance Party to back it on a vote of 139-2. I really got under the skin of unionists during that particular period. And they used the Assembly process to try and undermine the Anglo-Irish Agreement. And what a lot of people don't know, I actually collapsed the Assembly. The SDLP were abstaining, and the Alliance Party was the only gave it cross-community support and credibility. That decision, although I remained as leader of the Alliance Party for another 2 years, actually brought an end to my career, because political career in Northern Ireland, because I had no income, there was no assembly, and I retired as leader of the Alliance Party in 1987. Of course, Northern Ireland politics was very different from European politics. Thanks to a gentleman in the audience, Alan Dukes in Cork Northwest, Fine Gael, they invited me to come and stand in Munster to succeed Tom O'Donnell, who retired the week before the nominations closed and had only 48 hours to make up my mind. So it was thanks to Alan Dukes in Cork Northwest, Fine Gael, with whom I had a relationship for a number of years called the Hands Across the Border initiative. In the European Parliament, it was totally different, of course. The general approach, which all my colleagues would agree, was we were trying to negotiate in well-intentioned reasons with one another, irrespective of our political politics. The other thing which was really challenging and joined for me, for half of my period in the European Parliament, I was involved in foreign policy, and for quite half of my last term, I wasn't actually in Brussels. I was on mission to Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Kashmir, and Hong Kong. I led 5 EU missions appointed by the Council in South Asia, and I was also deeply involved in South Asia. So they were very enjoyable experience. So it's not quite accurate to say I was always in Brussels.
Right. Thank you very much, and Prionsias.
Yeah, thanks very much, and thank you all for coming this afternoon. I think that the first thing I would emphasise about the European Parliament is that it's about politics. It's not although there are obviously bureaucratic procedures and so on that one has to follow. But while the European Parliament is organised around 5 or 6 political groupings, within those political groupings there are in excess of 100 political parties from all of the different member states. So you have all of these nuances of positions, both between the political groups themselves, centre-right, centre-left, Liberal, Green, Communist, Independents, far-right, and so on. Those sort of general tendencies. But within them, you then have the various political groups, political parties, the left parties, the Socialist Party in France, and the Labour Party in Ireland, and the British Labour Party, when they were there, all would have different positions on particular aspects of any particular proposal that was coming forward. So in order to get a consensus within the Parliament, you first had to find a consensus within your political group. And a consensus doesn't mean agreement of everybody on all issues. It means a broad consensus. It means trying to get the largest possible agreement you can get on the most important aspects of any particular proposal. And I think that's one of the most important things to bear in mind about the European Parliament, that it is political, that it is about politics. It's about what people believe in terms of what is best for the citizens of Europe. Obviously, in terms of the people from their own member state. And I don't know if any of my colleagues here remember, but when we have visitors groups to the Parliament, oftentimes the opening remarks of some of our MEPs would be, we all wear the green shirt here. And I would immediately pipe in and say, well, that's not quite true. I wear a red one.
Thank you.
I remember that.
Thank you very much. Actually, one point which both Prionsias and Marian raised was the link between the work of the European Parliament and citizens. I know, Marian, you were on the Petitions Committee, but that's only one small aspect of it.
One small aspect, yeah.
And you also asked, how can MEPs establish and strengthen links with citizens? And Prionsias raised the important role of the visitors programme, and you just mentioned visitors. Since then, each member state is supposed to have an interactive visitor centre by next year, I think. And of course, there have been other ways of trying to involve citizens, including in the Conference on the Future of Europe, which actually had 4 citizens' assemblies, partly based on Irish experience. So I'd love, maybe starting with you, Marian, your views on how do you strengthen the links between the European Parliament and citizens, since this is absolutely the critical question for turnout in the next European elections and going forward.
It is, and I listened to Barry Andrews earlier, and the truth is, when you're knocking on doors for the European election, and I knocked on doors in this very town, in Maynooth, or I don't know what they call it, it's a town, and 1 out of every 100 will raise a European issue with you. They will raise their own issues because everybody is concerned about what concerns themselves, about my life, my family, my community, my children, my back pocket. And the European Union for many people seems far away, and the connection is very tenuous. And I wasn't in a political party. I'm an independent. So the way that I tried to connect the citizen to the European Union was I looked at specific sectors. And I'll just give you a few examples. And I won't mention farmers because everyone knows how that works. So I won't go there, though it's obviously hugely important. But take, for example, credit unions. I was the chair of the Credit Union Interest Group for 10 years. And there was some very important pieces of legislation going through the Parliament after the financial crash. And some of those pieces of legislation impacted on credit unions. Luckily, the chair of the Economic and Monetary Committee was none other than Sharon Bowles, who was a UK Liberal, whom I knew personally. And because credit unions were strong in the UK, when I went to her and proposed some amendments, and because she knew what credit unions are and what they stand for, she was prepared to run with those amendments. And we actually managed to get some amendments through on pieces of legislation that impacted on credit unions and their ability to function. And then, mind you, interestingly, the flexibility we got in several directives was not taken up by the Irish government, but that's another story. But I would go around to credit unions, and I know them throughout my constituency, not all of them, but many of them, and I would explain what had happened. That's just one sector. You know, one you'd never think of, gun owners. Mightn't seem important to people here, but there's a lot of people in what they call the shooting fraternity in Ireland. Some of you might remember when that Anders Breivik event, when there was the awful shooting, immediately, within 6 months, the Commission came forward with a piece of legislation on firearms. And there were a number of concerns here about how this would impact on the shooting and hunting fraternity here. And again, we talked about the value of the Brits. I mean, it was huge. It was heartbreaking for me to see the British MEPs leaving the Parliament because they were such allies in many areas and they did a lot of heavy lifting. But again, it just happened, the person in charge of that dossier was an English MEP who understood some of the nuances that perhaps a Polish or a German would not have. And we were able to get changes. I could actually list a whole, length from carers. I chaired the carers interest group. I brought carers groups out to Brussels 2 or 3 times a year, including from Kildare. And they were part of that group. They met officials from the Commission. We were able to tell them year on year the progress we made. And from the very beginning until the very end, we looked for a directive on carers' leave. And it's one of the things that I'm proudest of, is that one of the last pieces of legislation that I pressed the green button on in the European Parliament was the Work-Life Balance Directive, which had within it a part of it on carers' leave. So whether it was young people who were seeking employment, whether it was volunteers and their role within the European Union, credit unions, carers, the whole cross-border directive, that was a really important piece of legislation. And I mean, I never thought, and this is how things come together that you think are so far apart. I never thought that something that I was involved with marginally, because the committee I was on was only giving an opinion, for those of you who know what that means, that the cross-border healthcare directive is something that we were actually putting down amendments on and trying to nurse them through the situation. We could see the impact that had when Michael and Danny Healy-Rae organised buses from Kerry so that people who needed their cataracts dealt with could travel to Belfast to have it done. And it was all of those connections that you try and build up from groups of people, from individuals, over many years. You tell them what's happening in the Parliament, where legislation impacts them and their families, and you work with them in trying to shape it. That sounds very ambitious, but I think you would agree, something that is feasible in many situations.
Prionsias, do you want to add anything? You were mentioning the importance of visitors' programs, for instance.
Yes, I think the visitors' program was one for me, and in terms of maintaining contact with citizens, with constituents. I still have people coming up to me in the street saying that they remember visiting Brussels and visiting the Parliament, and it was an eye opener for them because they learned how the Parliament worked. And the complexity of it, but also the importance of it in terms of their day-to-day life, as Marian has just pointed out, on the cross-border health issue. There's virtually no issue that you can identify that does not have some kind of a European dimension. So I would emphasise the need to expand the capacity of MEPs, or if necessary, some other forum to bring people to Brussels and Strasbourg indeed, and let them see how the Parliament actually operates, because after all, it is their Parliament. I recall a Scottish friend of mine who was an MEP and was discussing some issue, and I was asking why was he a bit iffy about it. He says, I can't quite yet figure out how to put a kilt on it. Because for him to explain this issue at home, he needed to be able to put a kilt on it. He needed to be able to demonstrate somehow or other how this would impact on the lives of his own people at home. So I think that this is one of the things, one of the skills you have to learn as an MEP, that you have to have both the European dimension, but also the Irish dimension, and try and ensure that the interests of the citizen, not just the Irish citizen, but citizens across Europe, will benefit from what you're doing in the Parliament.
I completely agree how important it is for people, even some who are cynical about the Parliament, to go to Brussels and Strasbourg and see what the buildings look like and the buzz in the corridors. But I should also add, and do a little commercial here, for the Dublin office of the European Parliament is going to move to Chatham Street next year, and that's going to have an interactive visitor centre where you can have a miniature chamber of the European Parliament, and you'll be able to see for yourselves exactly what the European Parliament looks like, and I think that'll be a very useful complement. It'll be much more than the external offices have done in the past. But this whole question of communicating with a citizen leads to a question which John brought up, which is a question of reporting on the European Parliament. We had a session yesterday on reporting on the European Union, but John mentioned specifically in his points the lack, or at least poor nature, of reporting on the work of Irish MEPs. I can remember Avril Doyle being a Fine Gael member, being a rapporteur, drawing up the European Parliament's report, not for Ireland, but for the whole of the European Parliament, on emissions trading revision. One of the key things for climate change legislation. Really important. And yet she said, I hardly got any coverage for the work I was doing back in my own home country. So, John, what is your take on this?
Yes, I mean, I was interested in a comment of a very good friend of mine, Una, in the audience, and I got the impression she was criticising MEPs. The problem about not getting coverage for European issues by MEPs was not the fault of the MEPs, nor, should I add, was it the fault of Brussels-based journalists on behalf of the Irish media. Essentially, all that the Brussels-based Irish journalists tried and filed plenty of copy, and they were as frustrated as we were in not getting issues covered. All their head offices were interested in was the Irish Commissioner or the Minister who was out at one of the ministerial councils and report them. From my own personal experience, I mentioned about the role that I played leading EU missions on behalf of the council, and I also pointed to Commission delegations and involved in the credited with paving the way for the Sri Lankan peace process and facilitating discussions between the Tamil Tigers and the Sri Lankan government. And I got huge coverage on that in BBC World, in BBC News, in all the BBC programmes and ITV programmes, by CNN, by Fox News, by Agence France, and all international media. Lise Doucette, as you know, appears regularly. I never got one interview on RTE, not one. And as I told you, I spent about 2.5 years doing those particular missions. So that was the problems we faced. The news desk were only interested in commissioners and indeed ministers who were on travel. And this was despite the fact that, as Barry quite rightly pointed out, 70% of all decisions in relation to the Irish legislation are based on co-decision by the European Parliament. All that the Dáil does is implement what is essentially European legislation. Yet every day they have TDs and ministers on talking about it. And what frustrates me for my successors, I think it's an absolute disgrace that the only coverage MEPs get is near midnight on a Sunday night on RTE. Yet all during the week preceding that, there's plenty of TDs and plenty of ministers, so the finger should be pointed at RTE in particular. The only people I would give credit for in reporting the work of MEPs is local radio. Local radio have been brilliant from ever I was an MEP, and I'm sure, and particularly for those of us that represented rural constituencies, we are indebted to them for giving us a platform to talk about the work we do.
Right. Do either of you want to add anything on that? Or?
Well, it's just to make the point that, John, that of course RTE is my local radio stations.
Yeah.
Well, just one comment I would make on that. I remember in one term in the European Parliament, there was really only one story that made the headline, and Barroso was the commissioner, and one day Paul Murphy stood up, now TD, and had a real go at Barroso, and Barroso took the bait. And a row ensued, and it was front page of all the Irish media. And nothing to do with me, but there was, I think Avril had her dossier at that time, and that was a hugely important dossier. Absolutely. And with real implication. But it just didn't get it. It was, you know, if you like, the row that got it. And from a personal perspective, I think, I remember this so clearly. A good friend of mine in the European Parliament, Chris Davies, he was a Liberal MEP from the UK. And this was about duty-free and all of that. You'd be aware of that, John. And I remember he spoke and he talked about a booze cruise. This was between France and the UK. And I said to Chris, I said, can I use that phrase in a press release? And in 5 years, it was the only press release that was lifted with the words booze cruise in it, because I knew that would get somebody's attention. But you see, you know, we can't, and I'll just say this and I'll shut up then, temporarily. We can't blame media or others, because media, you know, has a real sense of what the public want to hear. Our role is to make sure, as best we can, that the work we do is communicated to the people to whom it matters.
Yeah. We need the vehicle for it, but...
Well, there's more than one.
RTE's the main one.
Yeah. There are so many specific important issues for the European Union and for Ireland I'd love to raise, but two of them have been raised in your questions. One of them was on social Europe, which was a panel yesterday, but Marian asked it, and then John raised questions about foreign policy and the role of the Parliament and the EU indeed on human rights and reconciliation. So maybe, Marian, you asked an important question, how social Europe emerged from austerity Europe, And can it be sustained and expanded when there are issues like the war in Ukraine and migration issues? So what do you feel about that?
Well, that's certainly an important question because, you know, I was watching a lot of this from the sidelines. But obviously, my main committee was Employment Social Affairs, so I had a fair bit of interaction. But, you know, my first term especially, we had the Barroso Commission, and that was austerity. And then we had Jean-Claude Juncker, who actually brought social Europe to the fore. And I was lucky enough to serve under Marian as a commissioner, and she was excellent in that area. And we were able to, and when I say we, I mean our committee and, of course, the Parliament, were able to bring forward legislation, social legislation, which did not happen in my first term and part of my second term in the Parliament. And I'll just make one comment. People sometimes think that the European Parliament or the Commission is a fixed entity. It's not. As we all know, it changes. It depends on who people vote for. They're the people who are there. They're the decision makers. So different people have different perspectives and make different decisions. But we did move into that era. I always remember, and you can tell the story, Prionsias, the Bolkenstein Directive, which you renamed, if you don't mind me saying, the Frankenstein Directive. I thought it was one of the best, you know, ways I'd ever heard of describing the original proposals on the Services Directive and how the Parliament actually changed that and made a difference. And that was the pushback from the socialists in particular on social Europe. But for my first term, it wasn't happening. It then did happen. We got some good legislation in around things like, you know, predictable working conditions, minimum wages. We got revisions of the posting of workers. That means when a worker goes from one member state to another about their minimum conditions, it needs to be improved, but it's better than what it was. So, you know, we have various funds to support, like the Globalisation Fund if you lose your job, or we have the Youth Guarantee, which is in place as well. So there was a lot of social policy. I mentioned the Work-Life Balance Directive. But I suppose, and I don't have the answer to this, and maybe somebody in the audience may have views on it, that now we are at a certain level, but the challenges now that the EU faces, the war in Ukraine, the challenge of migration, that puts real pressure on the European Union to even maintain what it has in social policy, and it's a real challenge to expand on it.
Thank you. And you reminded me, of course, that you were very active on the Globalisation Fund, which sounds very technocratic, but it's a way of the EU compensating communities which have lost out as a result of important decisions, such as closing of Dell.
And Waterford Glass and all of those companies.
So
I was the rapporteur on that. And that was, again, that was another connection with workers.
Prionsias, you want to add on, especially on Bolkestein or on anything on other aspects?
Yeah, that whole services directive is a very complex area. The social services of general interest is the sort of the full title of these social. I'm not going to go into it because it's a really complex area, but it's essentially about who runs the public services in the member states and so on and so forth. But one of the points I wanted to make is that it's important to clarify, and for people in general to get the idea, that what social Europe essentially means is that in making decisions, whatever kind of decisions are being made, whether they're economic decisions, cultural decisions, decisions relating to the environment and so on, that the social dimension of those are taken into account. That you cannot have a situation where, for instance, one of the reasons I was opposing the European Economic Community back in 1973 was because it was going to devastate the car assembly industry, which had employed thousands of people in Ireland. And there was some sort of efforts made to assist, but those thousands of mainly men, there were some women involved, and most of them never ever worked again. And so the idea that Europe could be responsible for that without taking responsibility for the impact of the liberalisation of the market. So the social dimension of liberalisation has to be taken into account and has to be legislated for, not just on the basis of giving a few bob here and a few bob there. And improvements have been made in that area over the years, mainly because of the adoption of the what started out as the European Constitution back in 1994, I think it was. It eventually became the Nice Treaty, the last Nice Treaty. But that incorporated social rights as well as citizens' rights. My complaint at the moment is, and I'm retired so I could complain from the sidelines and sort of throw things at the TV and what have you, but is that though we in Ireland, and perhaps it's true of other member states as well, have not set about creatively developing people's understanding of those rights and implementation of those citizenship rights and social rights. Some progress has been made recently on the minimum wage, and that's important. But that was only possible because of the treaty, which we had to vote on twice in order to get it passed here in Ireland, put those rights there, made it possible for those rights to be established. So I think the importance of social Europe has to be emphasised into the future, particularly at this point of crisis globally, because there is a tendency to assume that liberalisation of the market will solve everything. We know from the crash we've had here and from the problems that other member states have faced, that in fact liberalisation of the market is not the solution to everything.
Thank you. I'd like to leave time for a few questions, so just maybe one final issue, and that is the question of foreign policy and human rights, because the EU is often criticised, but it can't get its act together on foreign policy, but it also can do a lot of work in human rights and, of course, reconciliation. And maybe your experience in Northern Ireland helped in your work in places like Sri Lanka and Kashmir. But I'd like to hear, John, your perspective. You raised these issues.
I was a member of the European Constitutional Convention, and I was on the working group for improving the effectiveness of European foreign and security policy. And quite frankly, it has been a very disappointing area. On the issue of promoting human rights and conflict resolution, the Parliament and the Commission acted as one. The EU has failed to be a major global power on these issues because it never really speaks with one voice on critical issues. Member states, either individually or a collection, the greater priority for them is trading interests. And a lot of talk at this conference has been about Ukraine, okay? And I welcome the EU cooperation in that particular matter. But I would urge you to contrast the experience of the Council, and the European Union as a whole, of what they have done in Ukraine and what they failed to do on Hong Kong. Hong Kong, the one country, two systems has been destroyed. The cornerstone of it was the rule of law. They had a lot of freedoms. As part of the British Sino Treaty, they were supposed to be implementing universal suffrage. All that was destroyed. And what the China are trying to do is to turn it into an ordinary Chinese state. What was the reaction of the EU? The reaction of the EU Council was not to stop them. We had, prior to that, the External Action Service had established an agency to defend global human rights and democracy. Unfortunately, the trading relationship between the EU and China is important, particularly to Germany. Germany is responsible for 44% of all the EU exports to China. Other member states have also advantageous situations. And Angela Merkel, for example, a person I admire, and Commissioner von der Leyen were responsible trying to introduce with indecent haste the EU-China Investment Trade Treaty. That was a couple of years ago. The Parliament, thankfully, have blocked it. Now, some of you may say, but look, well, it's very sad for Hong Kong. It's not as serious as Ukraine. You would be fundamentally wrong. Fundamentally wrong. Unless we take on China on Hong Kong and halt, both through diplomatic means and the introduction of sanctions to get those people released from jail. Students are in the pro-democracy movement. The press, free press that there was in Hong Kong. Academics. If we allow China to do that, and what Angela Merkel and von der Leyen were doing, we're saying to China, oh, we don't mind. That's why we want, and we're going to go ahead with this particular thing. The reason I think it is as serious as Ukraine, if China get away with it, do not be under any illusions what their next step is. The Chinese agenda is the reunification of China, and that includes annexing Macau and, more importantly, Taiwan. And if that is attempted, the violence that we will experience in that situation will be much worse than what's in Kuwait at the moment. I applaud them for what they have done in Ukraine, but they send the wrong signals. They have to get their act together. They have to defend human rights. They have to implement the decisions of bodies they set up to promote human rights internationally instead of giving priority to trading interests.
Thank you very much, John. I mean, you speak with great passion, but it's such a big subject, the EU and China, that it deserves a panel of its own. I think we've just got about a quarter of an hour now for questions, so I'd like to open it up straight to questions. So I see Blair Horan, and let's see, right behind. Yeah.
Thanks very much, Francis. Blair Horan, member of the Institute. It's actually a comment rather than a question, Francis, because the social dimension to Europe has come up. And it's important to say that Congress issued a publication on Tuesday, 50 years, Workers and the EU, Reflections on the EU. There's 15 articles. I happened to write the one on the European Pillar of Social Rights. That's because I was on the European Social Fund for 10 years, and under the Dutch presidency, a week before the Brexit referendum in June 16, the Commission asked me to make a presentation on the draft of the European Pillar of Social Rights draft from a trade union perspective, which I did. And my description at the time was it had potential, but I wasn't sure exactly how it would turn out. Now, my assessment is that it is actually a return to the law area. It's potentially radical in terms of issues, for example, around the minimum wage directive that provide for achieving an 80% collective bargaining level, right? Even though pay is a national competency, effectively within a single market, it's not as simple as that. And effectively, there's a drive on in terms of requiring the social partners to engage in such a level that you can bring it up to 80%, which would be huge in an Irish context, given our constitutional position regarding right of association and disassociation and all that. But as we know, European law ultimately overturn, if you like, it's higher law than the Constitution is the point I'm making. So in terms of equality and gender equality, effectively, in my view, it is a final push to finally achieve and close the gender pay gap, work-life balance, the if you like, conditions of employment that are clear. It is a much more advanced than I think is even understood. It's only slowly evolving, but in my view, it's potentially radical, and it's a return to the balance between the single market and the social dimension that Delors progressed so successfully. We lost momentum a lot then for a period. I think potentially under the von der Leyen Commission, we're back to that new era.
Thank you very much. I think probably best to take one or two more questions first. Right, there's one there.
Sorry, just a quick question. Do you feel there's perceptions in some governments that the European Parliament is seen as a second-tier institution, and that the reason why there's not much publicity on their success is that national governments feel that the oxygen of publicity would be going towards the European Parliament, where it's not in the national government's interest for them to be seen as so successful?
Thank you. Any other? I'll take one final question now, if anyone want to raise it now. Yeah, there's one there. I think it's Mary Murphy.
Hiya, I know I had a chance to speak yesterday, so it's just a quick comment, and it's to the Frankenstein, which I think is just really important. And Prionsias, you were talking about the social services of general interest and that whole debate. And as far as I can see now, in terms of the creep of liberalisation, is so much achieved through procurement policy and the implementation of that directive that you so rightly called Frankenstein. It was just a comment on how right you were. On focusing on that as such a potentially damaging.
Thank you very much, Mary. So we've got two questions really on social policy and one on the second order status or image of the European Parliament. So I don't know who wants to start on that.
Well, just quickly, just on this, on the social service. One of the last pieces of work I did in the European Parliament was a report. It was actually a joint report between the EPP and the Socialist and Democrat group on the social services of general interest, and we sought to sort of pressure the Commission of the day and indeed the Council of the day to use more creatively the terms of the treaty, which enable them to ensure that public services were delivered across the European Union in a fair and equitable way, and that they would not be subject to unfair restriction by commercial interests. So I won't go into that any further. On the question of the European Parliament and how it's perceived, the Irish government does not have a role in how the Parliament is presented. However, I often hear criticisms by government ministers or simply just statements, and indeed by other bodies, local authorities as well, saying, oh, well, we have to do this because we have to follow European law. It's usually a negative thing that they are blaming, if you like, the European Union on. Never is there a statement when something positive is being promoted in the Dáil or being promoted at European level or at local level. Well, we're able to do this because of European money or because of European legislation. So there is an imbalance there. But the final point I'd make on it is that no matter what law we have, elections are important, both the European elections and national elections. I'm reminded of the fact that when I went to the European Parliament first in 1989, the majority of governments at that time in Europe were social democratic governments. That is no longer the case. Hasn't been the case virtually since then. And the consequence of that is that the political impetus, if you like, tends to be driven by the Commission, who are by and large appointed by the Council, by the member states, so that the political colour, if you like, of the national governments have an influence, on the nature of who becomes the commissioner and the policies that they're likely to pursue, therefore based on their political particular views, and likewise the council decisions tend to be coloured by again their own domestic political views and requirements. So the point I'm making is that it's extremely important. Both national elections and European elections are important in terms of what the European Union are likely to do at any given time.
Marian, you were in the Dáil before you became an MEP, and now you're again back in the Dáil. Have your colleagues' attitudes towards the European Parliament evolved in that period? What do your current colleagues feel about the work of the European Parliament and its role?
That's an interesting question, and I suppose I haven't given it much thought, but my impressions are that obviously when I went to the Dáil first, I knew nothing about the European Parliament, and I suppose obviously my time there, I know something about it at this stage and its workings. I just get the sense, and Lucinda referred to it earlier, that we relied so much on the British.
Yeah.
Both in the Parliament and in the Council, because they're a huge delegation. We were a small delegation. I don't mean we relied so much, but we did in ways. And I'm only talking about the Parliament. And now that they're gone, we're in a different position. And if you ever speak to anybody from the European committee in the House of Lords, whatever, how well versed they are in the legislation, how much they know the detail of what's going on. And the truth is, if you're an Irish politician, as all of us are here, or some of us were, whatever, trying to find the balance between knowing the detail of the legislation and how it's going to impact in certain areas, because you just couldn't possibly know it in every area, but even knowing that and trying to influence it from the Dáil, and at the same time dealing with all of the emails that come in every day around local issues, etc. And some of them are connected, but some very often they're not. That's a huge balancing act. And I don't want to be critical, but I just feel that we don't. There was a lot of talk about, when legislation is proposed first. And I remember Lisbon and the yellow card. And the yellow card is where if a number of member states feel that the proposal from the Commission might breach the subsidiarity principle, that they could ask them to stop and explain. Now, that sounds horribly technical, but it actually can work and is important. I don't know how often we've used that, if ever. And we just had a piece of legislation, we won't talk about it now, but the Nature Restoration Law, which came from the Commission last June, and I believe in the Parliament in Strasbourg this week, there was, I won't say it was certainly a pause put on it. That was never discussed. We discussed this in the Agri Committee months afterwards, and I mentioned, did we look at using the yellow card on this? Because the implications on land use change are beyond comprehension. But that's for another day. And we didn't. And I just feel that the tools that are there, and I know this sounds horribly bureaucratic, and to many people, especially the young people in the audience, they'll say, what the hell is she talking about? But we don't use them in the way we should. And sometimes I feel, and I'm as guilty of this as anyone else, that in the European Committee, which I'm a member of, we're sometimes talking to ourselves. And it's a horrible thing to say, but I just feel that sometimes, and that we're sort of agreeing with one another a lot of the time. And the nitty-gritty of the legislation, when it's first proposed, and crucially, when the legislation finalised at European level is then transposed into Irish legislation. If it's a regulation, that's one thing, but if it's a directive, there's elements of flexibility there. And much of it comes through statutory instrument, and we rubber stamp, and that's because of workload and because people can't have expertise in everything. But I think we're missing certain parts of it. And I'm as much to blame as anyone else, but I think that's what I see.
John,
in response to your question about social policy, the British opted out from 93 to 97, and that seriously disrupted the progress in that issue, but they came back in 97, and that accelerated that agenda. And being brutally honest about it, if we were relying on successive Irish governments to implement all those progressive measures, it wouldn't have happened. And I think it's important to note that. In relation to the European Parliament being a secondary institution in terms of the national structure, I mean, we've already talked about the co-decision powers that the Parliament has. Now, in my day, these two, I think, were still there after me, we used to go into our offices in Strasbourg. I mentioned this at one particular seminar that John had organised in the past. And my fax was about 100 and more briefings from the Irish government office in Brussels telling us how we should vote. When we went to Strasbourg, we had already made the decisions of how we were going to vote. We had made those decisions in our committees. We reaffirmed them in our group. And I used to take, as all my colleagues did, those hundreds of faxes and I dumped them in the bin. No, I'm serious, not cynically. There was no point. I think possibly in later parliaments, the officials, Irish officials in Brussels understood they had to get to us as we started the discussion on legislation initiatives. And I don't know whether you can confirm that. But the other thing which happened for a while, MEPs were invited into the Dáil to discuss legislation. I think that totally stopped. In all my 15 years, I was only once invited into a Dáil committee, only once. In fact, I was invited on several occasions to Westminster committees, but only once to Dáil. I don't know what my colleagues' experience was, so I don't know what they do in terms of integrating the role of MEPs into the Dáil with its examining legislation. One final point, and I think it's worthwhile thinking about. There's an electoral commission taking place, which is going to examine future elections in Ireland, Republic of Ireland. And one of the things I would like to see them discussing is a national list as a means of electing MEPs. That's what happens in most other European countries. I think it's extremely challenging for MEPs in Ireland. Some of them represent constituencies which are probably half the size of Ireland. But more importantly, the political work they have to undertake is the role of TDs, so to speak. If they were elected on a national list, they would be able to concentrate exclusively on their role as EU co-decision legislators. And I hope that people do make representations to the Electoral Commission to put that forward as a suggestion. And we're about to get one or maybe two more MEPs. That is done on a national list system, and we are electing European MEPs who are going to concentrate on Europe and not local issues or have to attend funerals and all those ridiculous things that they have to do.
Funny you should mention that, John, about the national list, because the last speech I heard Brian Lenihan give in the European Union office in Dublin was arguing, he said, maybe we should start thinking about the national list because Ireland is the smallest country which has constituency system for the European Parliament. But I suspect that increase in list you mentioned in seats will make it more unlikely to move in that direction, that the constituencies
should be argued.
Certainly will be maintained.
Should be argued.
But the only final comment I would make is about connection between MEPs and national parliamentarians. There was always the excuse, MEPs are in Brussels or Strasbourg when TDs are in Dublin, and so they don't overlap. But surely now in the age of Zoom, there is more scope to do that, and also not only Irish MEPs, national TDs, but also key people doing reports in the European Parliament on climate change, on digital rights, on whatever, who could then give evidence or give a small statement to members of the Dáil when they do their work.
To the relevant Dáil committee.
To the relevant Dáil.
The issue in all of this, I think, is how do you connect with the citizen?
Yeah.
And one of the things that people find difficult to grasp is what the connection is between the Council, the Commission, and the Parliament, and indeed the Dáil. And I did some digging before today's meeting because I wanted to refresh my memory of that. But I made a presentation to the European Affairs Committee of the Oireachtas back in 2014. A couple of years after I'd retired, they invited me in to make a presentation on a review that was underway on foreign policy. And one of the points I made on that occasion was that a useful reform would be to connect the Dáil with the European structures, would be to have them invite the person or persons that the government of the day was considering appointing as a commissioner.
Wow.
To the Oireachtas committee to discuss what exactly they were intending to do, what policies were they in favour of, what policies were they against, and so on and so forth. It wouldn't. The European Parliament does that. All nominees for commission are cross-examined by a committee of the Parliament, and they have to reach a certain standard in terms of their commitment to Europe and so on and so forth. And in fact, on one occasion when I was there, at least one Italian was rejected.
Oh, yeah.
By the
Buttiglione.
Dáil.
Buttiglione.
Exactly.
And it's happened since.
And since. So the European Parliament does have the capacity to reject the nominee of a member state. But why doesn't the Dáil have some say in who's going forward on behalf of the state to represent not the state, but within the commission? I think that would be an important way of demonstrating that there is this democratic linkage.
I'd be cynical about that. The decision on the commissioner would be a carve-up between the main parties, and there would be no democratic legitimacy about it.
Oh, well, this is the old...
It would be carved up. No, but that's what has happened in all the time we've been in the European Union.
That's realpolitik.
That's reality.
2 sentences
Marian.
on the European
must
Parliament being second tier, and you're absolutely right. There was a real sense of that. It was all about the council and the minister and whatever. And it's not that we were that important, but it is a three-legged stool. And at the end of the day, if any one of the legs is gone, then that stool will not, it won't balance. And we have a role. But the truth about politics and politicians, I think, is that people have to be seen to be relevant. So if there's good news from Brussels, then I want to be the person to deliver it. And if I'm a minister or a prime minister, then I'm in the position to do that. And if there's bad news, well, deflection of the blame can work a little bit. And I always remember Albert Reynolds and the Maastricht Treaty. There are 8 billion reasons to vote yes to Maastricht. We're in the same position. We haven't moved on.
Thank you very much to the three of you. Thanks for the discussion.
Thank you so much, Marian, John and Prionsias, and indeed Francis. It was excellent. We're going to do a quick scene change, a bit of choreography, whilst the next panel, please, comes to the stage. And I'm going to tell you what it is. The next panel before our final break of the proceedings is on how Ireland was or is perceived in Brussels and in other member states and neighbours. We should have said that because one of our panels is indeed from the neighbourhood. Thank you, Aisling. And Nisha, good man. Panel before a short break, how Ireland is perceived in Brussels and in other member states, which, as I said, should have been edited to other member states and neighbours, as is clear from the composition of the panel. The panel will be chaired by Marian, who is a retired diplomat and the chair of the IIEA's Global Europe and Security and Defence groups, and indeed a board member. And the panel will be composed of Dr. Owen Dray from the Martin Centre in Brussels, a think tank, Ambassador Mary Scarra from the Ambassador of Norway to Ireland, Rory Montgomery, former Irish Ambassador to France and Perm Rep to the EU, and Ambassador Laurențiu Mihai Ștefan, Ambassador of Romania to Ireland. Thank you all for being here. Mary, thanks a million.
Thank you very much indeed, Barry, and thanks to Maynooth, John O'Brennan, and the IIEA for organising such a very interesting 2 days. I think every session has been different, but I think this particular session is going to be quite different. I think it's possibly adventurous and maybe even daring, because we're going to look at ourselves and try and examine how others see us. We'll do that from the inside out, from Rory, who has vast experience, from Owen Dray, who is also working in this area in Brussels, but also we really welcome our two visitors, representatives to Ireland, Ambassador Sture and Ambassador Stefan, and that will be really interesting. Just a short background to the session. It's not just of interest, of general interest, to know how others see us. It's actually vital to be aware of how we are perceived internationally, how we are viewed by our partner member states, how cooperative we are, how collaborative we are. We need to be aware of how the pursuit of our own interests across the whole spectrum of EU business is viewed and assessed. And it's not only the way the issues are pursued, but it's the manner in which they are pursued. And I was struck by Professor Dinan yesterday. He said, in talking about Brexit, that the British had many points that were worthy of consideration, but the manner in which they pursued them was so toxic that they were left behind and not considered. Networking and the whole issue of personal relations, of course, comes into it. Just a quick look at our challenges as a member state. We are, of course, in a geographic position where, unlike mainland Europe and the peoples of mainland Europe, who can interact very freely with each other and do, we are somewhat isolated. And being an island behind an island, we don't have that easy interaction and movement between peoples. There have been many times over the last couple of days that language has been mentioned, and language in an EU context. And it is my experience working in the EU is that it is a barrier. In the political area, the Political and Security Committee where I worked, there is no interpretation. The languages are English and French, and that applies to all of the political committee. Other committees do have interpretation, and the political level do. But in order to work, to prepare the business, you need another language. So we'll examine the points that have been raised by our panels, a number of different points, looking at this whole issue of how Ireland is perceived. And as I say, it is extremely important. We'll start off, I'll put some of the points to the members of the panel in the order. We'll look at from the Irish point of view first. We'll look at, but first let me give you slightly more detailed biographical details of our panel members, because I think the backgrounds that they bring are of considerable interest. Ambassador Marian Scarra has been in Ireland as Norway's ambassador since September 2020. And prior to this assignment, the ambassador served as chef de cabinet to the president of the 74th session of the UN General Assembly in 2019-20, where she advised the president and oversaw all the activities of the office. She also served as Norway's ambassador to the United Nations in New York 2 years before. The Ambassador Skur was Norway's ambassador to Afghanistan from 2016 to 2018, and she had served earlier in Afghanistan, so 2 posts in Afghanistan are challenging. As she worked there very closely with key stakeholders, including the government of Afghanistan and agencies. And this is of particular interest, I think, to Ireland, given our Security Council focus. The ambassador was the first NATO Secretary-General Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security from 2010 to 2012. And she set NATO's agenda on women, peace and security, and putting it on the forefront of the UN Security Council resolution. So you're welcome, Ambassador Skur. So Ambassador Laurențiu Michal Stefan, who has been in Ireland since August 2021. And before assuming diplomatic responsibilities, Dr. Stefan served as Senior Presidential Advisor for Domestic Political Affairs to the Romanian President, Klaus Iohannis, and he was also reappointed for a second term in the aftermath of President Iohannis' election. He has previously worked for the US Embassy in Bucharest as senior political specialist, and between 1998 and 1999 he was one of the senior political analysts at Mediafax, the important Romanian news agency. He is also at the moment Associate Professor at the Faculty of Political Science in the National University of Political Science and Public Administration, and he has also a number of other university posts. He was one of the founders of the Romanian Society for Political Sciences, a professional association of Romanian political scientists. And since 2002, he has contributed to many European research projects, and he has a very long list of publications focusing mainly on civil society after the communist fall of communism in Central and Eastern Europe. And he has really written extensively on this area. He is a graduate of Bucharest Faculty of Political Sciences and of University of Cambridge in the UK, and a PhD in Political Science from Bucharest. And as we mentioned, his doctoral dissertation focused on recruitment of political elites in post-communist Romania. So I think it's very interesting that our visitors come from such varied backgrounds. Rory, I think, is probably very well known to most of us. He was a colleague and an Irish diplomat until his retirement in 2019. He was permanent representative to the European Union in 2009 to 2013 and ambassador to France 2013 and 14. And he was political director in the Department of Foreign Affairs before his appointment in the European Union representation. And he's also served as second secretary in the Department of the Taoiseach and then Department of Foreign Affairs. And in both these roles, he was responsible for EU and wider European issues, notably Brexit. And earlier, he was part of the Irish team which negotiated the Good Friday Agreement. And as he was mentioning, he has been quite involved, as you can imagine, in the last couple of weeks. At the moment, he's chair of the Press Council of Ireland, an honorary professor at Queen's University Belfast, and a member of the board of the European Movement Ireland. He is also a member of the Royal Irish Academy and of the Analysing and Research Ireland North and South project. So also a very busy retiree, I think you could say. Dr. Owen Dre, who is based in Brussels, is a senior researcher at the Wilfred Martens Centre for European Studies, which is the EPP, European People's Party Research Centre, think tank in Brussels. His work focuses on the political economy of the European Union and on its relationship to the wider Anglosphere. He holds a PhD in economic history from University College Cork and an MA in European integration from the University of Limerick. He was also an Irish Research Council postdoctoral fellow in the School of Business, Trinity College, where his work investigated the development of the Anglo-Irish banking system in the first half of the 20th century. And that might come back again to haunt him later on. He's written extensively, as you will be aware, for the Irish Times, Politico, Foreign Policy, and The Guardian, among others. So a little bit of an extensive outline of our panel, but I think it's interesting for people to know the backgrounds where people come from. So we have considered certain points among ourselves and some points from the panel. And I'll start off putting these points to the various members. I'll start off with Owen, because I think we can recognise that Owen has a certain healthy level of questioning and scepticism in relation to, if not the European Union, but at least in relation to Ireland's role. And Owen, if I could put it to you, you mentioned the ambition versus the reality of Ireland's role in the EU is challenging the self-perception of Ireland as good faith Europeans and the beating heart of Europe. And you go on to say, particularly looking at the nature of Ireland's political relationship with Brussels over the past 2 decades and how this has shaped perceptions of Ireland. Is Ireland just believing its own narrative about its role in the EU? You've raised a few questioning points there. Could you elaborate on what you mean by that?
Sure, and thanks for the invitation to speak here today. I appreciate it. I think what we can see is that, Ireland has a very clear self-perception of our role in Europe, and that is that we're very good Europeans. Anytime this comes into question, there's a Red Sea poll or a European movement poll, which I think are significantly damaging, our real interaction in Brussels. It's an easy answer. It's an easy way out. I think Professor Dinan hit the nail on the head yesterday in his address when, there is a significantly standardised pattern to, official Ireland's, speeches and media communications on the European Union. You can cut and paste, throw in the Heaney or the Patrick Kavanagh reference, and you get it. And throw in a performance at Riverdance, on St. Patrick's Day, and we green a few buildings, and we're amazing Europeans. That's how we perceive ourselves. But what do they see in Brussels? And I operate at the political level in the European Parliament, coming from the EPP side. I should add, even though aspects of the public service in Ireland think that I work for Ireland, I've never been employed by the Irish government and never been employed by Fine Gael. I work for the EPP. So what do people in Brussels see about Ireland? Let's look at the last 25 years, because I think actually Professor Dinan's kind of characterisation of the 50 years of membership is very true. So let's look at the second half of that from the last 25 years. They see 2 failed referenda, and most people in Europe, they're not into like the constitutional arrangements of every country. They just see 2 failed referenda. There was a very distinct period in the early 2000s, let's call it peak Celtic Tiger, where the Irish government was openly dismissive of the European Commission's warnings about Irish fiscal policy. This was the Charlie McCreevy era, which was, if I have it, I'll spend it. Turns out the European Commission were probably right. But it was this latent kind of hard-edged, bordering on superiority I found in late Celtic Tiger Ireland, which came into force. Subsequently, Mr. McCreevy was appointed as Commissioner in the European Commission in Brussels, and is probably most famously known in Brussels for saying that I think he never read the Lisbon Treaty, didn't understand it, but we should all vote yes for it anyway. So that's the reality. What's the reality then after the bailout? Which again was very succinctly put yesterday. Our whole strategy after the bailout was, we're not Greece. We are not the worst, we are not Greece. It's been said to me in the corridors of the European Parliament, in the corridors of the European Commission, it's been said to me at numerous events, it's been said to me at embassies everywhere, that Ireland is essentially in the pocket of US multinationals, and how is it possible that Google wrote Ireland's submission to the Digital Services Act, paste in whatever other piece of legislation you want. Digital protection or data protection is the biggest issue that is challenging Ireland's reputation in Brussels right now. I think there's active moves by other member states, other data protection agencies to get around Ireland's position as the key data regulator for the US companies in Europe. We have economic statistics where we can't rely on our GDP figures because they are so distorted by multinational capital flows. So, how rich we are, probably Professor Patrick Honohan, former governor of the central bank, has probably produced the most nuanced analysis in a central bank quarterly bulletin a couple of years ago, when we're probably not as rich as we think we are. Certainly, if you think at the levels of capital formation that Western European countries have. And I would say I would finish by saying, what is the Irish vision for Europe? For me, I don't know. Brexit, corporate tax, were very much run by our domestic priorities, which were essentially what our priorities have been, which drove us to join the European Union in the first place, which was less independence on the UK. That's been replaced by an economic dependence on the United States, and to keep the open border in Northern Ireland, but very domestically focused. So if you're asking me what is the future, what is the Irish vision for Europe? Do we want a two-speed Europe? Do we want a bigger Europe? Do we want a smaller Europe? Do we want Ukraine? I don't know what the answer is to that. And what I would say is that somebody said yesterday, isn't it great how flexible Ireland has been and how we had such a disproportionate impact on the EU's response to Brexit. The EU had a stake in Brexit too. It wasn't just Ireland. The EU had a stake in how Britain was treated and perceived and why the border should be retained open. And I would say there is a difference between flexibility and constructive opportunism. And as the Healy-Raes would say, maybe there's not such a big difference between constructive opportunism and cute tourism, particularly when you look at the last 18 months, where you've seen that, since Ukraine, people have asked me, is there any chance now that Ireland will move on neutrality? We spend practically nothing on defence, etc., etc. We can't track, despite the assurances of senior government ministers. And I said, well, we have a very effective air capacity. It's just not provided by the Irish Air Corps, it's provided by the Royal Air Force in Britain. And I think, whatever side of the political spectrum you come from, you can go back to the Civil War if you want, whatever side you would have fought on. It's quite a sad reflection on the state 100 years after independence that we can't, adequately address those weaknesses. So I'm trying to be constructive.
Well, for those who felt we were kind of monochrome positive across the whole spectrum, I think maybe this has given us, brought us down a bit with the bump. Let me move to Rory. Rory, I know that you have a particular view. You find it difficult. I mean, you'll obviously have points there you want to answer that Owen raised. But you have a view, I think, that it's difficult just to take a parachute look at Ireland over the last 50 years, that it's very much more on an issue basis. And maybe you could elaborate on that, your view. I mean, looking over our history in the European Union, but obviously bringing it up to date and perhaps answering some of Owen's points.
Well, thank you, Marian, and thanks to the organisers of the conference, to John O'Brennan and to the IIEA. No, I find Owen's contribution very stimulating, as his articles in the Irish Times and elsewhere are. And he's no doubt correct to say that there's always a risk that one believes one's own propaganda. And as the Irish ambassador in Brussels and in France, I was unlikely to hear the frank and unvarnished opinions of Ireland which others might express. Having said that, I mean, first of all, I am a bit sceptical of this idea that there is such a thing as a perception of Ireland. I think a lot depends on who's doing the perceiving. And a Czech with an interest in the single market might take a very different view from a French person with an interest in security and defence or whatever. I don't think there's a recording angel noting down and totting up everything that we say or do. That's the first point. Secondly, of course, every state approaches Europe in a kind of bifurcated way. The primacy of national interests is absolutely clear. If you sit around the council table, the Coreper table, as I did for years, it's very apparent. And you see it now with the Germans, for example, and their fight to defend the internal combustion engine. You see it with the Germans and the idea of policy towards China. You see it in the French and the idea of an industrial policy which happens to suit France, etc., etc. So I would have to say that, yes, there are aspects of our approach to individual policy items which are problematic. I agree there's a big issue about data protection, though funnily enough we were almost, if you like, the unexpected, an unexpected either victor or loser in that particular exercise, because the whole vision of Viviane Reding as Commissioner and as Martin Selmayr was precisely to have a one-stop shop based on geography. Security and defence is another matter. I think that's probably of more interest to Ireland than it is to our partners, partly for the reasons that Owen mentioned. But I will say that overall, you would have to say that I think, and he's right again too, to talk about the levels of arrogance which were there in the early 2000s, the closer to Berlin than Boston than Berlin and all of that. But at the same time, I think you'd have to say, first of all, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. I think we'd be seen very much as having made a success of our membership of the Union. It's very clear in terms of development of our economy. It's very clear in terms of the example we have given others in how to use the structural funds. I would say, with a degree of self-congratulation perhaps, that we have managed our 7 EU presidencies extremely successfully, that we have good relationships with colleagues in Brussels and across Europe. We are doing more to build ties with the Parliament and the Commission over the last 10 or 15 years than might have been the case before that. And as to the idea, as I say, yes, we've had our problems, but let's remember, we did have 2 lost referenda. I was involved in both of them, but I was also involved in the 2 successful referendums which followed, with larger turnouts. You didn't see France rerunning the referendum when it lost in 2005, or indeed the Netherlands rerunning the constitutionality referendum in 2005 either. The Danes have lost a number of referendums as well. So this is kind of life as it is. So at the same time, you're quite right, we need to find ways of pursuing national interests, but in a way which is ultimately constructive. And I think it's fair to say that with the exception of tax, which was an absolutely vital national interest, and for Pascal Donoghue, etc., played a blinder in the BEPS process, and we've largely diffused that as an issue for the moment, at least. I think you'd have to say that we have not stood in the way of consensus on other matters. This may be seen as opportunistic, constructive opportunism, but constructive opportunism is in a way a definition of successful diplomacy.
Yeah, and thanks, Rory, for that. And also, I think you can say that, is it true to say that sorry, we get you wired up, do we have similar, I mentioned the language situation, which I feel is an inhibition to contact, particularly perhaps at political level, but our networking, are you happy that we have a good networking system? I should say that we are the only country in the EU that has embassies in every EU member state, which I think says
we're the smallest member state with embassies in every
member state.
Other bigger ones have them in every member state.
But of the smaller
as well. And this was a decision taken just after our presidency in 2004 and the great enlargement of that time. I well remember the Cabinet Committee meeting where Bertie Ahern kind of was persuaded of the merits of it. On language, just to make a point, funnily enough, my first experience of Brussels was in the late 80s. I spent a year in the Commission. But by the time I returned in 2009 and during my years as Sherpa and head of EU division, frankly, the English has become more and more dominant. It's the drafting language of all the institutions. In fact, French is less and less important. It is possible, you're right, there are occasions where a passive knowledge of French is important, but those are relatively minor. And in fact, English is not a bar to participation. The mistake is to think that speaking English in our idiosyncratic and idiomatic way somehow confers upon us an advantage over the Swedes and the Dutch and the others who speak a beautifully functional, pragmatic kind of English, globish as it's been called. On networking, to take the point, as you say, first of all, I think we made, and I was the head of the EU division at this time, after the Brexit referendum, we made a really concerted effort to think about how we should build relationships in the future. And it's true to say that the UK was an extremely important partner in lots of different ways, and its loss is badly felt in policy terms, but also in human terms, in networking terms, etc. Although it would be wrong to say that we spent the last 35 or 40 years before that just talking to the British. After all, we worked with the Spanish and others to develop the structural funds, worked with the French in agriculture, etc. But, and I've checked this just only yesterday with my successor as head of the EU division, in fact, we set out 2 or 3 broad objectives. The first was to, as they maintain the links with every member state, to visit and to talk to everyone. The previous Minister of State for European Affairs, Thomas Byrne, he visited every single other member state in his period, or had meetings with every single opposite numbers in his period. I believe that Peter Burke has already been to 8 or 9 different places. So at the official level, my successor, actually Alan Quigley, she was just back after going to 4 different capitals in the space of about 2 weeks. So a lot of work was on, and it's not just foreign affairs. That's an important point. Other departments are doing it too. That was the first, so link to everybody. Secondly, identify those with whom we might have particular interests or approaches in common. And we have effectively now become a member of the Nordic group, an associate member if you like. But before every European Council, the Taoiseach goes and meets the Danish, the Swedish, the Finnish prime ministers, and some of the Baltics too. Our Antici in Brussels, the right-hand man to the Perm Rep, he's, or she, I don't know which it is now, is in a group of like-minded people. Finance, obviously, very much so, the so-called Hansa group. So, and the third thing we've done is to look very closely at the biggest member states and to invest a lot of money in our relations with there. We have a French strategy, and we have a German strategy, and indeed a Scandinavian strategy. We have increased our diplomatic staffing considerably in Paris, to the point there's no longer room for some of the diplomats who are there, and some of the rooms which were attached to the ambassador have now been turned into offices.
That's a shocking thing.
well, in fairness, it was the chef's bedroom which was turned into an office. No, but I think it's fair to say that we've opened a new consulate in Lyon just of late. We've opened a new consulate in Frankfurt. There's a commitment to open one in Munich. So as I say, I think, and there are 3 councillors in the embassy in Paris, where there were none when I arrived in 2013. So, the level of effort is very considerable. Now, geography is a problem. One of the big problems about political contacts is that the turnover is so rapid. You can make a big effort to make friends with your Slovak counterpart, and then by the next time by the next council meeting, either they've gone or you've gone. So a lot of effort is spent, but at the official level in particular, a lot is done, and that perhaps the officials tend to be around for longer, and perhaps are able to have discussions at a deeper level very often than the politicians.
Yeah. Well, I think that's a very good outline of how we have, in a sense, upped our game in opening dialogue and opening offices and opening contacts around. So let us turn to our foreign representatives in Ireland, and I'll move to our fellow member state of Romania and Ambassador Stefan. And you made some interesting points, Ambassador Stefan, that the view of Ireland in Romania, but I'd obviously like you to elaborate on that. And you say that Ireland is one of the EU member states most committed to the European project, and that Ireland, the transformation of Ireland is perceived in Romania as linked to EU membership. Is this how Ireland is viewed in Romania? Because we are really talking about opposite sides of the EU. Yeah. You have the Far East and we're in the Far West. So your view on, you're in a very good position to let us know how Ireland is viewed in Romania and vis-a-vis its EU membership.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for having me here. So I want to thank to Joe and the IIEA, and I'm so pleased to be here. I'm usually in panels in academic conferences. As an ambassador, we don't have too many opportunities to be on panels on distinguished conferences like this one. So yes, this is only, I think, part of the perception or perspective. And if you allow me, I can give you a fresh perspective from, I would say, one of the newest members of the European Union. So I constantly compare the 50 years of membership that you have, that you celebrated over the last 2 years, and our 16 years. So we are a junior member of the European Union. So allow me to offer this perspective of someone who is new to the game. It's clearly in the 90s, in early 2000, we have been concerned of our internal transformation. We had a very tough period as a communist state. So the exit from communism was not easy at all. So we struggled a lot. So this is why we lost basically the first wave of enlargement in 2004. And we are still in a process of adjusting our institutions. So therefore, we are looking to Ireland from this perspective, and we see Ireland it's part of old Europe, as we call it. It's there from early 70s, which means a lot of things have happened. So we have my personal feeling as an academic, as a diplomat as well, is that Romania and other countries in Eastern Europe lost a number of moments. So we kind of lost that history that you went through with good and bads. And there's a certain feeling of envy because, of course, that was history. We've been beyond the Iron Curtain, and we could not make a lot of progress. So it was like a kind of cap on our development. So we are so much frustrated. So that's the first perspective of a new state, of a new member state, looks to Ireland with respect, and 50 years with seeing from inside and being basically in the first wave of enlargement. So you've seen a lot. So that's my first perspective. You went through a lot, and of course there have been domestic transformations. But your role in all the processes in the European Union. You mentioned several referendums. Europe transformed a lot in these 15 years, and you were there. So that's my perspective, with good and bad, with little input or larger input. You've been there, so that's our first impression of frustration. So I'm here for almost 2 years, so I think like I breathe the European air. So it may sound strange and maybe overly optimistic, but I have the feeling of being at home. So from a country like Romania, traveling someone traveling around the world and in different other countries, you do sense, I don't know, in discussions, look what a huge conference and such important conference. It's clear that Europe is there, regardless of many other difficulties in the past. So that's my feeling. So we are aware of, and all the officials have mentioned the transformative role of European Union, of European legislation, of European institutions over Ireland. So now we are looking with the same eyes. Okay, if Europe managed to transform Ireland in 50 years, in 20, 30 years, so we do expect the same. So now I can take stock, and after 16 years, I can say that Romania is hugely transformed. And I do not have all the details, of course I don't have all the facts, but clearly its membership into the European Union transformed the society, the economics, the mobility of people. Look how many Romanians are now living in Ireland. It's the outcome of this EU membership, and they contribute to the Irish economy, they contribute to the change of mind in Romania. So that's my first take on how we Romanians see Ireland. Of course, you may say geography. Geography may be a problem, and you mentioned you are isolated at one periphery. Romania is on the other side of Europe, and I think after Brexit, it's the right moment to get closer. And you just mentioned, Rory, the fact that you develop a lot your relationship with France, Germany. You mentioned new consulate in Munich. But I think this is a great opportunity to look further east, and that's my role here and the role of my colleagues. And I think you played an important role, and I remember you had the presidency of the European Union in 1990, when Romania started to have a diplomatic relationship with Ireland, and then in 2004, when at the Dublin Castle you celebrated, 10 new countries joining European Union. So you have I think a special feeling towards enlargement. You've been in the first wave, and then you've been there supporting. And I know from my colleagues that you've been supporters of Romania joining the EU. So when it comes to enlargement, Ireland is there. So it sounds, it has this excellent sound. And now we have the new discussion about Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, and again, you know, rhetorically, from the point of the rhetorics, but not only, I think it's more than rhetoric, Ireland is there saying, no, no, we want Ukraine inside Europe, we want Moldova inside the Union, European Union. So from this point of view, I do think we have an answer. You just mentioned before, we do not know what kind of Europe Ireland wants. So from this point of view of enlargement, Ireland is on the front line, and I think it should follow up. So there is no follow-up, if I may be allowed to be a bit critical in the sense that there should be more attention to Eastern Europe. Now, especially after Brexit, you drafted this wonderful global Ireland, which is a wonderful readjustment of foreign policy after Brexit. Of course, maybe you don't have enough resources, but draw your attention to this part of Europe because it's clearly why. Now, the war in Ukraine really put a light on this part of Europe. The interest in Romania, in Poland, in the Baltic countries increased. The dialogue has increased. You know, I've been called to the OIRACTA's Foreign Affairs Committee to explain and to give background. So, but let's follow up and move from your traditional work with France, Germany, and Spain, as you just mentioned, with working with Poland, Baltic countries, Romania, Bulgaria, and of course there are many other things, but I will stop here for now.
Thank you very much indeed for that, and it's encouraging that you viewed so positively and helpfully. I was taken by one of your comments, that there was a perception, which you do indeed claim was wrong, that Ireland relied very much on its greater neighbour, and that is a perception in Romania. And now that many countries, of course, follow Ireland from London, and the press, to a large extent, follows Ireland from London. So much of the information that would have been in the case of many of our partners would have come either through or from London, and that was always a factor, but we can come to that. But it's just one of the interesting points. I think we are always, probably Rory, aware that of this London dimension. But thank you for that. So if I could move to Ambassador Skure and Norway. And this, it will be very interesting to hear your view, Ambassador, because Norway is quite closely allied to the EU through the European Economic Area, not a member. You had a referendum at the same time as we did, and you choose not to join. Norway is not a small country, but two countries that choose different paths to EU membership. And could you just compare and see how those two paths have gone for Norway and how you view it has worked out for Ireland? And of course, we collaborate closely with Norway within the EU, and also I think we have increasing bilateral cooperation and sub-regional. So your views would be very interesting from outside, but not fully.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the invitation. It is great that you recognize that Europe is larger than the EU. I was actually told that a colleague, an EU colleague, when he saw this title of this panel, is like, what? Is Mari going to be there? But I think it is great, to be part of this discussion also because Norway is really collaborating so closely with EU, and I sincerely believe that if we are to achieve peace and security in Europe and prosperity and sustainable development, we are all in the same boat, and EU needs also to collaborate with Norway. So I hope that I can come back to that. But we had two referendums in Norway on accession to the EU, and we don't have referendums prescribed in the constitution. So it's advisory referendums, and we only had 6 altogether. So one was on the separation from the union with Sweden. The other was on the selection of a king The two others were on prohibition of alcohol, so you can understand how important this issue has been for Norwegian politics, and maybe the most controversial political issue in Norway since the Second World War. I do believe that if you are to understand a country's foreign policy, you need to understand its geography, its climate, its resources, its history. So very briefly, let me just describe Norway. You have a vague idea where it is on the map. I'm very happy that Ireland is to a larger degree now focusing also towards the north, and we are focusing to a large degree towards the southwest. So Norway up north in the outskirts of Europe, in a sense like Ireland, but a very large landmass, a very long country. It's 4.5 times larger than Ireland, and we have about the same population, and the population is living all over the country, in the north, in the south, in the east, in the west. If you drive from the northernmost city in Norway, which is on the border to Russia, Kirkenes, to Oslo, it will take you 31 hours straight. If you add on 14 more hours, and this is without any breaks, you will end up in Brussels. So the referendum in 1972 was 52.2% against membership, and the further away you were from Oslo, the stronger the no vote was. Norway has a very long coastline, one of the longest in the world, very mild climate, and that of course has also been very important for our livelihood, fisheries in particular. So the arguments from the no side was to a large degree that we shouldn't join the EU, then we would lose our independence, and it would be to the detriment of the fishermen and the farmers. And the yes side very much argued that if we did not become a member, we would be excluded, and that would be to the detriment of Norway's political and economical development. And of course, these Norway and Ireland, it's a very interesting case studies, and I hope that at some point a student will take this up and do a comparative study, because we are both in the outskirts of Europe. We are both small nations, both coastal nations. We both have a history of being subordinated to other foreign powers. We both have a history of being very poor. I've seen many immigrants leaving our shores. But I think Norway developed and reached wealthiness earlier than Ireland. So there are also, of course, very significant differences in our history that could explain the different choices that we made. Today, the support for EU in Norway, there was a survey in November 2022, it's 27%. So the aggression against Ukraine, the Russia war against Ukraine has not significantly changed the perspective or the perceptions in Norway, how useful a EU membership would be for us. But we are closely collaborating with the EU on security issues now when we experience war in Europe. Very, very important. We need to stand together to protect our security. And in March this year, you saw von der Leyen, you saw Prime Minister Støre, you saw Stoltenberg at one of the oil and gas fields, the gas field in Norway, the Troll, signing up on the wall, we are secure together. So I think this is, today's discussions, this is absolutely essential. And of course, we follow very closely your discussion on security policies. Norway is a founding member of NATO. We are working very closely with EU structures on security, contributing financially, military, and so on. And we're working to ensure that we have an EU and a NATO that is stronger and that is working together in a complementary way. So security, very important. And if I can just mention two other very important areas, and then maybe we can have a debate. Climate and energy security, right? I think that it's dawning on the rest of Europe how important Norway is for energy security in Europe in these days, right? But so is, of course, the transition to renewable energy. So the transition to renewable energy, offshore wind, which is a key strategic undertaking both in Norway and in Ireland, will be extremely important to reach the climate objective and to ensure energy security. So we have a lot to gain here, working together, broadly in the EU, but also bilaterally. And I have great news, because yesterday the first auction was concluded in Ireland, and two Norwegian companies were successful with the bids and got preliminary contracts. Statkraft, which is a government-owned company, and in sort of working in diversified and renewable energy in Ireland, and Fred Olsen Sea Wind together with EDF in Codling Park. So this is very important, and I want to facilitate more with Ireland, more with Irish decision makers on how to manage the oceans in a sustainable way. It's a national responsibility, it's about national interest, but I believe, like Ryan is saying, this is also a joint undertaking and nobody will succeed walking this alone, so we have to work together.
Thank you very much indeed, and that certainly is interesting on the climate change. We're talking to both of you, Romania and Norway, as NATO member states. And specifically, you mentioned, Ambassador Skura, the large coastline. We have a very large coastline, and the question of defending this coastline arises. And the whole issue then, of course, as we have mentioned already, Owen and Rory, the role of Ireland in the defence area. Obviously, there is much more focus now in this area, particularly following the war in Ukraine. Just, Rory, how do you understand we are perceived? Are we doing enough in the defence area at EU level to be credible?
Well, a couple of points. The short answer is no. I met a group of Danish parliamentarians who were over 2 or 3 months ago, and I told them the percentage of our GDP which we spent on defence, and they couldn't believe their ears. They did a double take. What? Only that? So look, but this is a national debate. I'm glad it's getting underway belatedly, and I'm glad there's going to be the International Security Policy Forum, which is being organised by the Taoiseach at the end of June. At least I think it's about time some of these issues were thrashed out, or even at a minimum better understood. I mean, it is an irony that whenever we first applied for membership, and of course I think Owen would agree that our priority, absolutely following our national interest, was to follow Britain into Europe because that was our overwhelmingly most important market. But at the same time, there was a recognition on the part of Sean Lamass in particular, and Whittaker and others, that membership of an integrating Europe might well involve us joining a common defence. Quite even I found in the documents of Irish foreign policy, Charles Haughey saying this to European interlocutors in about 1967 or 1968. What happened, what went wrong in the 70s, or what went different in the 70s and 80s, I'm giving away my prejudices there, is an interesting debate. I think we are regarded, as a sort of largely harmless eccentric when it comes to security and defence policy.
That's not a policy.
No, I know. But look, we are incapable of territorial defence, and we could contribute nothing substantial to a European defence, even if we wanted to. And let's be honest about that. We do, of course, play an active part in other EU security and defence-related activities, as you know very well, in terms of peacekeeping forces and monitoring and training missions. But Ukraine has shown us absolutely the overwhelming dominance of NATO and the US in Europe's security architecture. The EU's pretensions in this area, I think, have been largely punctured over the last year. So there are very important things the EU can do, as the sanctions and so on, but at the hard end, no, not really. So I think I always found, as political director and as Perm Rep, and I'm sure you found too, people understood that we had our particular ambitions, our particular red lines, positions. It was generally possible to manoeuvre around them. It didn't stop us joining a battle group. It didn't stop us joining into PESCO. But we couldn't, or the European Defence Agency, but we couldn't say we make a substantial contribution to any of these things as of yet. But as I say, it's a matter, as somebody said, as the ambassador said, it's geography, it's history, it's a range of other things. We were incredibly lucky with our geography in the 20th century. We were able to stay out of World War II. We stayed out of the Cold War, and very largely. So, it's an understandable situation that we're in. And it seems to me that the debate about Irish neutrality is really more important for Ireland itself. And it really, I hope it can be taken out of the realm of sloganeering and shouting and into a better assessment of what our national interests actually are. But that's maybe all I should say for the moment.
it's interesting that the consultative assembly that's starting, as you mentioned, refer to, is actually about security and defence. And there is a difference between,
Yes.
defence is security, but it's much broader.
But I will say, though, that in Ireland, we always emphasise, we've basically, when there are debates, we always, and understandably, emphasise the soft end of security, of peacekeeping and conflict resolution and so on. We shy away from discussions of other things. I mean, I thought it was ludicrous that we weren't able to contribute to, from the European, agree that our funding of the European Peace Facility be used for the purchase of lethal weapons or bullets for Ukraine. I mean, again, this was an utterly twisted and tangled view of neutrality to me. And if we were supplying lots of other equipment to Ukraine indirectly, well. But there are many hypocrisies in this. But as I say, I would say the more critical issues have been tax policy, on industrial policy, if you like, and trade. And I think there's an undue, perhaps, focus on security and defence in a lot of the discussion in Ireland.
Yes, I was going to ask briefly on, because I'm going to allow some time for questioning. I think there would be an interest, but your view on that, Owen?
Yeah, no, I agree with Rory, and I think it would be unfortunate that any time you have this debate, it immediately goes to neutrality and membership of NATO, which I view as a very much kind of secondary issue. Sure, we can have those debates, fine, let's have them in the future, no problem. But there's a much more fundamental issue, which is we lack the capability to protect our waters, we lack the capabilities to protect the 75% of subsea cables which pass in or near territorial Irish waters, which link Ireland and mainland Europe, and which are critical for banking transactions, for the internet, for everything. We lack the basic capabilities. And I'm a bit concerned that in all these discussions I heard on the radio yesterday about Ireland's new sovereign wealth fund, another similarity.
It's a bit smaller than Norway, so even if Michael McGrane gets his way 100%.
But like, there's no serious consideration of having a proper kind of navy or air force territorial defence. Nothing to do with neutrality. Because one point I would make is there's a difference between being neutral and being defenceless. Austria is a very neutral country, has no intention of shedding its neutrality, and it's just upgrading its fleet of F-16s at the cost of several billion euros because it believes it should protect its territorial airspace. I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, yeah. I know what you mean. As a member of the Commission on the Defence Forces, which the report highlighted our defencelessness as it was, we did take a decision to change, which has been accepted, to change the name of the Air Force and the Navy. But hopefully there will be more. Ambassador Skir,
yes,
you wanted to come
thank
in
you. Yes,
on
no,
this.
we don't, of course, have any stake in your internal discussion about defence and security, but we would be happy to have an exchange of experiences and debate and bring in experts on maritime security, energy security, gender and security, and have a broader debate on what threats there really are, in a sense, without intervening in any way on national policies. But I just wanted to make the point also that for the safety and security of our society, it is of essence to defend democracy, rule of law, and human rights. And in a way, this is what Ukraine is doing now, defending our way of life. So I think it's important also to see how this is interlinked. And I wanted to put forward one more point here on how we wish to collaborate with Ireland, where I think is space for that, and that is on equality issues, because we must admit that our societies are not perfect. There are equality issues that we need to address. And we have recent studies both in Norway and in Ireland showing that the level of violence against women or gender-based and sexual violence is extremely high, it's shockingly high, in particular amidst the young people. We know that there is a lack of female leadership, in particular in private sector. How can we build new sectors like offshore wind without ensuring females' leadership? This will be to the detriment of our societies, right? we had gender-based, we had gender pay gaps, we had gender-based workforces, and so on and so forth. So these are also topics that I think that we would benefit from having proper exchanges on. What is the situation? How can we mitigate?
Just one little thing quickly. Norway's example demonstrates very clearly the weakness of this, self-satisfied Irish myth in some circles that we have a thing called positive neutrality, which gives us a particular moral standing in the world. Norway is a member of NATO, a founder member. It spends more money on aid than Ireland. It is very active in peace building and peacemaking and conflict resolution. So, there's actually, I'm not advocating one way or another on neutrality, but the idea that somehow we have a particularly lofty standing and are admired around the world for this is hogwash.
Thank you, Ambassador. I should mention that the former Chief of Staff of the Norwegian Defence Forces was a member of the Irish Commission on the Defence Forces and played a huge role. Ambassador Stefan, have you any view on the defence before we open
of course.
up?
As an analyst, I'm looking at all these debates, and that's an internal debate. What I see is more and more space in the public for various arguments, and I read carefully the report on the reform of the defense forces, and very clearly there are decisions to be taken and implementation as well. From my part, I would look rather, of course, as Ireland is not in NATO, inside the European Union. Now there are some new instruments, and I sense that Ireland is more and more active. So we had a visit of our Deputy Minister of Defense in December. So I think there is room for cooperation inside the European framework, be it the PESCO projects or training, or I sense there is more and gradual. So there is no rush, of course. It's an internal debate, but when it comes to cooperation, I think there is appetite for looking of opportunities inside the European Union to get closer to common defense and security, to contribute effectively. So again, I'm positive. I'm rather positive on the positive side of the panel, and we are here, of course, our countries to contribute and to cooperate on providing more security to our continent eventually. So that's the whole story.
Thanks, Ambassador. And of course, there is much more cooperation now between NATO and the EU in the practical area. I mean, they're not particularly stepping on each other's toes, but I think the whole idea is that there should be a seamless integration and one side assisting the other. And of course, the EU CSDP is broader than NATO, and it has it has all the soft power as well. I'm just going to open the question to the floor, but one aspect I think of that has been my experience in the EU is that we can have certain issues where we can make a difference. I mean, one issue that we always bring to the fore, though, is the question on the Middle East. We support the Palestinian cause perhaps more than any of the other member states. And there has been one success arising out of the Irish Security Council membership, where Ireland managed to get through the UN and is now putting through the EU humanitarian corridors where there are sanctions and operations. And this has a very significant practical implication to allow for humanitarian aid in sanctioned situations, and the most urgent one is Syria. It needs a lot of cooperation, particularly from the banks who run a mile when you mention Syria, but we are working on that in Brussels, and it shows there you can raise an issue, put it through, and have a practical effect. So now, if I could open the floor, we have, I think, probably about 10 minutes, John, for questions. And so if you raise your hand, we'll try and take some questions. Alan, if you could get a mic there.
Thank you, Mary. I was a bit confused listening to Owen, who I thought was to talk to us about how others see us, and he was really talking about how we see ourselves. Because all of the things he said are the way things we discuss ourselves here. And there are some areas where there isn't really that as much confusion or questioning as Owen seems to think. I don't think, maybe Rory could bear me out on this, I don't think Ireland has ever been ambiguous about what we thought about a 2-speed or a 3-speed Europe. We've never been in favour of it, and it's never mattered anyway, because it's never arisen as an issue requiring a decision. The Boston and Berlin thing, that was kind of the fabrication of the leader of a party that was part of a temporary little arrangement which has now disappeared off the face of the earth, so that's not much. Dismissive of the Commission's fiscal policy. I think the ink was hardly dry on the Maastricht criteria before France and Germany kind of threw them out. The fiscal compact has been more honoured in the breach than in the observance since then. And as somebody said this morning in one of the discussions, that's the world we live in. So, I mean, I don't think there's anything particularly illuminating in all of that. I think most of those same comments would be made in any other member state reflecting on how they see themselves, never mind how they see anybody else. And finally, on the security issue, I think I'm looking forward to that debate, I must say, because I remember being at a discussion a good many years ago when this issue arose, and a Dutch colleague there, he said, you know, the Netherlands was a neutral country when the Panzers rolled in at the beginning of the Second World War. And his conclusion was that neutrality works for as long as everybody else allows it to work. I think that's a thought that we should bear in mind when we come to that issue. Thank you.
Thanks, Alan. Is that Martin? Yeah. Okay. I'll take a couple of questions together and put that in your pocket when I come back to you.
One point on which I would agree with Eamon, I knew the Spanish commissioner who criticised our sort of fiscal economic trajectory in roughly 2001 or 2002, and he was right. Where people like the IMF, very soft-pedaled criticisms. And I remember hosting a lunch as a Minister of State in Ivy House for a rather outspoken German ambassador who thought that we had become rather crude and coarse, in the latter period of the Celtic Tiger. So I would give him some justice on that. On the other hand, I think, that early 2000 period, it was when there was the big expansion, and Bertie Ahern played his part in that, the big expansion of the EU. And we were briefly the heroes of Brussels when, as we've been reminded, when the constitutional referendum, we passed it when the Dutch rejected it, and then after that, the French did. So I think it's a mixed picture. But I think that the Brexit situation has been handled exceptionally well. And I mean, that will really put to test, our entire foreign policy and economic policy system going beyond the Department of Foreign Affairs. And I think, in a way, a tribute to that is that, Pascal O'Donoghue has been re-elected chairman of the ECOFIN Council. The only point I'd make about neutrality, I must say I'm surprised, having joined the department in 1974, is that that policy has survived for 50 years. It has never come to the point where we've had to. I mean, geography is a huge factor. I mean, everybody's defence policy. I mean, I quite understand why, in the current circumstances, Finland and Sweden have decided to join NATO despite their long-standing neutrality, to which many of them were much attached. But I mean, there are sort of pragmatic considerations. I mean, I certainly have a strong sense. I mean, the Americans were very keen for us to join NATO Partnership for Peace, and we did after some significant internal debate, not least between myself and Rory. You know, they have the conditional use of Shannon Airport, which seems to satisfy most of their requirements. And I think we've been sort of fairly pragmatic. I'm not convinced that we need, I mean, the debates about two-speed Europe, federal Europe, I mean, those have been going on since the 1970s at least, if not earlier. I don't think, you know, that taking a position on those things is equal to equal division. I think, you know, commitment, strong underlying commitment to Europe, and then pragmatism on things like corporation tax. The final point I'd make, and I'd have to declare an interest, I've two daughters who work in Google, and another a son who works for another multinational. I would argue is in Brussels, you know, perhaps there are people who are a bit jealous.
Thank you. I think those were probably more statements than questions.
So can I just react very quickly on a couple of things? First of all, on economic policy, I mean, I think it's fair to say that since the crash, and that was a terrible situation, and I think there's still probably an enduring resentment in large parts of Irish society about what happened, even though we brought it on ourselves largely. But I think our recovery and our exit from the bailout won the admiration of people across Europe. I know that very much and very directly from having spoken to colleagues. Secondly, we have very skillfully handled the corporation tax issue over the last number of years, starting with Michael Noonan, it has to be said, in plugging gaps and then moving on to Donoghue. Thirdly, on the single market, again, we have led and coordinated a group of a majority of member states in Brussels urging adherence to single market principles when there is pressure from France and Germany and others to water them down. On Brexit then, I thank Martin for what he said, because I was very much involved in the Brexit effort. Owen said that it's true the EU had interest in Brexit as well, and that's absolutely true. But the Irish question was put on the agenda through a huge amount of work on the part of everybody in the Irish system, from the Taoiseach of the day, Enda Kenny, down. There were 400 meetings between ministers or senior diplomats like myself, or senior officials and other member states in the period between the referendum in June 2016 and the adoption of the Hussein mandate in 2017. And I think the fact that we were so successful is a tribute both to the skill, if I may say so, with which the issue was handled, but to the basic goodwill that our partners had towards us.
Thanks, Rory. Yeah. The very last word, a short one, because I have a note that we have to wrap up on.
Yes, I have to run to the airport, because for those of us who think that post-Brexit we are turning towards Brussels, we actually have less airline connections to Brussels than we did before Brexit. So I'll just put that, just to reply directly to Alan, ambiguous about Europe, we remain very confused about Europe. Rory mentioned now that before the Council summits we like to hang out with the Hanseatics and the Nordics, portray ourselves as fiscal, fiscal responsibility. Of course, big thing in the Nordics is they want, they don't want a huge increase in the EU budget. Micheál Martin has been very clear in saying he wants a bigger EU budget. So I don't know, figure that out. Boston or Berlin, I would hope that everybody in this room understands that we chose Boston a long time ago economically. We are an Anglosphere model in a continental European social market economy model. It's fundamentally different. And my big criticism is I'm not sure we've managed it correctly. Very last thing, Alan, one difference between on fiscal policy, Germany and France, breaking the fiscal rules. Germany and France never needed a bailout.
Okay, I'm afraid we could really go on and start off all over again. But thank you very much indeed. Thank you to the panel. Ambassador Scurra, Ambassador Stefan, it's a delight to have you with us. It's great to have a grit in the shoe through Owen, and thank you so much, Rory, from the basis of all your experience. Thank you to the audience, and I think we've held you from your coffee long enough, so thank you again.
Thanks, Mary. Thank you for being back so swiftly after the break. We have our last two panels now. The first on gender and intersectionality, which is chaired by Dr. Pauline Cullen from Maynooth. And this will go straight then into the final panel on Northern Ireland and the EU. I've had the pleasure of meeting most of the panellists and hanging out with them over the past few days, and it's just one of the very nice things I felt like saying. With doing stuff on Zoom, you obviously don't have the opportunity to kind of interact and talk and make friends, so it's really nice. The four panellists that we have that Dr. Cullen will be chairing: Professor Maura Adshed from the University of Limerick, Dr. Muireann O'Dwyer from St Andrews, Professor Delia Ferry from here, Maynooth University, and Dr. Cindy Joyce from the University of Limerick. Dr. Cullen, I'll hand over to you, and thank you very much to our panel.
Thanks very much, and thanks everybody for holding on with us at this later hour. And I'm absolutely delighted and privileged to welcome our panel here. I first want to make a reference to the title of our panel, because as scholars of intersectionality, we will resist the gender-first approach to intersectionality, and we, I suppose, use the title to make visible that particular problematic framing. And the conference, I suppose, has been a really important opportunity to reflect on the EU, and in particular Ireland's membership of the EU. And this panel is devoted to a critical reflection around the EU as an equality actor. And in many ways, we are interested in thinking about the EU's ideational power, as well as its legislative frameworks, as often limiting, especially for those interested in pushing for a more expansive, beyond orthodox and sometimes economistic notions of equality, framing of equality issues. At the same time, we are here to acknowledge in many ways, and has been talked about in lots of different ways in the past day or so, how the EU has generated significant resources and opportunities to advance an equality agenda, and was instrumental in affording Ireland the opportunity to embed important infrastructures, particularly on gender equality. And of course, we know that Ireland has in fact exceeded some of the EU frameworks in legislative terms around non-discrimination. I am minded to refer to a recent lecture from the European Ombudsman, Emily O'Reilly, in the last week or so, where she reflected on how January the 1st, 1973, in her words, marked an important moment for the liberation of Irish women from a theocratic state. But she also detailed the reticence of various interests in the Irish context and the foot-dragging around the transposition of equal treatment legislation. At the same time, she talked about the potential of Ireland to be an ethical actor in the context of EU directives, particularly around a proposed directive on violence against women, and made reference to other opportunities to promote gender equality, in particular in the context of EU directives on pay transparency. And in her comments, she made reference also to our legislative recognition here on coercive control and other innovative ways in which we've advanced a gender equality agenda in Ireland. However, she also reflected on the future, and that's what we want to do today. We want to think a little bit about the EU as an equality actor, the EU's relationship to Ireland in the equality space, but also thinking about the future, particularly the potential for Ireland to leverage an intersectional understanding of equality, and to think about the EU as an arena and the influence, the Irish influence in that arena on issues of intersectional discrimination and equality. I think one of the most important things that we've heard in the last day or so is also about the capacity to have those brave conversations around issues that can seem intractable in a societal context or a political context. And we have had recent success, obviously, in Ireland in terms of our Citizens' Assembly on gender equality, to raise important issues that are deeply gendered, but also classed and raced in important ways, as policy issues, but also broader societal issues around how we understand opportunity and outcome. And we know that the EU has many justificatory narratives around equality. Some of them are embedded in EU values. Some of them are not the most generous version of those values for folks interested, particularly, obviously, in the issue of migration. But we can trace a very particular genealogy of the EU's approach to equality. And often people cite the Amsterdam Treaty as a pivotal moment with the equality directives, where we find this emergent appreciation of inequality as something which is multiply experienced. And we have the first language in the preamble, particularly to the equality directives, where we find this acknowledgement of multiple discrimination. By the time we get to 2010, we also find some more explicit statements, and even in terms of soft law and programmatic initiatives that are centering this notion of multiple discrimination. Now in 2023, we have a commitment at EU level to a union of equality, and we have 5 different strategies, and we have rhetorical commitments again for a synergistic and intersectional equality mainstreamed approach at EU level to understanding policy and practice. So, I have a number of questions that I'm going to pose to the panel, and the first one I'm going to begin with, and perhaps Maura, you might like to start us off with this one, is drawing from your own area of expertise, your own policy focus, how do you characterise the EU as an actor on equality issues?
So the first thing I'm going to say is you're not going to get a panel of people talking about inclusion, diversity, inequality. You're going to say everything's been great and we're all happy. So I do feel that until Owen came along, nobody had a dissenting voice. But nevertheless, on this panel, I think you have to think of the EU. We've heard about it from so many different angles in the last few panels. And what we've heard, I actually wrote it down because I need to get this exact description. It's a complex, unwieldy, highly technocratic bundle of serially incremental arrangements that now comprise this incredibly complex web of laws, directives, protocols, and procedures. And that's what we're wrapped up in. And you're asking, so how good is that? And I think that it is really, really a complex bundle. You only have to ask the British. They've just, it was in the Financial Times yesterday, that they've now counted that if they want to revoke all those laws, they think there's maybe 5,000 of them. So it is complex, it is unwieldy, it's technocratic, and as Marian said, it's slow. But if you look at the glass kind of half full, 50 years of complex, unwieldy, incremental change is really hard to unravel. So if we're talking about the capacity, you know, we might wish for a more assertive commission that would deal with some of our less progressive neighbours and would, you know, go to Viktor Orban and give him the slap that perhaps we think he needs something. But is that the power that you really want for the European Union? You know, because that's the power, if you think about it, that Ron DeSantis has in Florida. And if you look at the laws that they've just enacted now, that now there's no public funding for any inclusion, diversity. There's to be no references to racism, no references to gender, to identity in schools and the curricula. That's what a decisive, strong leader can look like. And maybe that actually isn't the kind of leadership we want, or it isn't the kind of capacity that we want. And again, I hate to be the optimist here, and it's not usually my role, but in the back and forth that you've seen with the Commission and the various agencies, with Poland, with the Justice Party, with Hungary. You know, we look at that and perhaps we're disappointed and we think that this is not good, but actually maybe there's a traction there. And being a political scientist, you know, never underestimate. It could be much worse. So perhaps that is capacity, and we're just not acknowledging. We see the rest of the world. In fact, I don't know why we're not acknowledging that. You know, democracy is not a given. It's losing most places in the world. Autocracy is winning. So maybe what we see as messy and a lack of capacity is actually a traction on values that we're managing to just about hold on to. So in that sense, I think we possibly have more capacity than we're willing to recognise. But then, how do we use it? I guess is that.
Well, the comparative point of reference is a pretty dire one. But thanks for that, Maura. And we will certainly circle back and talk a little bit about the incredible backlash against equality and gender equality, sadly, in some of the EU member states. And, you know, the concerns of those who are invested in gender justice in particular, with the kinds of developments in those contexts. I'll turn to you now, Delia, and maybe you can give us your reflection.
Yes, I would like to shed a positive light on the EU when it comes to disability. The EU has become a very important player in disability law, and now we speak about EU disability law as a standalone field of research, of inquiry, and a policy field of the European Union. And in my opinion, the EU has significantly advanced disability rights, especially in the last 10 years. Following the ratification of the CRPD, the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, this convention was ratified by the European Union alongside all its member states. I have to say that Ireland was the last one to ratify the convention in Europe among the member states. And in this respect, the EU has really taken the lead when it comes to disability rights globally, because, for instance, the US has not yet ratified the CRPD. So in the 90s, the US, with the approval of the Americans with Disabilities Act, was really a front runner in the protection and promotion of disability rights. But now the European Union is certainly the global leader. If we look at the trajectory of EU disability policy, we see that really at the beginning and until the 90s, disability policies were inexistent, almost inexistent. There were a few soft law documents, some programs that aimed at collaboration among the member states to support employability of people with disabilities. But it's with the Treaty of Amsterdam that you also mentioned a few minutes ago that we see really a dramatic change, because the Treaty of Amsterdam empowered the former community to adopt legislation to combat discrimination on several grounds, including the ground of disability. And the entry into force of the Treaty of Amsterdam then spurred the non-discrimination legislation that we do have now. So Directive 2078, approved in 2000, the Employment Equality Directive remains the most important piece of legislation on non-discrimination when it comes to disability. And I just want to mention that the Treaty of Amsterdam was also very important because attached to the treaty there was a declaration that required policymakers and legislators to take into account the needs and the rights of persons with disabilities when legislating under Article 114 TFU, former Article 95, so within the internal market. So the idea of injecting social concerns into the internal market came about with the Treaty of Amsterdam and was then developed at the policy level and is still there. The Charter of Fundamental Rights in 2000 was also proclaimed in 2000, was also very important to shed a light on the rights of persons with disabilities, on inclusion in society, although at that time it wasn't binding. But still it was important to have an article, Article 26, that really proclaimed the importance of, for people with disabilities to live independently and being included in the community. The Treaty of Lisbon brought very little change in terms of the constitutional landscape, but as I said before, in 2009-2010, the ratification of the CRPD really can be considered a turning point, because after the ratification of the CRPD, the EU has enacted numerous policy plans, the European Disability Strategy 2010-2020, and the following plan, the Strategy on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. And then, of course, there's enacted legislation. And I just want to mention two pieces of legislation here that are quite important, the Web Accessibility Directive and the European Accessibility Act. And those are internal market instruments, but yet they are disability specific. They are geared towards ensuring accessibility for people with disabilities. They are not perfect. If we compare them vis-à-vis the obligations of the CRPD, we can see that they fall short, those obligations, but in my opinion, they are big achievements. And of course, we have seen disability mainstreamed across the full span of EU legislation. The Work Balance Directive that was mentioned before is certainly an important directive also from a disability perspective. And just to conclude this brief excursus, I want to say that it's not also positive, because the only piece of legislation prohibiting disability on the grounds of prohibiting discrimination on the grounds of disability remains the Employment Equality Directive, the multi-ground horizontal directive that was aiming to enlarge the scope of the prohibition of discrimination to fields like social protection and access to goods and services, is stuck in the Council and between the Council and the Parliament. So the proposal was put forward by the Commission in 2008, and we are still waiting. But as you mentioned, Pauline, Ursula von der Leyen and its Commission is really placing equality at the forefront of its action. So we will see whether this proposal will finally come to light as a directive. I have to say that the text that is emerging from the various adjustments and amendments put forward in the Council and in the European Parliament are diluting greatly the initial text, diminishing its value in terms of prohibiting discrimination and advancing equality. But time will tell.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you for that, Delia. And I think here we have a very lawyerly perspective, but we get a real sense of the generative power of the legislative framework. And I'm going to turn now to Cindy and ask her that same question. When you think about the EU as an equality actor, what comes to mind for you from your own perspective?
Yeah, I suppose for me it's a complex issue when you're looking at the EU and the legislative frameworks that are provided. However, I suppose when I'm looking back, and I suppose it's 50 years now, I'm looking back those 50 years and I'm just reflecting on what Europe has done for the traveller community, for the Mincare community here in Ireland. And I suppose just going back a little bit, when we go back to the first publication by the Irish government on the Mincare community, which was called 1963 Report of the Commission on Itinerancy. And within that report, it was a governmental report that was published on the basis and the aim of the settlement of the Irish traveller community in Ireland, and it was a lot of references to different policies that might be put forward for the community to be settled. And I suppose looking at that, we can see, like, within that report, policy here in Ireland has followed that report right up until the 90s, perhaps the late 90s and the early 2000s. So we've only kind of seen a change, a move away from that very recently. So when we're looking at that, like, when you look at that report itself, former Taoiseach Charles Haughey actually within that report made a statement, and I'm going to quote it because it's a really profound statement, and it's a profound statement that policy was created and published since 1963 right up to the 2000s on the traveller community. And within that quote, he said, "There can be no final solution until itinerants are absorbed into the general community." Now, that was 1963. Not long after the atrocities of Europe, we know where the term's final solution comes from, and we have an Irish government using those terms in relation to an ethnic minority group within Ireland. And when we see that, and we can see kind of the policies that followed after that report into the 70s and the 80s and into the 90s with health, education, accommodation, we can see the situation now that the traveller community is in from a consequence of those policies that were put in place. And we can see with, I suppose at the moment now, in 2023, and we're looking at the dire statistics that the community are facing, with suicide, for example, 7 times higher than the general population, it would be a crisis in any other country, not just in Europe, but global sense. However, it's normalised here. It's not a crisis. It's not seen as a crisis because we're only the traveller community. We can see that, I suppose, for my community, I suppose when we're talking about human rights and equality, and we look at the policies that were put forward, I suppose for my community, a lot has been done for the really dire effects for the community in the conditions that the travellers are living in. And I suppose when we see come up into the 1970s and the 80s, we can see that the community itself began to campaign for human rights, began to come together to try to make a difference, and using Europe as a framework, and the legislations from non-discrimination from Europe to use as a framework. So it was, I suppose, a weapon for the community to use in order to try to gain some sort of human rights within our own country. And there has been some successful things, but however, we are still in a dire situation. But when we look at, I suppose, the European Commission, we can see, I suppose, particularly, I suppose we can see year after year when Ireland are reviewed on what their policies and legislations, how up to date they are. Year after year, Europe is telling Ireland the same thing over and over again. You're in breach of human rights under the social charter. So I suppose for us then, I suppose looking at that, we can see that Europe is a kind of a stepping stone for the community to try to gain some human rights. However, as been said, it is slow, it is complex, it's non-binding, and sometimes it can be to the frustration of the community that things aren't happening fast enough. And when we say things aren't happening fast enough, we can see, like, I suppose in 1963, we can see that we had that report. I suppose then in 1980, the Irish government applied for under the Social Fund, the European Social Fund, for resources around water and sewage facilities for the Mincare community in halting sites, etc. And that was in 1980. In 2019, we still had 12% of our community without access to water or electricity or sewage facilities. So we can see that it's slow. However, it is an anchor for the community to use. And I suppose, in my opinion, without Europe, I suppose, when we go back to looking at the recognition of traveller ethnicity, we can see that Europe, I suppose Ireland had denied ethnicity, continuously denied it. However, when it was recognised because Europe threatened legal action in the courts against Ireland. So we can see that there is power within the EU to push things forward when it needs to. However, as was said, it is slow and it can be frustrating at times.
Okay, thank you very much. And so really we get such a very kind of diverse picture. We've had a lot of celebration, I suppose, of the EU as this incredibly important and progressive experience, particularly for Irish women, but in a very particular way and for very particular groups of women. And I think one of the things we want to try and interrogate on the panel is, what are the limits of that, particularly when we really understand women in Irish society and people more generally in Irish society in all of their diversity? Where are the limits of those kinds of legislative or programmatic developments? So thanks for that, Cindy. Marian?
Yeah, thanks very much. When you ask the question, how would you understand the EU as an equality actor? To me, you may as well just be asking, how do you understand the EU? Because I guess the main argument I want to make, or the main point I want to get across here, is that it is absolutely impossible to understand the European Union if you're not understanding the way that it's a gendered and gendering actor, the way that it's a raced and racialised actor. And I will happily take any questions on any policy area to defend that stance that I take. And I've had a lot of fun and fun conversations with people around competition policy, specific directives, that you cannot understand any of them if you don't understand the way that they interact with these intersectional identities. And the reason that I make that argument is that I think that gender and race and ethnicity and other aspects are not just identities that we hold as individuals, and we might have various identities that we might have in different contexts that might shape, different discriminatory practices we might face in our lives. They are that, and that is important. And the EU has played quite a big role in that and how we experience that in Ireland. But there are also social structures of power that shape the way decisions are made, the way power is distributed, the way resources are distributed, the way that policies end up being implemented, the type of unintended consequences that might come about from policies if these things aren't considered. And I'll give you just an example from my own work. So I work on economic governance. Primarily, I looked at post-crisis reforms that the EU did after 2008 and 2010, and how they were built upon these gendered assumptions about the economy. And one area I looked at was the economic models that were used around austerity that made certain assumptions about how economies would respond to cutbacks in social spending. And those models underestimated the impact, the disproportionate impact on women, and particularly minoritized women, women who were in positions as single heads of households. And it also underestimated the lack of access to credit for women, which meant that the IMF's models around fiscal multipliers, which were found to be utterly flawed, particularly in Greece, didn't take account of the fact that not everyone can start up a business or expand their business in the same way because of these ways that gender shapes the economy and shapes society. We can go more fundamentally to think about the history of the European Union itself. And we've talked a lot about the history of the European Union in this conference today. You cannot understand the European Union if you don't understand it as a post-colonial entity. You can't understand the economic policy of the European Union if you don't understand that the economic policy of the European Union was set up in a moment of decolonisation with attempts to protect wealth that had been extracted. And that's fed into all of the reforms that have come since then. Or even thinking about how Euro-Africa was one of the original ideas around integration, this idea of continuing colonial connections, particularly coming from France. You don't hear that talked about so much anymore, but it's still there in some of the underlying assumptions. And I'll finish on this final thing to think about. We've had a lot of reference in a lot of the panels to the rise of the far right and the rise of illiberalism. And there's a lot of research being done by feminists and kind of critical scholars around gender and sexuality on this. But their work is not often taken into account by the broader discussions around this rise of the far right. And that is really to fail to understand what is going on. If you look at how Viktor Orban campaigns, if you look at the items he chooses to pick a fight with Brussels on, like he recently vetoed a trade policy because it had gender equality provisions within that trade policy. He relies on these really kind of strong ideas and strong assertions about gender politics in order to mobilise his base and in order to drive this Euroscepticism that is keeping him popular. And if we don't appreciate the ways that gender is being used by those kinds of politicians and shaping that type of far-right politics, then we're not going to understand what's going on or think about how to challenge it. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Marian. And I do think it's one of the greatest contributions of feminist political science, in particular to European integration studies, is that centering of intersectionality, but also thinking about gender and how it has been deeply instrumentalised by the far right, but also by other actors, where far-right ideas have been mainstreamed and have had very negative consequences for the progression in gender equality, but the pushback also in the context of things that we assumed were settled in terms of the equality bargains that were made across Europe. And I suppose feminist political science would argue deeply that one of the greatest litmus tests for the quality of European democracy is to look at the status of equality, legislation, of policy, and of practice. And when you see those fundamental bargains that we thought were made being eroded and questioned, then we have to ask deep questions about the kind of, not the democratic deficit, but actually the erosion of democracy, of liberal democracy itself. So I'll come to my second question, and I'm going to pull us back a little bit back into the Irish context. And I want you to have a little think about how Ireland maybe has been shaped in terms of equality because of its relationship to the European Union. And if we as an actor in the European stage have anything, in particular that we can contribute to these broader debates on equality at EU level.
Yeah, so I don't argue with anything that Marian says. but that's just a feminist perspective of all power. Like, it's not special to the EU. So given that that's a given, I'm going to say this is the least worst. And I think that what people have demonstrated today is that if we, and this is, so I guess what I'm grasping at is hope, because if you don't have that, then really, what are you going to do? If we have any hope of dealing with these issues, then I do think that the nature of the EU is probably our best potential, because you can't negotiate with 27 different members without having some grasp of different interests and intersections of interests. And even if it's not grasping them to the extent that we would wish, or you do see that does not quick enough, not thoroughly enough, not deeply enough. But it's like it's like cliche, you know, democracy, it's the worst system except the others are worse. You know, it's the least worst outcome. So, and I do think that if you're taking that, well, how do we go forward? Then our best hope is this kind of collaborative endeavour, and to make this collaborative endeavour better. And I think if you're looking at how that's impacted on Ireland, I mean, we can point to lots of changes in the law, you know, marriage bars and equal pay for workers and so on, directives. But I think where the biggest change has been is just in the way that we go about making policy. So, I mean, it's very, very obvious that when we started making policy, we were just about getting the money. And I have a lovely metaphor for understanding Irish approaches to EU policy, particularly in the 80s when we got into structural funds and so on. When I was at the University of Essex, there was a PhD student there, Andy, who had discovered a working man's club just nearby, where pints of beer were like 30 pence cheaper than they were anywhere else. And he came back and he said, you know, the more you drink, the more you save. And that was very much the approach of the Irish government to EU structural fundings, to the social fund, and to all the other funds that were available, that if there was a way that we could get it, then we would encourage that, which was completely different, for example, to our neighbours in the UK, where EU funding was held out as a prize and it had to be competed for. And so there was a great deal of, in fact, as in one of the interviews I did long ago with one EU commissioner from the UK, he said, oh, the Irish will always talk themselves that whatever they need to do, they'll get the money. So there was a lot of sort of cynicism about the way we were going about policy, things like partnership, things like additionality, you know, conditionality, co-design and stakeholders and so on. And we perhaps didn't enter into that with a wonderful shift in mindset that we're all going to be collaborative and partners. But it's like, for me, it's like political correctness, it's like discourses, it's like language. When you actually are obliged to work in different ways and over a generation it becomes normal. So a lot of ways of going about things have become more normal here, and even if the heart isn't true, and you know, maybe people are just as colonial or misogynistic or difficult as they were before, they're now not feeling comfortable behaving like that. And you see the difference. I mean, you see it very much so when you look at discourses in Britain now, where it's like they've been allowed to say the things that we still feel uncomfortable saying, because we've got norms and values about what is permissible in our discourses, in our politics, and in the way that we make policy, and in what has become normal and what has become reasonable. So you know, there may be people who are feeling uncomfortable with genders issue, with LGBTQ and wondering what, but they don't feel that they can vocalise their discomfort. And I believe that after a number of years where you can't vocalise that, it actually normalises the values that...
That's a very optimistic perspective to take, Laura.
Yeah, well, I felt somebody had to give one. Yeah. It's the least, like I say.
So there's something about our collective experience of Europe that has maintained certain norms, some of them...
Well, I think it's shifted our norms. I mean, to women in particular, and to the notion that inclusivity, diversity is a good thing. I mean, of course, there's the emergence of the right in Ireland. There's the emergence of anti-migration, but there's a formal discourse that the mainstream political parties all say we think migration is a good thing. It's good for Ireland. That's the regardless of what people are thinking. Right. That is, nobody feels comfortable in a mainstream political party being anti-immigrant. Yeah.
Can I come in there?
I know. Except, of course.
Except, of course, the Minker community. And we know that we have had evidence of politicians, people in powerful positions that have come out and said the most vile things about our community. And not only was it accepted and normalised and vocalised on, but these people were actually promoted. So when, I suppose for me, and I suppose I've heard a lot, the last couple of days, yesterday and today as well, about the positivity of Europe and the positivity of Ireland, and how Ireland really holds on to equality, and how Ireland is somehow a pillar of equality, that we have been through tough times. We were a poor country, and by joining the EU we have prospered, and now we are in an opportunity to help other countries. But however, if we look at home and look at our own country, we can see that there is a community in Ireland that not only has been made, I suppose, visibly invisible, would be the words that I would use, because we're not invisible in society, but we are invisible when it comes to policy in human rights and in I suppose in discourse and dialogue. It is so normalised for people to come out with things that are fascist language, far right language, hurtful and hate speech against the traveller community, where it is acceptable and allowable, and not only on the streets and in the bars and the pubs and restaurants and so forth, but actually in courthouses. We have heard judges come out with statements, we have heard high politicians come out with statements, and if we have our justice system where judges are coming out with statements like that, it gives the freeway for the ordinary person on the street or down in the pub or in the hotel to begin this discussion around the traveller community and to say the most vile things about the community. And I suppose that normalisation, and it's not just talk, I suppose, within Ireland, that dialogue and that talk kind of creates the conditions that the community are in, where it is so normalised and accepted for the community to be in dire poverty, living in, as I said, without access to water, without access to electricity. We're a rich country in Europe, and
so there's something about our credentials, if you like, as you said, as a pillar of equality or progression, or the better face of Europe. Mm-hmm. There is a moment there that we need to take stock of, that internally that there are deep forms of inequality.
Absolutely, and if we look at I suppose research that has been done, and I suppose particularly the Fundamental Human Rights Agency, there in 2021 had published a report on travellers across Europe, traveller and Roma communities across Europe. And in their findings, they actually found Ireland to have the worst discrimination across 6 countries towards travellers, the worst poverty travellers were living in Ireland across Europe. So we might be doing so good in other parts of
I don't think we're
policies,
doing really well. I'd say that it's a break on our decline.
Okay, yeah, all right, okay. Delia, I will go to you.
Well, I want to bring a positive note, and I acknowledge that the implementation of legislation and the change of the mindset is very hard, and it takes a long time. However, Ireland was indeed let's say, a precursor in terms of equality legislation, because the Employment Equality Act was enacted in 1998, so before the Treaty of Amsterdam was entered into force, and before the Employment Equality Directive. And the Equal Status Act of 2000 again predates the Employment Equality Directive for a few months, but that's very important that Ireland was at the forefront of equality legislation back in that period, the late 90s, beginning of 2000. And from a disability perspective, of course, I would like to note that those pieces of legislation, in particular, the Employment Equality Act, included the notion of reasonable accommodation for people with disabilities in employment. And that was a notion that was virtually unknown in continental Europe. It was already used in US legislation, in UK legislation, and then it trickled down into European Union legislation. So Ireland did contribute to the shaping of equality law in that respect. And of course, it's very easy to write very good legislation and then fail to implement it in practice. But I would like to say that Irish contribution to the shaping of EU equality legislation was important. And in fact, the then proposal for the Employment Equality Directive cited Irish legislation. And I suppose change is very slow and sometimes painful. And the complexity of the European Union, just to come back to what was said before, sometimes doesn't facilitate that change. Mm-hmm. But I suppose the important thing is that change, no matter how painful and how slow, happens. And we can see, at least I can see, in European Union legislation, especially from the perspective of disability, really a change towards achieving equality. That equality is still, very far away, a long way to go, but I can see that. And Ireland has been instrumental in supporting at the beginning the enactment of EU legislation, and now it's important that what we have will be implemented across the whole European Union and in Ireland.
So this is a story of different forms of inequality, I guess, and different rates of progress on different issues.
Absolutely.
And these bring us back, again, if we take a very intersectional approach, we get the most holistic understanding of this. So we don't get the one single story of progress. We don't get this kind of self-congratulatory trajectory towards success. We get a very complex and nuanced account that takes into account the reality of people's lives, because we aren't just female or belonging to a particular racial or ethnic group or able-bodied or having a sexual identity. We're all of these things, aren't we? We're a composite of these things. And the EU has provided great promise in certain areas, and Ireland has been very instrumental in that. And we heard some very nice stories, particularly historically, of people who have made a real difference, critical actors along the way that pushed legislation, brought new ideas, supported a progression of certain European values that we hold on to. But of course, then we obviously confront the limits of that, don't we? And I might turn to Marian for that.
Have I been appointed the
Yes.
negative voice? Well, first time for everything. So I think what's really coming out of here is kind of, and back to why I kind of don't like to think about this question of EU good for equality, yes/no, or seeing it as a binary choice if something is positive or negative or good or bad or top or bottom of some ranking. But rather, I'm more interested in what ways does it shape equality and inequality, in what ways is it gendered, in what different ways is it racialised. And I think that's often a much more interesting question. And again, it reflects the call to nuance that we get from intersectionality, that intersectionality says you can't have these kind of binary choices because that's just not how the world works. I think a couple of things that are interesting about Ireland and the EU as kind of how they both as kind of actors interact with these kind of systems and structures of power is that they've aligned quite a lot over the last 50 years. If I'll take kind of gender and race as maybe examples, in terms of on gender equality, there's been an understanding of the problem of gender inequality as being one of discrimination, as being quite a legal problem. And we've got a lot of those very positive developments in that legal tradition around anti-discrimination. So things like pay equality and other anti-discrimination policies that have been rightfully celebrated. But that does leave kind of some other questions open about other types of inequalities and other sources of inequality that the EU itself doesn't talk about as much and that Ireland doesn't talk about as much. Similarly, there's been a very strong silence on questions of race when it comes to both European policymaking and Irish policymaking that can make it quite difficult to understand or to notice the kind of racialised consequences of those policies when they're not made explicit, when they're kind of silenced. One thing that's interesting, we might turn to this in the next question about the future, is that there seems to be a bit of a divergence now. The silence around gender equality in the EU has very much been broken. We're starting to see it being talked about across a wider range of issues. Even again in my own area of economic policy making, my first kind of slide every time I presented my PhD work was all of these documents, no mention of gender. That's simply not the case anymore. Even in economic policy, you will always see gender equality referenced. The question is implementation again, and Pauline and I are working on a paper around that. But Ireland still seems to be quite resistant to even bringing that level of kind of mention or notice around gender equality. And as that divergence kind of develops, it'll be interesting to see if Ireland follows along with that shift or kind of pulls back against it. And I think it also aligns to some of the conversations we had earlier today about the EU moving towards maybe a more interventionist economic policy, things like getting rid of the state aid rules, which will align with a lot of kind of feminist demands for stronger state supports, and whether or not Ireland kind of positions itself up against that. And that's something that's kind of, we don't know how that's going to play out, but it'll be interesting to see if Ireland continues to be kind of aligned in those issues. The other thing I'd say is that I think it's important that Ireland, you know, when it tells its story of itself, especially over the last maybe 15 years, as this equality champion, and points to things like the referendum on marriage equality, that it does take its kind of opportunity to stand up and be counted against challenges to LGBT rights within the European Union. There's a big issue now with certain member states not recognising marriages between same-sex couples that have happened in other states, and Italy is doing it, and Poland is doing it, refusing to recognise those marriages. And it's creating an awful lot of difficulty for families who are in those countries or moving between those countries. And I think it's really incumbent on Ireland, if it is to kind of claim this kind of progressive narrative around its own history around kind of equal marriage, to really stand up and be counted in pushing back against that as well. And that's something I think to look out for in understanding how Ireland interacts with these equality frameworks.
And I think that's a very important segue into this last question I have, because I'm conscious of time and that we run, we don't run over time. And that relates to the future, I suppose, and to Maura's optimism. To Delia's pragmatism, to Cindy's realism. And Marian, I'm not even going to put an ism on you. So, but certainly if we think about the future and we think about Ireland and its relationship to the EU, and we think about these incredible challenges to living these intersectional lives, which we do as people with this composite of identities and different kinds of opportunities and constraints that are contingent upon those positions. What is, if you were to pick, one particular thing that you think that the EU and Ireland, particularly as an ethical actor in the EU, could push against or push forward? What would it be? What would be the issue?
So I'd bring it down a level. So to ourselves. So I think as responsible citizens, just because you're critical doesn't mean that you're not a responsible citizen or that you're not in favour. And I think we've had a tendency, we have so many ways of describing, Ireland Inc., put on the green jersey. We've heard all of those sorts of tropes today, where we do have a sense of ourselves as a monolith. We've always had a sense of ourselves as a monolith, whether it was the white Catholic traditional monolith or now it's the innovative. But we're a small state, so it's natural that we but I think we need to say, okay, we're old enough now. It's okay to recognise differences, and we can actually constructively, we can maybe talk about the differences. We can have differences of opinion. I mean, we had a Taoiseach who said, people should commit suicide who disagreed with him. I think we need to move sort of now to a space where this kind of forum, or where we can say, well, this is good, this is not so good, we're not doing so well here. And that's not being, and that's not letting the side down. That's actually that's what our side should be.
So some self-reflection, and some humility.
So
around,
before we go telling what the EU should do,
yes.
I think maybe we should just allow
Look
the
inwards.
space.
Yes, okay.
Allow the space to say,
right, yeah.
Where
Thank
are we
you.
at?
Yeah, and I'll ask you to be succinct, actually, Delia, because we want to give a little bit of time for questions.
Absolutely. So. Just to come back to the European Union and intersectionality, which was a part of your question. So the European Union at present has placed intersectionality at the forefront of all its strategy that you also mentioned, and intersectional discrimination was also mentioned in a very recent resolution of the Parliament in July 2022. However, we don't have yet instruments that really address and prohibit intersectional discrimination. And the Court of Justice so far has been very reluctant. There were two very famous cases that were brought to the attention of the Court of Justice via preliminary ruling by Irish courts, Z versus a government department and Paris. And in none of those, I'm not going into the detail of the case because I see Pauline looking at me like, there is no time, but in none of those cases, an intersectional approach was taken by the court. And that is disappointing in my opinion, because the court could have gone further, even with the existing legal framework. However, I think it's time for the EU to move on with the proposal on non-discrimination, and also include in that proposal, as it was in the original proposal of the Commission, something about intersectionality, because the reality is that society is very fragmented. We are all very different. We have different identities that are compound in every one of us. And the legislation needs to mirror that and needs to be able to capture the needs of people in their various activities and identities.
Right, as a constitutive, rather than an additive, let's add things on, we'll put gender first and then add different, which is the predominant approach, this additive approach. Cindy, you want to give us a real quick sound bite to tell us what you think for the future? What's the one thing you think that you could see change, that you'd like to see change for the EU and for maybe Ireland's role there?
I suppose for me it's just looking at the statutory responsibilities in the EU, and I suppose for those to be pushed in a much more positive sense, particularly I suppose looking around the Charter, the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights, and I think that there needs to be much more not only push, but I think much more knowledge around that for the public. People we're talking about how communicating Europe to the public and how we can do that, but we need to kind of push these things that are important, like the Fundamental Human Rights Agency. We need to have those statutory responsibilities built into our own national policies when we're looking at our policies in the strategies that we have. Like when we come up with things like, say, for example, yesterday it was said that in education, for example, that now we have 200,000 people in higher education, which is phenomenal, and it's right to celebrate that. However, when we look at the Minker Indigenous Minker community, and we look at the number of girls, we can see that 13% of Minker girls leave school before their leaving cert, compared to 92% of the settled population. So there's a huge gap there that needs to be filled, and Ireland needs to play a big role in that. And I suppose not only Ireland, when we look across Europe and we look at nomadic communities, and we can see that nomadic communities have always experienced discrimination and I suppose policies and laws against the nomadic lifestyle and the traditional lifestyle.
So freedom of movement, but in a very particular way.
Absolutely. And when Europe talks about the importance of the freedom of movement, for us it's a hypocritical stance when we have our community in static halting sites, not allowed to move and not allowed to practice their ancient traditional culture, and culture is being curtailed and
Thanks,
detained.
Thanks for that. Thank you very much. Marian, you want to?
Yeah, I mean, it's also so hypocritical to talk about free movement as a value of the European Union with, this fortress being built in the Mediterranean, which I think is something we're thinking about. I'll be very brief, but I'll say something very big in terms of what's coming. If the European Union and the rest of the world are going to meet these net zero targets that have been agreed, and if we're going to transform our economy in a way that allows us to kind of deal with the problem of the climate crisis, it's going to be one of the fastest and most hugest transformations of the economy. It'll be like the Industrial Revolution, but shortened into a couple of decades. And that's going to have fundamental redistributive consequences. It could be a massive moment of equality generation, where things are done much fairer than they were in the past. Or it could be a massive redistribution upwards, embedding and entrenching inequalities, some of which we've talked about here. And if these conversations, if questions around equality aren't part of these conversations about this transformation of the economy, it's going to be very, very dangerous in terms of what ends up coming about in these changes that are going to come. So things like the Green Deal need to take account of the types of inequalities that we've talked about here. They need to take account of the additional crisis of the care crisis that's happening in Europe because of the demographics that have developed across a lot of the member states. So I think that's something to think about in terms of the biggest transformation that's coming in the future of Europe and how it could really go in either direction depending on how seriously these issues are taken.
I think we have about 5 minutes. Thanks, Marian, to take maybe just a couple of questions, one round of questions. We have this gentleman here with the yellow tie, yep. And then back. Thanks.
Yeah, it's Blair Horn, member of the Institute. It's a question for Marian, because I didn't really understand in terms of the understanding the EU as a post-colonial entity, because the last time I heard that was from Timothy Snyder, who I think is a great writer on Ukraine and Russia. But in terms of, for me, he was confusing individual states like France and Algeria, the Belgians and the Congo, the Dutch and the East Indies with the EU. And I'm not clear, Marian, where you're coming from with that. Just a comment on what Delia said in terms of the European Court of Justice. I mean, yes, you can be disappointed with their cases sometimes, but my personal experience as a union who brought a lot of cases and got the biggest settlement, 36 million, of an equal pay based on European Court precedents. I was a case officer in the Hill Stableton, which removed discrimination against job shares and part-time workers. And we went all the way to the European Court and won it. So for me, the European Court of Justice is probably the most progressive institution. It's integrationist in terms of its whole agenda. Yes, it disappoints sometimes, but not overall. But it's really a question to Marian. I actually am not clear what she's coming from in terms of that, and I certainly didn't agree with Timothy Snyder.
Okay, well, we'll take another question and then Marian can respond. Up the back. Thank you.
Hi, I know it hasn't been touched on, but what is the panel's view on trans rights for transsexuals, or that kind of situation, the way it's been developed, considering what happened in Scotland recently? I just want to know what your views are, because it hasn't really been touched on when you're talking about gender roles.
Okay, thank you. I might go to, I think that's it, we have two. So we'll go to Delia. You want to just respond to Blair on the court? Real quick?
Yeah, just a comment. Of course, I do agree with you. The Court of Justice has been really an important engine for the European integration. I was just referring to its case law on intersectional discrimination, in which the court has not recognized the presence of intersectional discrimination, has been very much as focused on the letter of the law, which is something it hasn't done in other instances, even in non-discrimination law. So we have a case, very important, Coleman on discrimination by association, that is now encompassed and protected because the Court of Justice say that under the Employment Equality Directive. And so seeing such a progressive case in Coleman and then seeing a sort of self-restraint when it comes to intersectional approach is a bit disappointing. But I do agree with you that the Court of Justice is indeed a very important engine for European integration.
Thanks, Delia. Marian, you want to take the question about the post-decolonial?
Yeah, I'll answer the trans rights question very, very quickly. Like, I'm very much in favour of trans rights. I'm very much in favour of gender recognition, making it as easy as possible for people to live in a way that feels authentic for them. And I think, kind of back to what I was saying about if you want to understand things like the rise of the far right and populist politics, seeing the type of things that they're using as weapons is really, really important. So it's worth paying attention to these things, not just for moral reasons, but also to understand what's happening. to kind of build on this idea of understanding Europe as a post-colonial entity. So I take a lot of this from Professor Gurminder Vanbrugh from the University of Sussex, who argues that we have to understand the European Union as a post-colonial entity in that it itself has been shaped by histories and dynamics of imperialism. And that's not to say that it was always as an imperial actor itself. I mean, part of that is because of migratory trends and people who've come to Europe and lived in different countries, but also because the countries, the member states that you mentioned that do have these imperial and colonial pasts make up the European Union. You know, we've talked a lot about the money that Ireland has received from the European Union, and the reason why the European Union is so wealthy is in part connected to that colonial history. And we do have to be kind of honest and upfront about that and think about what that means for the stories we tell about the European Union. It's not to write off everything about the European Union as a peace project or as a progressive project, but it's to be honest about the history and how we got here. And even to think about it more kind of, I mentioned Euro-Africa, which maybe people haven't heard about. That was this idea of creating kind of European and African integration as a kind of third power during the Cold War that, you know, the French were very much in favour of, and some of the German foreign policy diplomats liked the idea, but it ended up getting dropped. But it shaped some of the early discussions around building the institutions. There's a great book called Euro-Africa that documents this. But also, I think, if I mentioned Fortress Europe and this idea of kind of building up these barriers to migration. And they're barriers to people who are migrating, often because of inequalities and kind of existential threats to their livelihood that are resulting from the inequalities created by imperialism and the colonial age. Kind of the exploitation and the extraction that European countries did around the world that have led to continuations of poverty, lack of opportunities, that then drive some of this migratory patterns. And so there's kind of a continuation of some of the aspects of the colonial relationship. I'm even thinking about a lot of the scholarship on EU-Africa relationships and how a lot of people call it neo-colonialism, even in some of the practices in terms of being quite exploitative or quite extractive in some ways. And one thing to note is how much that may be ramping up in the run for green technology and in trying to access certain resources that only exist in certain areas. So that's something to keep an eye on. So it's historical, both in terms of the member states, it's historical in terms of moments of key integration, and it's also still going on today. So that's what I mean by talking about it as a post-colonial actor. And again, it's not to write off it as a peace project or as a progressive actor, but that it also has this aspect to it that we need to take seriously. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Well, I think we'll end it there. Thank you very much for your attention at this late hour. And we have one more panel to go, don't we? So thanks. And thank you very much to my panel. It was a great privilege.
good? Okay, great. Good afternoon, everybody. It's amazing we've gotten to this point of the 2 days without kind of falling behind in time, but we have managed it in the last two because of how absorbing the conversations have been. So thank you for staying with us. I'll be as brief as I can in introduction and hand straight over to Flora McCarthy from Rock This TV. Thanks, Flora, for chairing. This final panel, Northern Ireland, Ireland and the EU on the 25th anniversary of the Good Friday Agreement, is composed of four contributors. We have Dr. Giada Lagana from Cardiff University, John McGrane from the British Irish Chamber of Commerce, Dr. Mary C. Murphy from the Department of Government at University College Cork, and Dr. Lisa Clare Whitten at Queen's University Belfast. Thanks all. Look forward to the discussion.
Well, thank you very much, Barry, for that warm welcome. And what a superb conference it has been so far. I say so far, bearing in mind that we're the last panel up. But thank you all very much for remaining here until now. I know a sunny Friday afternoon can be a big ask, and thanks also for those of you who've just joined us. Very briefly, we're bringing it back home geographically with this intriguing panel on the topic of Northern Ireland, Ireland and the EU on the 25th anniversary of the Good Friday Agreement. Politically speaking, of course, we're currently experiencing a time of suspended animation. After a tumultuous 7 years post-Brexit referendum, the Windsor Framework was finally agreed in only February of this year between the EU and the UK government, and yet Northern Ireland itself, the institutions at Stormont, remain in a deep freeze. To discuss the complicated and sometimes under-the-radar relationship with the EU, which it has with the island of Ireland, and the hopes that the Good Friday Agreement can live up to those ideals of its drafters, Maynooth University has gathered together this first-class panel, and we're going to kick off straight away. Speaking about 1973 and what that relationship between Ireland, Northern Ireland, and the newly formed, our relationship was newly formed with the then EC. Lisa Clare, if I could start with you, taking us back 50 years, can you frame what position and importance Northern Ireland had in January 1973 when, along with the United Kingdom and Denmark, we together joined the EC?
Yeah, sure, and thank you. And may I just echo thanks for you all being here on a sunny Friday afternoon. It's very impressive. So yeah, just thinking back, 1973, January was when the UK and Ireland joined together and formally become members of the European communities as it was, would become the EU. Northern Ireland and the people of Northern Ireland had just endured one of the worst years of the Troubles, 1972. It was really in the intense moment of violence on the streets, and things were very negative at that time. And I guess I would begin by highlighting the curiosity that we have two states, the UK and Ireland, that were very much involved, directly, indirectly, kind of proxies in this live conflict and difficult situation in Northern Ireland, joining an integrative peace project. And yet that conflict at the time had no bearing on the process of accession. I looked up some notes in advance of this, and one of the European Commission representatives at the time in 1971 said of the negotiations that the worsening British-Irish crisis was never noticeable in those accession negotiations. And even just prior to that, the year before, the European Commission representative in London spoke of the situation on the ground in Northern Ireland, that the UK and Ireland joining the same European community may help form a constructive atmosphere, but the European promise, and I like this language, I thought it was made me smile, Riley, would be too vague to calm people down. Proved to be true. And yet, I think as we reflect on 50 years, it's really interesting, and I'm sure we'll come on to Brexit and the conditions there, but
we will.
to see the stark contrast between the very peripheral and curiously peripheral position of Northern Ireland and the conflict at the time of accession, and its central pivotal position in the process of UK withdrawal. And I think that can tell us a lot about the position of Northern Ireland and the island of Ireland and the relations here, but also of the EU and the development of European integration and the expansion of that. But I'll perhaps leave it there for intro.
Okay, thanks very much. And that sets the scene. Jada, moving that timeline along, how would you characterise how the EEC and the European Union, as it became in 1993, engaged with Northern Ireland as it attempted to support that emerging peace process?
Absolutely. I think that, well, I am an historian by training, so all the work that I have done to, let's say, rebuild this quite unknown historical narrative of the role of the European Union in the Northern Ireland peace process has always been there has always been this sharp contrast between what, let's say, was the belief or what was known, which was that the European Union has had no political role in fostering peace in Northern Ireland. And that was because this role was always considered or labeled as very subtle, something that did not go further than providing financial aid to Northern Ireland. While analyzing a lot of archives and talking to some of the actors, in particular from the European Union and the European Parliament and the Commission at the time, the EC as it was, the main point that I came to be convinced of is that subtlety was one of the most important hallmarks of the role of the EU in Northern Ireland, because subtlety allowed for all the actors to accept the EU as one of the fosterer of peace, and allowed that also the EU role to be filtered through the eye politics, in particular when the peace process became institutionalized with the Good Friday Agreement.
And that subtlety was deliberate, was it?
Yes, I think it was really part of the strategy, but it was in particular based on a very deep historicization that the European Parliament did of the Northern Ireland conflict in 1983, when it was asked to do something, and it was lobbied in particular by the only Northern Ireland nationalist representative in the European Parliament, John Hume, at that time. And the European Parliament, and in particular the Socialist Group, and I maybe come back to some of the points that were touched this morning in the European Parliament panel, on the fact that, in particular in the Socialist Group, well, the response was, let's understand what is happening there before we do anything. And so they published this very important historical analysis of the Northern Ireland conflict, which was the Group report, where we can almost find the blueprint of everything that became the EU role in Northern Ireland afterwards, based on cross-border cooperation, based on reconciliation, supporting from the bottom up the ceasefires in 1994. And I think, well, this summarizes really well the fact that from the bottom up, one of the main point of all this strategy for peace building was to empower civil society of taking ownership of their own peace process. That was done in particular through the peace programs, but also it was an example of this togetherness that the Commissioner this morning also highlighted, the importance of working together, of keep discussing, because when you then create this ownership of the process, it's much more difficult to turn your back on it.
Okay, Mary, you're nodding there, and still on engagement and that relationship then, how the Good Friday Agreement did definitely deliver new opportunities to Northern Ireland to reframe those relationships, didn't it? And north, south, east and west, all of it and beyond. How did the Assembly and Executive, in your view, engage with Brussels to manage those relationships post-1998?
Yeah, I mean, just to echo some of what Giada said about the role that the European Union played, and later then the role that the Northern Ireland Assembly and Executive played in relation to Europe. The EU had a very difficult task because there were such enormous sensitivities and complexities around the Northern Ireland conflict. So they were playing a very, very sensitive game in terms of the role that they sought to play in supporting the peace process in Northern Ireland during those early years, during the 1980s and thereafter. And there was a number of documents which preceded the Good Friday Agreement. A number of those documents, the framework documents, the Downing Street Declaration, the Anglo-Irish Agreement even, which made sort of, in some cases explicit, but more so implicit references to the European Union. So there was a clear understanding that the Northern Ireland peace process and the relationship between the two countries was situated within the context of both countries being members of the EU. And of course that comes back to haunt us much later. But in that period when those institutions were being negotiated and agreed, it was clear that they would have a whole series of responsibilities for various different policies. And the issue of the EU was one of those policies. But the issue of the EU was something which had various different sectoral meanings within the Northern Ireland Assembly and Executive. So a whole range of policies, as we know, have an EU dimension to them, whether it's environment or agriculture or regional policy. And the new institutions had responsibility for things like agriculture and environment and regional policy and social policy. So they did face a challenge in terms of how they would navigate those policy areas, because it is of course still the UK which is the member state and Northern Ireland is a part of the UK. But they actually did it quite successfully in those early years after 1998. The Northern Ireland Assembly and Executive created roles, ministerial roles, which recognised Europe as an important framework within which Northern Ireland would develop and evolve. They created a committee of the centre within the Northern Ireland Assembly, which was probably among the better performing of all of the assemblies at that time. And what was really interesting about the EU within the Assembly and the Executive is that it was not a source of contestation. It wasn't something that the majority of parties disagreed with or disagreed about. So it was an issue which did not expose any great division between the political parties or indeed between the communities. So of course then after that there was a series of suspensions and collapses of the institutions and that is the case today. So that's where we are right now, but there was promise there.
John, picking up from what Mary was saying about Ireland joining the EC in 1973 and how that was naturally going to change our diplomatic relationship with our nearest neighbours, that was also very much the case economically, wasn't it? Because at that point, was it 55% of our exports were going directly to the UK?
To Britain, yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Flora. And just before I start my own remarks, thanks also to Professor John O'Brien and the team at Maynooth and to Alex White and Barry Colfer at the IIEA team, two organisations, two institutions that I have great admiration for, so great to be here. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting just as colleagues kind of unpeel the timelines. I was born in 1957. My early childhood was in the early 60s, before the Troubles in 69. My father was a businessman, trader in the North Leinster area, Drogheda, Kells and Navan, and his favourite thing we had a half day in Drogheda. Do you remember those things?
We had one in Skibbereen
on Wednesdays. And of course it's coming back into the office world now, half day, a couple of days a week. But no, the serious point is we used to go up in the van to Newry for his favourite pastime of looking at what the competition was doing. And I grew up with his teachings that, once you cross the border, well, of course, even then, the roads were better, the cars were bigger, they were shinier. There was a Scots Presbyterian work ethic that, osmosed through everything, and certainly in the business world and beyond. Towns like Newry, all the way up through Lurgan and everything else. But like even in as soon as you cross the border, my father would start pointing out the old linen mills and the inherent competence of what that original Scots entrepreneurial thing was to take a natural crop, flax, and to weave it into linen, into one of the most valued products that was ever exported off the island. And sometimes we forget that today, that bloodline, though so much has changed, and we'll talk about that, is the same bloodline that now weaves carbon fibre to make aircraft wings that are sold all around the world, and they're made in Northern Ireland. So my observation as we go into this is that it would be very easy to forget that Northern Ireland, for all of its difficulties, has been an immensely entrepreneurial and enterprising and hard-working and productive place. It's really quite shocking to see then what happened, of course, as soon as the Troubles started in '69, before we were embarking on the EEC project, which of course at that stage was not necessarily going to be on the same day as our friends in the UK as would have been, and Lord knows what sort of trouble that would have caused. But businesses were literally in the front row of all the consequences of even the earliest days of the Troubles. I personally know many senior business folks, men and women, families, urban, provincial, who were literally, paid the ultimate sacrifice for their prominence and their easy targetness and all of that, and which side of the road was their factory on, and those types of things. And then that, was beginning to coincide with the EEC project, and what should have been an enormous opportunity for Northern Ireland businesses based on that competence platform really just wasn't going to deliver for them. And many years on, we've seen that acumen base. It's not gone by any manner of means, so there will be hope in this story, but it was so overtaken by a burgeoning public sector, basically military spending, security services, and all that went with that. And that's now the underpinning of a province that has, more public purse spending, not just directly but indirectly into shops and everything else, than anywhere else in Northern Europe. And it's making for a very unfulfilled promise of EU membership for Northern Ireland.
Staying with the economic situation for a moment, what do you see as the inherent strengths and weaknesses of the Northern Ireland economy, and how successful has the EU been in providing assistance?
Well, whatever but successful, it has been providing assistance, there's no question. I mean, eye-watering sums, and thank God and thank the Europeans for all of that, no question. What difference has it made? I mean, I'm a businessman, I work with business people on the ground in Northern Ireland and across these islands and beyond. There's just such a sense of underachieved potential, that latent underlying acumen that's in the blood. Second thing is, 6,000 of Northern Ireland's brightest and best school leavers leave second level education and go to universities in Scotland and England, and they never come back. So the seed corn is literally, floated off the island every summer. And that leaves a talent drain that, alongside the fact of the dominance of the public purse and the entrepreneurial piece being almost crowded out by that leaves a really very damaging and a desperately disappointing situation in terms of what Northern Ireland could be. But, go back to the carbon fibre, go back to the fact that the most important and significant and advanced centre for hydrogen production and its offshoots is not in England, it's not in Ireland, it's not in Scotland, it's not in Wales, it's in Belfast Harbour. Cutting edge stuff. There are other competencies, the ghoulish ones, bone transplant advanced technology from the Troubles, cyber from the Troubles. There are really advanced competencies, and there's a bloody good, agrarian economy as well, strangely enough. But many of the major heavy industries that supported that agrarian economy, big machinery, diggers, you name it, F.G. Wilson Caterpillar, 1,000 jobs gone in one day, like not that many years back. Others, traditional industries like Gallagher's Tobacco, 1,000 jobs gone in one day. No public outcry whatsoever. I mean, if 400 jobs went anywhere in, I remember Braun went in Carlow, and Mary Harney had a task force in the next day. Yeah. So there's just such a sense of the latent natural competence and potential and spirit that has not been enabled and not been availed of. The good news is that we call that filled with potential.
And then came Brexit. Okay, which incredibly is still unfolding, 7 years on from that decisive vote. Giada, one word which is often used to describe Brexit is divisive, not least because Northern Ireland voted to stay within the EU, but that decision to leave, how did that affect the decades-long relationship between Northern Ireland and the EU that we've been describing?
Certainly from a societal perspective, Brexit has repolarized political opinion, but also the civil society in Northern Ireland. A civil society that from 1994, but even more after the signing of the Good Friday Agreement in 1998, was trying at its best to establish more cross-community positive relations, also helped through EU funding and in particular engaging with the peace programs. And the Good Friday Agreement has had and positively helped in this sense, providing even bodies such as the Special EU Programmes body, the SUPB, who had an exclusive European remit. With the EU then being a forum where Northern Ireland civil society could be heard, and also where all sorts of work in order to really tackle very cross-community issues such as unemployment, underachievement, reconciliation, where everyone was engaging with as unionist, as nationalist. With Brexit, I think the two communities again repolarized between those who were pro-Brexit and against Brexit. And I think that the fact that the peace programs in particular have survived the challenge of Brexit, because it is the only EU program, EU fund, that has been secured for Northern Ireland even in the future. Well, with all the let's say the bad qualities, the things that do not work, because let's not be naive on this. There are a lot of programs, a lot of problems connected to the peace programs, from the nature of the start and stop of the funding that for years maybe leaves these organizations without the money when they bluntly depend on it, from the same meaning of reconciliation, which is never too clear, and also the limited amount of initiatives that are funded under the reconciliation label within these programs, while there should be the first thing that they have to tackle. But still, I think that there would be potential to use Peace Plus to tackle again this divisiveness that has been reprojected within Northern Ireland society after Brexit. But I think that the peace programs and Peace Plus in particular is the big absent from this whole Brexit political debate.
Okay, and taking an overview, Lisa Clare, you've worked in Brussels, in Belfast, in London. You've seen this from all angles also. And how do you see the current place that Northern Ireland has in the orbit of EU politics?
Big question, and you'd have to stop me talking about it. But
don't worry.
I guess to summarise, I would point to the now pivotal position that Northern Ireland has under the Protocol Windsor framework. It's now the touching point between the internal market of the UK and the single market of the EU. That's significant on a practical level. It creates complexities. It creates opportunities, and I couldn't agree more with the kind of framing that you set out around the potential. But for the politics of Northern Ireland, and as Giada was saying, the political effects of that repositioning of Northern Ireland to now be the kind of centre of the Venn diagram between the UK and the EU, that are, at least based on their statements, that they're now pulling in different regulatory trajectories, albeit in the context of good diplomatic relations, at least at the moment. That position of being that touching point could be beneficial. It could also be really burdensome, both on the practical level of having to navigate for businesses, for traders, for civil society, that one of the silver linings I do think of Brexit for Northern Ireland, and it is a silver lining, is the mobilisation of civil society within Northern Ireland, that has played a really important role in getting a Northern Ireland perspective on some of the issues from the ground up, in the context of absent politicians and political representatives. So that said, there's potential to this new position, but there's also, both on the practical level and on the political level, this, I mean, it's hard to frame it anything other than very negative in terms of the reversal of the peace process and reconciled relationships. And as I say, I can talk on forever, so feel free to jump in.
Well, if we go to you on that, Mary, Lisa Clare is saying about the negative framing of politics in Northern Ireland. How do you see the individual parties having evolved since the Brexit vote in 2016?
It's a loaded question.
Evolved or otherwise?
Yeah, I mean, I think an important point to make in relation to the way in which Brexit has fostered division in Northern Ireland is we should go back to the referendum and recall that the only political party of the 5 main political parties in Northern Ireland that advocated for leave was the DUP. The Ulster Unionist Party supported the Remain position. So the division wasn't stark. You know, it didn't deeply divide the two communities at that time. And even in the early months after the Brexit vote, there was a degree of cross-community consensus across the party divide about the need to avoid a hard border.
And worry, yes.
Yeah, and the DUP was part of that and agreed with that. But the entire situation began to unravel as the British government set out their plans for Brexit. And Theresa May's very famous Lancaster speech when she talked about the UK leaving the single market and the customs union, that was a real tipping point for Northern Ireland. And that really galvanised opinion in Northern Ireland. And it's really after that period that we begin to see this division between the two political sides in Northern Ireland galvanise. And then from thereafter, the way in which Brexit was mismanaged by the British government, the way in which Northern Ireland, I would suggest, was misunderstood by various different British government actors, had a very important impact on the way in which Brexit was received by the political parties in Northern Ireland and the way in which they reacted to various different facets of that Brexit plan. So it didn't have to be what it ultimately became. If the British government had made different choices, we wouldn't be here talking about this in the way that we are today.
If I may just to echo that and add to it, that I think we can understand Brexit as a project, as a rebordering project. It was very much about taking back control of money laws and borders, as was everywhere in the UK at the time. And in the context of Northern Ireland and the history of Northern Ireland, what the 1998 agreement did was to take the border to the extent possible out of politics and do all that it could to diminish and allow fluidity around borders. So you automatically see that tension created between a British government and British broader UK narrative around the strengthening of borders, and that feeding precisely to the still healing wounds of a division in Northern Ireland.
Yeah. John, did you allow yourself a wry smile when just earlier this year the UK Prime Minister and Brexiteer Rishi Sunak spoke about how the Windsor framework provided incredibly positive and comprehensive, it was an agreement which would allow for smooth flowing of trade?
Yeah, I smile wryly quite a lot. There's so many reasons for that these days, so many ironies. I think to kind of place the business lens around this piece, Northern Ireland voted to remain. It didn't matter. The win's a win. Yeah. And then it suddenly woke up to an identity crisis, and it was, the entire matter was abused by darker forces. But business people kind of get on with the getting on. And I have a corny pub quiz question. When is a lettuce not a lettuce? It's when it's a salad. So most of the lettuce eaten in Dublin,
I was wondering, was this
as we're here, is grown in East Anglia. Who knew? I thought it was grown in Latham. And it comes in on trucks from Larne to Belfast, or Larne to Stranraer, or the other way around, and it is brought down in trucks and put onto shelves in SuperValu, basically. A little shed on the border could open up the package, throw in a tomato, an olive, and a dash of olive oil, and seal it up again. It's now a salad. So what business people think about is, can you tell us the rules? I mean, for a long, long time, the matter wasn't about Brexit, it's that Brexit on what rules? And, as Marian and others have said, people in the early stages thought, okay, we can get our heads around this, until it became deliberately unravelled in front of people to say, well, you actually haven't got a clue what it's going to be. And that reached its apex of lunacy last year in the proposal of dual regulations, where, frankly, Daisy the cow would be faced with the actual decision of what inputs did she want, what veterinary did she want, which grass would she eat, and by the way, where her produce might get sold. And I kid you not, one of the country's biggest dairies, Lakelands, straddles the border, economically, rationally, and it could not know what its operating model would need to be. Happily, that lunacy was taken away, but only at the very end. So business has found itself in the position of saying, we still don't really know what the rules are, but believe you me, the lettuce guys, whether in Newry or Dundalk, quite possibly Dundalk, are working on this right now to say, what's the arbitrage in the legitimate operating rules where we can actually begin to prosper again?
Isn't this hugely problematic, though, in a macro sense, where yes, the Windsor Framework should be providing huge opportunities for business to prosper, and however, there are still some who say that Northern Ireland is a failed state?
Well, I hate that phrase. It feels so inappropriate, but the fact of it is that for people, any distance from the scene, so that's like try the States, for instance.
Yes.
Or try Europe as well. Northern Ireland is a failed state, certainly in commercial terms and in commercial investors' eyes. So, people should be, and guys like me spend a lot of our time sort of encouraging, in fact, sort of really pushing people to say, you must open up. Don't close anything in Dublin, don't close anything in Manchester. Open your next increment in Northern Ireland. Doesn't matter where, just open it there, because the opportunities that Northern Ireland has this amazing sort of special ticket to trade each way. And people say, well, why isn't it happening? Why isn't the investment coming? Because external investors on the 58th floor in Manhattan are saying Manchester, Munich, or Newton Ards. They're not doing Manchester. That's a whole bucket of political risk.
Yeah.
They'd love to do Newton Ards, but Munich is actually clear. We know what we're getting in Munich. We don't know who's going to run Northern Ireland. We have the civil service doing its very best, a very good civil service doing its best to run Northern Ireland, but that's not its job. There is a massive obstacle to any kind of trickle down of the benefits that this thing is going to deliver by virtue of the fact that nobody is running Northern Ireland today, and no investor is going to invest in a leaderless, governmentless state.
Yeah. On that, Lisa Clare, we know that the Democratic Unionist Party is continuing its own deliberations on the Windsor Framework, which could just maybe lead to the re-establishment of the institutions. If and when that happens, do you think it will signal a reduced role for the European Union in Northern Ireland affairs?
I think looking forward into the post-Brexit moment for Northern Ireland, the EU has a newly, and Mary was set it out so articulately, the EU hasn't played a significant role in Northern Ireland politics historically, but one of the changes that I think will stand is that the EU will be a present actor and concept in Northern Ireland politics, and that goes both ways. So I think for the EU, if we look, Article 1.3 of the Windsor Framework talks about the two parties agreeing what is agreed in the text so that they will protect the 1998 agreement. For the UK, that's no addition to its role as a co-guarantor of the 1998 agreement, but for the EU, that's a very explicit new rule, and albeit constrained to the aspects of trade, I do think even more so under the Windsor Framework Arrangement, where you have greater commitments for direct Northern Ireland to EU involvement in the implementation of this. I think the EU-NI relationship as part of the UK, but that's something that's new and that will continue.
Yeah. Mary, what's your sense of it if and when the institutions are up and running? What obligations and pressures will the Windsor Framework impose on both civil servants and politicians regarding EU relations?
Yeah, I mean, the Windsor Framework is a very complex document, and it's cumbersome, and it's even a bit convoluted. There's an awful lot of detail in there. The Windsor Framework isn't the final answer either. You know, the dialogue continues, particularly in relation to implementation. So the Windsor Framework is very demanding of the Northern Ireland political system. So when the institutions are hopefully reinstated and reinstated soon, those institutions will need to create structures in order to be able to manage all that flows from the Windsor Framework. And that's very demanding. That involves upskilling of civil servants. We talked about it in relation to the Republic of Ireland today. It'll be just as significant in Northern Ireland for the civil service there. But it will also require that politicians are upskilled as well, and that they are sufficiently resourced in such a way that they can actually implement what is a very complex agreement, and one which it's not going to be static either, you know, it's going to evolve and change. So there is a considerable challenge inbuilt to the Windsor Framework for Northern Ireland when those institutions are reinstated, and they will need enormous support from Europe and from elsewhere to be able to navigate that.
What kind of support do you expect that to be, Giada?
Well, I think that one of the most important things up until now has been this commitment, political and economic commitment to peace in Northern Ireland. But also the EU over the years, and again I'll bring in the historical perspective, has been very, very good to adapt to the change that was happening in Northern Ireland. Now, with Brexit, that, let's say, more prompt response has been slower because the situation was complicated and because of the nature of the negotiations, and also because it was a never before seen situation. So what I think it will be important is to keep that contextual, that eye for the context, and this ability to answer positively to the context, again maintaining that bottom-up approach that has always been very attentive and really giving instruments to Northern Ireland civil society to try to impact positively on the citizens of Northern Ireland.
The role of the EU, Claire, Lisa Claire, in that the European Union, like I guess the US under Joe Biden, has framed itself as protector of the Good Friday Agreement. Does that stand up to scrutiny?
Ooh, a matter of opinion. It's a good question. I think we can look very clearly at the as has been discussed, the kind of practical ways in which the EU has supported peace and the very clear risks that have been taken on in the context of Brexit on the part of the EU on the basis of the unique circumstances on the island of Ireland. And I would just underline that the Windsor Framework Protocol, it's not a Northern Ireland thing, this is an Northern Ireland thing. And it actually sets up a new position for Ireland within the EU context, albeit one that is constrained, but it's a form of differentiation within the EU for Ireland. But the protector nature of the EU, the role that it's playing in Northern Ireland politics, as we've been saying, it's kind of for better and more so far for worse, it is now at the centre of a very polarised and tense situation in Northern Ireland. Anecdotally, I mean, never before in my lifetime has there been, we like visual politics in Northern Ireland, flags, painting, murals everywhere. But it's only in the aftermath of the protocol that we've seen EU figures up on posters and in spray paint around Northern Ireland.
And Giada, you've written about this also, the fact that loyalist institutions, groups and politicians have been coming under increasing pressure to withdraw from cross-border initiatives. Should the EU have a role in that, or is it better that they stay out of that?
Well, what I think that, and also this comes from research work and also me going and talking with these civil society organizations or youth workers in particular. What, especially in response to the riots that happened in, I think it was January 2021 in Derry and Belfast in response to the protocol. And I was talking to these youth workers in Belfast, and all these people were telling me, well, how many do you think of those young teenagers who were rioting knew exactly what Brexit is, what the protocol entails? And that's again what they were saying. What we need is to tackle underachievement in these working class communities, taking people off the streets, educating them, trying to make them understand what
historically frustration may spill over into this.
Exactly.
And that's what you're seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's also a failure more generally to deal with the legacy of the conflict and legacies of the conflict. And this is more almost removing the Brexit context, but or rather focusing more on the implementation of the 1998 agreement, which there are a lot of holes in how it's been implemented. The role of paramilitarism is important to note in that. But yes, go on, move on.
And another point to make about this is the fallout from Brexit, some of the political fallout for Brexit, is that it has restarted talk of the border. And when you talk about the border in Northern Ireland politics, you are talking about a hugely contested issue. So Brexit has enlivened a debate around a united Ireland into the future.
I was just going to ask you that.
Yeah, and for unionism and loyalism in particular, I mean, that's a threat, you know. So when we talk about Brexit in the context of unionism and loyalism in particular, we're not just talking about Brexit. We're talking about the constitutional question, because the two have become so interconnected in this very, very complex and contested space. That it has undermined unionism and loyalism, and it has led them down a road where they feel aggrieved by Brexit for reasons that aren't necessarily related to trade. They're much more politicised than that.
On this, the fact that the public debate, at least over the past 2 years, has been switching towards the discussion of a united Ireland, is that something that the EU should adopt a position on?
Well, that's what Sinn Féin wants them to do. Sinn Féin wants the EU to advocate for a united Ireland against the backdrop of this changed context. The EU is not going to do that. There's no way the EU will do that. It does place the EU in a very difficult position, because Northern Ireland is a particular case, but there are other parts of Europe, Spain in particular, where you have regions with ambitions in relation to secession. And the EU does not want to get involved in sovereign issues like that. They don't want to open up a can of worms when it comes to other member states. So they are in a difficult position here. That being said, if there ever were to be a border poll, depending on the result of that border poll, the EU would of course support the outcome and the result of that border poll, and presumably they would do that as constructively as they possibly could.
And just the EU did make a statement at the very beginning of the Brexit negotiations to the such that if there was a border poll and there was a vote in favour of unification on both sides of the border, there would be no need for accession that Northern Ireland would be adopted in. So in that sense, it's almost like the one thing they would do. They've already made that statement and drawn that line. But it is for the people of the island of Ireland to decide by law. That's
we will come to the audience in just a moment, and thanks for your patience. But John, Lisa Clare mentioned a little bit earlier a positive about Brexit. From a business perspective, is there anything you could see as positive, anything we've missed amid the political hullabaloo?
Oh no, look, Brexit for Northern Ireland is the dream ticket, because it ends up being able to trade with its most substantial by volume trading partner in GB, and with the entire EU. And like, people forget that Northern Ireland was, a colonial province of Great Britain, and in many ways remains operating like that. Britain itself didn't encourage Northern Ireland businesses to trade much further than GB, if you think about it, because it would have been an internal competitor to Britain-based businesses who have trade routes all around the world, because Britain was a naval force and a naval trading force at its time. So there were so many dysfunctions. But this paradigm now, hugely ironically, gives Northern Ireland communities. Forget about businesses. Businesses exist at the behest of the communities, and they provide the jobs, they provide the well-being and the security of communities. They're being denied that opportunity, and bad actors are absolutely running riot, and I mean that through deprived communities. Kids as early as age 8 are being, radicalized and racialized. The peace walls haven't gone away, There's, so many elements that
it's getting more urgent for the institutions.
And the longer we deny people the right to actually have their own determination in this context, the greater that threat is. Like, the number of people who are objecting to anything in Belfast, in Northern Ireland right now, is actually a tiny number. Just as in any war-type situation, bad actors don't have to have huge numbers of bad actors. They just have to have enough to frighten everybody else. And that's just as much the case for business as anything else. But meantime, we've got the most dangerous main arterial road in the British Isles. 3 people killed again on it last week. And nobody is enabling the dealing with that, which is a 7-year project, but let's get it started.
Agreed.
Narrow-water bridge, you name it, it's just not done. The Shared Island project, which is a really well-intended project, is trying to show the art of the possible, but it's not going to solve all of those problems. The people on the ground deserve the leadership that's necessary to get that thing done themselves. And obviously, there's administrative leadership, but really, politics, as we all know, is about the purveying of hope, not just bridges. It's like, is anybody going to give us the opportunity to avail of the opportunity that we know we have?
Well, on that note of hope, I hope you'll stay with us for just another few minutes in case anyone has a question. The students have had to leave us. Yes, up here.
Sorry, just a quick question. Do you see a possible solution to this problem, a new Labour government coming in without the taint of conservatism and what's going on with the Conservative Party? And also, if the DUP continue to refuse to go into, should the terms of the Good Friday Agreement be changed, where a coalition of the willing should be brought in, where they would be able to restore government back into Northern Ireland?
Who'd like to take this one? Would Keir Starmer in Westminster make a difference?
Thank you for the question. I would say, more without taking a position on Labour policy, on Brexit, etc., because they don't sometimes. The relationship between the UK broadly and the EU, the closer that is, the easier the operation of the Northern Ireland arrangement is. So, in so much as the Labour Party are, in contrast to the current Conservative Party, much more pro-Europe and European relations and integration there, then yes, I do think a new Labour government, it wouldn't solve the problem, it wouldn't solve the whole picture, but it could ease some of the burdens and the political and the practical aspects there for Northern Ireland. Does someone else want to pick up
the reform issue? I mean, to revise a reform, the terms of the Good Friday Agreement, which dictates the nature of the mandatory coalition in Northern Ireland, would require all-party consensus, and it's just not conceivable right now. There is some merit, I think, in re-examining the institutions in Northern Ireland and making changes on the back of on the back of political party reconfiguration over recent years. So that's definitely merited, but getting to the point where you can do that, I think, is still problematic.
We have 3 questions, and if we could keep them a little bit brief, on the brief side. Thanks very much. Up at the back.
Thanks very much. It's a very quick comment, because I know how late it is now on a Friday, but my name is Ciaran O'Driscoll. I'm from European Movement Ireland, and one point which has been mentioned, of course, is the complicated future with Northern Ireland between, again, Ireland and the UK. But one thing I think which was absent last month, as we marked the 25th anniversary of the Good Friday Agreement, was the role EU played. It was not in the room with the negotiations directly, but it was the room which often helped British and Irish officials meet and kind of understand more about the EU or about Northern Ireland. And just the one example is that at the Milan European Council in 1985, it was that meeting between Thatcher and Gareth Fitzgerald which had paved the way for the Anglo-Irish Agreement that November. And that was 2 years from about March 1983, because his government had changed their opinion on the Falklands War, which of course upset Thatcher at that time. So it took 2 years from about 1983 to that June summit of 1985 for officials on both sides bring them together that brought about that agreement, and of course which was that first step towards the Good Friday Agreement. Thanks so much for this wonderful panel this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Ciaran. And I guess important to acknowledge that the EU did facilitate a lot of positive that happened. We have a question here, and then a last one here, John. Sorry. Yeah.
Tom Ferris, member of the IIEA. Would the panel agree that there was a great inventiveness by European Commission officials to bring a great simplicity under the Windsor framework in terms of rules for the flow of trade?
Have you read it? Because I would suggest it's not exactly simple. But yes, in so much as the EU have really changed what was the default at-risk definition and allowed for flexibilities that are very conditional. But I do think the Windsor Framework does represent a big step in accommodating the difficulties specifically on goods trade, specifically on that GB to NI supply route. So yes, there's been a kind of simplification and acknowledgement of the issue. I wouldn't say, and the operation of this, the implementation of this, it really can't be understated, can't be overstated how challenging the management of Northern Ireland post-Brexit is going to be, both at the top administrative level but also on the ground. It really does ask a lot, so I wouldn't characterise it as simple.
I might just add to that, Tom, the bottom line post-Windsor is business isn't looking for anything else at this, at all. It was hardly looking for anything else other than in a very small minority of individual traders who were arbitraging, leveraging the political process. But Windsor has sorted all that out. So green lanes, red lanes, whatever lane you want, that's all in place and it'll be fine. What's often also not remembered, much is made of the other feature of Windsor, which is the Stormont break. I mean, Northern Ireland already has a Stormont break, if it ever has a Stormont, at the end of as early as next year, when it has the right to revisit the Brexit prescription in the first place. And so much of this talks to the bit that people aren't really sure why we're fighting anymore, but we're just fighting because we always fight.
Thanks, John. And a final one.
John Kingston, the point we must remember now, Northern Ireland is in the middle of a local government election and things will be a lot clearer. The main beneficiaries, in my view, of Brexit, parties that benefited, and the activities of Boris Johnson, the two main parties, the two parties that benefited most, in my view, were Sinn Féin, because it drove moderate Catholic nationalists who voted SDLP in large numbers into the arms of Sinn Féin. The other beneficiary was the Alliance Party. And this started, firstly, for the Alliance Party in the European election, where they won a seat. The other thing which surprised me, I think it might be the last opinion poll, the Lucid poll, opinion poll in Northern Ireland, which, by the way, is 3,000 people. We use 1,000 down here for about 3 times the population, was that the gap between the DUP and Sinn Féin narrowed. Okay, that surprised me. That narrowed. But the other thing, when the panel talk about the 5 parties, there's one other element in this which has a huge impact on unionism, and that's the behaviour of Jim Allister of the TUP. He's not going to win huge seats, but he impacts on the behaviour of the DUP. My view has always been very strongly in recent times. What we need to do is not to change the Good Friday Agreement, is to go back to the Good Friday Agreement. The mistake that was made was the St Andrews Agreement, which was not in the original Good Friday Agreement, and it gave a veto to both Sinn Féin and the DUP, and both have used it to dissolve Stormont. So if, and I take Mary's point, there has to be consent for it. This reminds me, by the way, of what happened at the time of the Anglo-Irish Agreement. The consent should be obtained to go back to creating, the original Good Friday Agreement for the election of a cross-community government, which would be acceptable to both governments. But I think we might be in a situation where, if this continues, a British government may have to just confront the DUP and do what Maggie did back in 1985.
Thank you very much, John, for that interesting contribution. And I think a final word from Marian, picking up from what John said and looking to the results of the local elections. What do you see?
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with John at all. I think the TUV are a very important actor in Northern Ireland for the way in which they agitate very successfully to put these issues on the table and to sort of really solidify that, the divisiveness of the issue. You're right about the St Andrews Agreement. There's an increasing consensus, I think, around the fact that elements of that agreement have been regrettable. So there's much to consider in the event that the Assembly returns.
There is indeed much to consider. And Giada, you want a final word?
Yeah, I
also.
just wanted to say on the comment of the European dimension of the Good Friday Agreement. I'm also the president of the Irish Association for Contemporary European Studies, and I've hosted 3 events exactly on that, including a public interview with Taoiseach Bertie Ahern last Monday on that specific dimensions, because it's something that I have studied so much, and I really, really want to make everyone more knowledgeable about. Sorry.
Could I just say thank you very, very much for staying with us. We are a little over time, and to our 4 panellists, that was really illuminating and intriguing and insightful, and thank you so very much for staying with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will take no more than 2 minutes of your time. Post-COVID, this is the largest conference that we have held at the university, I think. And I'm sure you're aware that logistically there are a lot of moving parts. So if you'll bear with me, I want to offer some thanks to our security staff who have been very diligent in moving us along and helping us throughout the last few days. Thank you. To our catering colleagues, similarly. Within the university, I'd like to thank Rebecca Dolan, our Vice President External, Niamh Connolly, our Director of Comms, for making all of that work so smoothly, Niamh O'Reilly, our President's Chief of Staff, Lorraine Whelan, To our camera whiz, Daniel, you've been absolutely heroic. So a big round of applause, please, for Daniel for all the extraordinary work he's done. We are absolutely blessed in the academic colleagues that we have here, in my own case in the Department of Sociology, but we also work very closely with the Maynooth University Social Sciences Institute. Extraordinary thanks to Anne Hamilton-Black, who runs a lot of the tech operations that enable us to project ourselves out into the world. So thanks so much, Anne, for giving us so much of yourself. To your colleague, Rona Bradshaw, similarly, and to Orla Dunn, who has almost single-handedly managed the management of the conference, not just in recent days, but in recent weeks. We could not have staged this event without Orla. So thanks so much, Orla, from the bottom of our hearts for making everything work so seamlessly. I'd also like to thank Linda Connolly, the director of the Institute, who's a stellar supporter of our centre and others in the social sciences within the university. To Shamsuddin Shiriati, my PhD student and all-around research assistant administrative quiz, thank you. The applause, I think, speak for themselves. At the Institute of International and European Affairs, I want to thank my colleague, Dr. Barry Colfer. Barry and I have worked together writing, but this is the first kind of big public project we did together. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you and with Alex White, the Director General. I'd also like to thank the staff of the IIEA, to Sarah Burke on tech, to Hannah Deasy, the Comms Director, Tom Breen, Nisha Kenny, Ashleen McCann, and Dylan Martian, who have been helping us in various capacities over the last few days. To Aidan, our sound man, similarly, thank you for putting in this heroic 2-day stint to help us. To our Maynooth student helpers, Giovanni, Alexandra, and Ezekiel, similarly, thank you. It's been an incredibly thought-provoking, stimulating couple of days, reflecting on the Irish experience within the EU, to the point where, for the first time in my life, I've almost lost my voice. But I will just say this, that for me, Europe has given me so much, but the best part of it has always been about the opportunities that I've had to meet extraordinary people within academia, from policy and policy making, from the world of civil society, from journalism. And post-Brexit, I think we kind of realized that we were one of the sort of few sectors that benefited from it. We got to meet people like John McGrane, extraordinary colleagues of his. I wouldn't have had so much contact with the business world previously, but I've learned an enormous amount from it, and learned an enormous amount again over the last few days. To thank our many speakers who were incredibly provocative and brought all their knowledge and gravitas to bear in the discussions that we have. Special word of thanks to Professor Des Dinan, who traveled the longest distance from Washington, D.C., and gave us a very powerful meditation last evening on those 5 decades of Irish membership. I'm not so sure I'll be around for the 100th anniversary of Ireland's membership, or whether the European Union itself might be, but I'll be gone to my eternal reward, I hope. But to conclude, I just want to thank everybody who's come and made this such an extraordinarily rich and illuminating event. Thanks very much indeed, and have a wonderful evening and weekend. Thank you.